Hello there. I like the idea of creating a soothing atmosphere. That's the I like the idea of that. That's kind of the whole. I've talked about the game several times. Coffee talk. Hey, Dr. Mad. Hopefully you are doing well today, this weekend. Hope you are, at least. And of course, welcome to Copyright, and hello. Buongiorno. Nice. I like the idea of a soothing atmosphere. There's a couple of reasons for that, actually. And it's kind of part of what I had wanted to talk about. And I've talked about this a little bit, but kind of going a little bit deeper into some of the belief systems that I have on it, because I think we're losing some stuff that's really important to us that we don't really know we're losing, or don't really realize that we're losing. Had a great weekend after going to the Pyramid Shopping Center Comic-Con in Birkenhead. Very nice. Glad. Hopefully you picked up some great conversations and perhaps some interesting keepsakes. Wonderful to see both Chris Berry and Danny John Jules from Red Dwarf again. Very nice. Yeah, like I said, some great conversations and some nice, hopefully some nice keepsakes too. Some things that you can take back as memory and memento. Part of what I was going to actually talk about was the soothing atmosphere. And for those who aren't familiar with this, the reason I did this channel, started doing this channel, I started creating content for this channel. And I'm saying content, I hate that word. I started creating things for this channel about 10 years ago, roughly. I started uploading on this channel roughly 9 years ago. And I didn't know anything about, when I started out, I didn't know anything about anything. I didn't know anything about capturing video game or movie or I didn't know anything about capture cards. I didn't know anything about microphones. I didn't know anything about music overlay or visual overlay. Or switching. I knew nothing. And it's very evident in those first videos. It's very evident that you will see it was just an attempt to put something out there. But it wasn't an attempt to put something out there to become famous. It wasn't an attempt to put something out there to become wealthy. It was something, the intent, I think, was to record ourselves having fun and then put that out there. And I had hoped that the atmosphere that would create would be an atmosphere of kind of just happy-go-lucky, friendly. Maybe there was a soothing for people who didn't have the opportunity to go out and to enjoy friends or games. We were going to make this place where you could kind of have that in the background. People that are just having fun playing games and saying whatever came to mind, And as I've gotten better and refined and tried to understand this craft of creating an environment, I still want to maintain that wonder and fun of completing, discovering, doing things with new games, but I also want to make a calming environment. As I've said before, I've had friends and people that have watched my channel say that they enjoy some of my long playthroughs. Sometimes they just put them on to fall asleep to. I think that's great. Oblivion, I think, was particularly popular for that. Next up, my 33rd birthday tomorrow, then Comic-Con Liverpool next Sunday. Nice. Very nice. 33rd is it's a good birthday. It's, well, I say that. My wife's favorite number is 3, so she was happy and excited when she reached her 33rd birthday. Of course, we're past 33, but it was something exciting for her. I'm not planning much for tomorrow. I'm going to see that Michael Jackson biopic. Nice. Or biopic. But biopic is the way I said it. Because I'm not Polly Shore. I think evolving with time is a good thing generally. I think so too, but I think I don't necessarily know. Now, the channel and the control and the understanding of the channel, I think, are good evolution. And I would say that those are evolutions, right? I understand what a microphone should sound like. I understand what sound sync should sound like. I understand, for the most part, how to eliminate unnecessary or unpleasant background noises, you know. Those are all good. And it got to a point where I was able to, I think one of the most popular videos that I've put up on the channel is the Halo one, where we're playing, and so it's myself and my younger brother, a good friend Aaron, and a good friend Andreas. Great people. And it wasn't, the whole purpose wasn't to be performative, really. I mean, there were some elements, obviously, where we wanted to kind of narrate something that we had been doing for, you know, decades at that point, or a decade, at least a decade and a half. We wanted to, you know, kind of, somebody sitting there going, well, what is this map? We'd say, oh, well, this is a custom map. Here's what we made. You know, here's how it goes. This is what happens. But then other than that, for the most part, if you watch it, it's just us playing. It's just us having fun, talking. Exactly the way we would do it had no capture device or camera been rolling. So it was, I think that part of the reason that one is as popular as it is, I think some people found it funny, which was good, but I think part of the reason that it is as popular as it is I think we were able to kind of recapture the spirit of just playing a game and having fun. We just happened to be recording and we put it up, and people were really happy about that. And I think that that's kind of what my finding, or what I believe to be one of the fundamental issues we're running into now, is. My friend and comic book artist James Roach was a guest at today's convention. He was showcasing his artwork, doing live drawing, and selling prints, as well as a comic he contributed to titled Pale Moon Grim, which I picked up a copy of. Oh, very nice. Very cool. He mentioned that he'll be heading out to San Diego Comic-Con in July to promote a samurai-style graphic novel he's worked on, which sounds like an exciting next step for him. It does sound interesting. I'll have to keep an ear out or an eye out for that. I kind of miss the whole Halo era, honestly. I feel like maybe it just resonates with people in a way I don't understand. I think Halo can. Yeah, I mean, it definitely does resonate in a different way, and sadly, it is kind of one of those you had to be there. So you have to think about this, right? Imagine this, right? Because I don't know exactly, I don't know your age, but I know when Halo came out, and I know if you missed that due to age, you have to do with an X bracket. And so I'm like, okay, let's assume that might have been the case. You may have missed it from a different circumstance, but that's kind of something that I'm finding common with younger generations who didn't kind of get to see it occur real time, which is fine. But you have to think about the way that multiplayer games worked. I've only ever played the original 3 Halo games. Loved playing those back in the day. They're good. Halo Reach was great. I worked in the gaming industry when that happened, so that was a fun one. And then Halo 4 is pretty good, honestly. Halo 5's not great, and the Halo Wars games I think are really fun too. If you're an XCOM strategy type person. What was I going to say? So you have to think about these game shifts, and think of the way that gaming had shifted. So it's the 1980s, and you're playing video games, but a lot of times if you're playing video games, it's you and another person, and not always. No, pretty close to always. I'm trying to think of a few. There may have been a few that I'm not thinking of. But most of the time, it's you two sitting there with 2 controllers, but taking turns. I was in the right age bracket. My family just couldn't afford an Xbox. Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, so you're playing back and forth, 1980s. You have 2 controllers, but for the most part, you're really taking turns, right? And then they move up to the Super Nintendo. The Super Nintendo had some games on it where you're not really taking turns. You're actually playing next to each other in a lot of cases, which was super, super cool. Great. One of my favorite games that I played, I did this with my brother. I had a friend that we would get together when we were done with the day and go play together, you know. It was Contra 3: The Alien Wars. As a matter of fact, I still have our cartridge from 30 years ago. And it was, you know, we were doing, you know, we'd do that. Or you would do that. You would play, you know, you're getting to play at the same time. And then you move up to the Nintendo 64. I had a friend named Eric. We played a ton of GoldenEye. Had a friend that, you know, basically that was what our go-to was. Now, I still was mostly a Super Nintendo fan, but I played a lot of 64, I played a lot of Banjo-Kazooie, and then when I got a chance, you know, you're playing right there. And then all of a sudden, now here we are in the early 2000s, and I get an Xbox, I buy an Xbox, and they've taken that GoldenEye feel, and they've just upped it 300,000%. The controller is more comfortable, and a lot of people didn't like the Duke controller. My hands are big, so I love it. As a matter of fact, I have bought Duke controllers for the modern consoles today because of how much I love it. I have 2 Duke controllers, a black and a green one that I use on especially retro games that I play on the Series X, but you know, because of how much I love those controllers. And I have a power pad, which for anybody who doesn't know is an even bigger controller. I love that thing. And it was basically just like it was a way to get your friends together. You know, you're done with work, your friends off work, and you could do up to 4 players. And so it's like, okay, I've got this whole group of people are off work. You've got this tube television, and I had a CRT projector television, which I've actually rebuilt, and I actually am looking at it right now. When they were going to get rid of the thing, I said, no, it was messed up, broken. I said, yeah, I think I can rebuild it. I did rebuild it, restore it, fix it, and it's still with me. So this television, this big projector CRT that I've had for 30 years or more, I guess, just about, is, you know, I rebuilt the thing, and it's what I play most of my retro games on. Even when I'm broadcasting to you guys, I'm playing it on a CRT, and then I have some upscaling stuff going so that you guys can see it. Anyway, point being is it was a new way to experience with more people a kind of shared love of gaming. So the Halo era, I I don't. I've had a conversation, I think, on the channel where I had a disagreement with one of my buddies who just believes Halo is the most revolutionary thing ever. I don't put it in my top of favorite games ever, but I don't disagree with him on how revolutionary it is and was. Like, I don't disagree with him there. It's just not one of my favorite, like, personal games I go to unless I've got friends, right? It's a conditional game, right? It's a game that I don't usually want to play by myself, and that knocks it down a few pegs. Whereas Doom, I'll play Doom by myself because that's what you do. Or Wolfenstein. You'll have to forgive me too. I have I'll be sipping on some stuff for my throat. My voice is a little sore today, so. I've only played... Okay, hold on. All I ever hear about Contra is that it was mega hard. Can you confirm? Yes and no. Contra, for the original NES, if you want to watch that game be treated as if it is absolutely nothing whatsoever, if you want to watch it be treated as if it's just as simple and natural as breathing oxygen, go check out Thumbro's channels down below. I have his Twitch and I have his YouTube, and he blows through that game in a matter of a few minutes. He is just great. But yes, there are absolutely ridiculously difficult Contra games. I would say Super Contra or Super C is very, very hard. Contra Force, not great, but pretty tough. Contra 3 on when you turn the difficulty up on it is ridiculous to me. I know there are people who blow through it in 15 minutes. To me, it's pretty tough. But I think it's worth having. I know that, so my old card is, I think, worth like $50 now, right? It's worth about as much as it was when you originally bought it. I think it actually is worth $10 or $20 more than when I originally got it. But but you can go get the Contra collection. I think you can buy it on eBay if you want a physical copy, or you can buy it digitally, I think, for like $10-20, and it's really fun, really worth having. And if you have a friend, a partner, a sibling, a relative to play it with, even better. But it's fun by itself. I used to follow a British YouTuber named Ashens. He's done tons of videos of retro games he grew up playing. Some are good and some are bad, and he's been around now since 2006. Ooh, very nice. I didn't have any. I thought about it back in the days where I was watching people do that, and I just couldn't bring myself. So think about this: it's the early beginning of YouTube, right? YouTube wasn't there when I was growing up, so. But in the 2005, before it got bought out, 2006 when it got bought out, 2006 and 7 when it was kind of gaining feet. I'd argue the best time for YouTube was like 2011. I didn't know anything about it. I knew videos and stuff. I knew like Tobuscus, Toby Turner was a big deal, and I used to, I'd listen to his stuff to laugh before I'd go to work. Sometimes during lunch, I'd listen to his stuff at work just because he was weird and fun. I'm gonna sneeze. 1 second. Sorry, I forgot the music's on the same button. I need to push a different button for that. But I'd listen to him play Minecraft and Terraria and stuff just because I had fun. I'm an adult. I'm at work. I'm in hold on 1 second. There we go. Anyway, but I didn't have the stuff. I didn't have an understanding of the tech, and I didn't have the stuff to make it look like something I would be happy to put out. And then I got to the point where I was like, you know what? Happy to put out would just be to put out. And then I got to the point where I started getting picky and learning about it. So I hope my stuff looks and sounds pretty good nowadays. I don't know that, but I hope it does. I still think GoldenEye is the best James Bond game ever. The N64 was my first gaming console anyway. That's fair. I think GoldenEye is fantastic. I don't know if it's my favorite James Bond game. I'm a huge fan of James Bond. We've been a huge fan. Me, my friends, my brother, we've all been big fans, specifically of the James Bond games, since they started really making James Bond games. Well, that's not fair. There's some James Bond games that came out way before that I would tell you not very good. But they started coming out with James Bond games, I think, pretty widespread in post GoldenEye. So GoldenEye came out. There's another one that came out also. I Can't Die Another Day, I think, for the 64, which was pretty good. And then they started coming out with them in the early 2000s quite a bit. Like it was. Hold on one second. I'm going to make an adjustment to my wiring. There we go. Yeah, early 2000s come along, they start making James Bond games that are a little bit more... They start making more of them. They make GoldenEye, which is kind of an interesting experiment. They make... not Die Another Day. Everything or Nothing, Nightfire, Agent Under Fire, From Russia with Love. And those are all fantastic. With the exception of GoldenEye. GoldenEye's okay. It's fun multiplayer, but the majority of those other games are just wonderful. Multiplayer, single player, you name it. I mean, From Russia with Love is so much fun, and then Everything or Nothing is great because it was an original story. It wasn't a play or spoof off of a movie, right? GoldenEye is the video game equivalent of the movie GoldenEye. But Everything or Nothing had a unique plot, unique villain, Pierce Brosnan Bond. It was really cool. I hear similar about GoldenEye. GoldenEye is a lot of fun. A lot of fun. One of the first great versus multiplayers, I think, that I ever really had experience with. I mean, I had experience with other little odds and ends like Faceball, but that was probably one of the best. Half-Life is another all-time favorite of mine, although I didn't grow up playing the 1998 PC game, the PS2 import from 2001. The PS2 import was pretty good. Orange Box import was great too for people who wanted to play Half-Life 2. I do have the PC copy, which was nice. Half-Life has stood the test of time. Valve is generally one of my favorite developers, and I'm sad they make so few games these days. They can't count to 3. That's their problem. They can't make a Half-Life 3. They can't make a, it's Half-Life, Half-Life 2, Half-Life 2 Part 1, Half-Life 2 Part 2. They couldn't get Half-Life 3. They couldn't make Left 4 Dead 3. They could, so it's like, you can only get so far when your numbers are so limited. My earliest videos I watched on YouTube were Gmod videos. Okay. All right. That makes sense. Timestamp check. Retro is currently sneezing after talking about Tobuscus. Tobuscus hasn't been on for a very long time, but one of the things I find so funny about that is his outro call thing used to be something to the equivalent of "bless your face" or something similar to, not the equivalent of, something similar to "bless your face. If you sneeze during this video, bless you," and then peace off. Which, of course, could be interpreted multiple ways. I don't think he still does videos. I do occasionally, though, even still go back and listen to the videos he did back then and get a laugh out of it. Just random stuff. I mean, I'm one of those who doesn't care if people find the sense of humor that I find funny if I enjoy it, right? I'm not pushing anything to anybody, so it's just, you know, I've had people where it's like, well, why'd you watch that? That wasn't funny. And I'm like, yeah. The reason that we don't have the same sense of humor is the reason that the world is such a special place, is because there is this room for difference. I was a big fan of the Runaway Guys back in the day. Also, Niga Higa and IMO still is some of YouTube's best. Oh yeah, Ryan Higa. He did the last thing that I think the last thing that I remember him doing, so this has been a minute, was the video that he did about how to sing like certain popular singers. I haven't seen his stuff since those days, so... Everything or Nothing is another pretty good James Bond game from 2004. Pierce Brosnan voiced 007 was the last time he played the character. It was. But you got villains you wouldn't normally have, and you could tie them into different military things, too. So you had... the main villain was Willem Dafoe. And... which is great, because Willem Dafoe is fantastic even to this day. And then we talked about the awesome way to kind of, where I was talking about how you can kind of link up some of these actors and the things that they're doing. And it was like, he played Clark in Clear and Present Danger, which is the lead guy in the Rainbow Six games, the guy that gives you your orders, basically. So really, really cool. Love that despite the failure of Die Another Day, at least Pierce Brosnan went off in a good note with Everything or Nothing. Yeah, I think so too. I think Everything or Nothing is great. Tobuscus was really was a nice, wholesome creator. He plagiarized a bit, but I'm sad he got ostracized from the allegations. Yeah, I'd heard the allegations. Maybe they're true, maybe they're not. I don't know. I don't want this to sound terrible, but I don't. If they're true and they're found to be true, then he should be in jail. And if they're false and they were found to be false, then he should be free. And I think he's free. So, and it's been a long time. So I know not everything goes to plan, but I don't think everything goes completely against plan either. I don't know. Is that the guy who swinged his sword? Swang. Yes, it is. It's the guy that did Nugget and a Biscuit and the Mini Minotaur and viral songs. A lot of his songs, even the ones, a lot of people I think kind of saw them as weird or less, you know, but it was like he did like trailer with lyrics, and then he would write his own. Honestly, musically, pretty darn gifted guy. I couldn't do it. He'd come up with something and write it into the... I think one of the ones that I thought was so fun is at the time that I think it was Assassin's Creed Revelations was coming out. That main trailer theme was such a good theme by Woodkid. And he did a parody of that, but of course he parodied also not just the song, but the fact that you couldn't quite understand what Woodkid was saying sometimes, because I don't believe Woodkid's first language was English. I think it's French. I could be wrong, though. It's been too many years. I mean, that was at least 15 years ago, I think. 14, 15 years ago. Yes, he can swing his sword. ESLing hard right now. I don't know what ESLing is. But it's alright. Welcome in, by the way, Otiana. Don't forget Jaws. I'm so fortunate to have met the late Richard Keel once. Oh, very nice. Hi, Otiana. Happy you made it. That's very sweet. Don't forget the... Wait, what? Don't forget the Jews. Don't forget Jaws is what I saw. I don't know about the... There's a lot of... Welcome in, Maki Sprite. There's a lot of... I don't know. I saw most Minecraft content at the time as too intrusive for my 10-year-old tastes. Well, Well, have I got news for you? The reason that I watched it was because it made me laugh while I was at work. I was nowhere near 10 years old at the time, but that's fair. I mean, it's perfectly okay. The moment when the content creator economy was starting forming the tendency of creating slop by jumping on any possible trend arrived. Yeah, I think like I didn't jump on any bandwagon, right? I just enjoyed what I enjoyed. And it's the same thing now with YouTube, is there's too much. It goes back to what I was talking about with being burdened with convenience, right? When you have everything, then the likelihood of somebody getting hit with analysis, this hyper kind of analysis paralysis, this kind of hyperactive analysis paralysis, hyperactive even kind of consumerist mindset, which I think is fine. I think being a consumer, I think capitalism's fine. But I think there's an obligation now for people, and it's kind of societally encouraged. It's like, let me watch. I need to watch everything that's out there. I need to see everything that's out there. Or if somebody comes up and they says, "Hey, they say, hey, haven't you seen this?" And you say no, you're kind of anathema for a minute. It's, for a little while, it's just like, no, we don't want to deal. You should go over there and do your thing and not be a part of this conversation. It's like, that's the burden of convenience. Somebody actually I think, or came out with a video fairly recently called "Don't Complete Your Backlog, It Doesn't Work." I disagree with the video, but I do agree with the premise, which is you shouldn't try to attack your backlog just because you want to attack your backlog. You should play games, have fun, and if you don't want to finish a game, you play a game halfway through and you're like, I'm done with this, be done with it. It's okay. If there's a game that everybody's interested in that you're not interested in, you just decide you're not going to pick it up, or maybe you'll pick it up when it gets discounted, it's fine. I am super excited about the new James Bond game that comes out next month, though. First Light, I am very excited. And it's a new Bond, which is interesting, but it'll be okay. I'm not going to lie, if I were to meet Pierce Brosnan in person, I would be complete starstruck. His Bond was very much my childhood hero. He's my favorite Bond. He's not my first Bond, but he is my favorite Bond. My first Bond was Sean Connery, of course. And then I honestly like, even though it's not Bond-esque, I really like the two movies with Timothy Dalton quite a lot. I think those are really good. And I have watched the comedy one. I cannot remember what Bond, the Bond actor was, but I have watched it. It was Orson Welles was the Le Chiffre. He was the bad guy. I used to watch Ed's World, if anyone remembers that. Ed Gould, the creator of the popular web cartoon, passed away on March 25th, 2012 at the age of 23 after a 6-year battle with acute lymphoblastic leukemia. I did not know about that, but I'm sorry that happened to him. I can take y'all into the journey of Minecraft soap drama level long machinimas made by people of my age at the time. I don't know. I mean, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt that there were a lot of people who were jumping into these kind of. I mean, you also had there was kind of coming off of the heels of, not really even coming off the heels of, the apex of machinimatic content. In the case of like Red versus Blue, right? Where Rooster Teeth is literally just filming them doing certain things inside of Halo, voicing that over after the fact, and then posting it. Which honestly is a smart way to do content creation. Now we're all jumping into AI, and I'm not for that at all. I very much detest AI. I'm on record of having said that several times, though. I remember I thought the end was a particularly fitting and somewhat touching send-off, where they brought Tord back and stuff. I don't know about that. I'm upset that they tried to revive it, though. Let the series end, people. Yeah, sure. I haven't seen it, but I've heard it wasn't very good. My favorite show at the time was Revenge of Herobrine. So I don't know. I don't know any of these. I don't know any of these shows. I watched Tobuscus randomly, and that was it. And then everybody got on the Markiplier train with Five Nights at Freddy's. I didn't jump on any train with him at all. I started enjoying his content fairly late. I guess he did a playthrough of Faith, which was a game that looked like something I would enjoy. It looked like something you would play on an Apple IIe. And I think I kind of started enjoying... He played Welcome to the Game, which I thought was fun because it was about hacking. And I worked in fiber optic design and cybersecurity at the time, and I wanted to see how outlandish it was. But I think for the most part, Welcome to the Game and Faith were kind of what got me into him. And and really horror, just kind of like retro-inspired horror games got me into. Because if anybody's not played Faith, it's technically a trilogy. I think it's sold as one. It's about $15, and it's like it's designed in what looks to be the engine you would play the shooting segments of the Oregon Trail. For anybody who's played that or seen, I've played it on the channel. We passed. I think we lost 1 out of our 5 people, but we made it to Oregon. And I think that's kind of when I jumped on that. And I've been and Game Grumps. I was a Game Grumps fan. Back when they started, it was an acquired taste because they were a lot more crass than I was used to. Because I couldn't listen to them at work. Right? They started off, and then it was like I didn't have wireless headphones or anything like this, you know. And so I'm listening. You know, it's like there's a lot of crass. I have to be like there's some. If I was watching the early Game Grumps episodes, people would turn their head, you know, if they heard some of the stuff. So I was like, okay. But I've been like a Game Grumps fan since their inception, 2011 or 12. I think it's 2012. But even still, it's like, yeah, I still like their stuff. I mostly like their retro stuff, which I love that they're going back to doing. They went back and like played Dick Tracy, I think. You know, that's the stuff I really love because that's the stuff I can relate to. Those are the, you know, stuff like that are the games that I grew up with you know, Atari and NES. I'd recommend at least giving it a watch if you don't like it. It's not too much of a loss. Another YouTuber I loved who's no longer with us was Kitty0706, Colin Wickoff. He did Gmod videos. Elliot Goes to School on YouTube. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I remember those. Hey, Knight, how you doing? It's been a minute. Yeah, I do these. I don't do these every weekend. I try to, but I'm usually here some point in time on the weekends for a little while. Doing okay. Voice is a little sore today, but otherwise doing well. I hope you're doing well also. Colin passed away on January 25th, 2015 at age 20 due to complications from acute lymphoblastic leukemia. Everybody seems to get acute lymphoblastic leukemia that fall into the YouTube space around around the 2010s decade. Died at 23 from the same thing, died at 20 from the same thing. Everybody seemed to get acute lymphoblastic leukemia, which of course is terrible, but the last person that I actually knew to die of acute lymphoblastic leukemia died over 30 years ago, and she was in her 70s. I think she was 76. Her last name was Coco. I'm a big fan of JonTron, and I like Ego Raptor stuff. Heck, I enjoy Ninja Sex Party 2 Game Grumps, though. Just can't jive, but that's fair. JonTron, I love. I think JonTron's hilarious. Ego Raptor stuff, specifically like the Sequelitis, and even the old Awesome series, I thought was fun. I do think Ninja Sex Party's hilarious. I like their stuff. And I do think Danny's got a really good voice for their cover albums. They've done the Under the Covers albums. I think those are good. But the Game Grumps stuff that I liked, they've kind of started what I believe to be coming into themselves, because there are a lot. I agree with you that there are a lot of eras that you can jump into, and it's just not easy. You jump into the early ones, they're very, very crass, very, very abrasive. There is some comedy and fun to be had there, but it's just, you know. And then I would say the early Dan years are pretty fun, like him playing Punch-Out, Super Mario Bros. 2, that kind of stuff. And then there's a big stint in the in-between, which I thought, like, from 2016 to, like, 2020, I couldn't really jive with most of the stuff that came out there either, because it seemed like they'd kind of spent the comedy bucket, and it was dry and empty. And then, it was like there was like the joke of, did Sonic defecate whilst running? And it's like, okay, that's not one of those, big brain humor moments. That's just one of those, like, maybe a shower thought, I think people call it now. And then they kind of started going back into, like, where they're playing retro games again. They played Uninvited. They played Dick Tracy, like I said. There's another one that they played, and I can't remember. They played Clue for the Super Nintendo. Those are the ones I go towards. I didn't care for Supermarket Simulator. I didn't care for... And the Space Bear compilations are pretty fun, too. I'll say that. Like, where they put music in. I think those are pretty fun, also. But if you don't jive with them, you don't jive with them. That's just what happens. That's okay, too. That's internet curse. Could be. Couldn't be worse. So down in the gutters, you could call me the Gaping Dragon. Don't worry if you don't get the reference. I'm afraid I don't get the reference, but I'm sorry to hear that. I wouldn't say couldn't be worse, because I do know that it doesn't matter where you are, it can be worse. I've done that where I've, over the vast amount of years where I'll be down in something and I'll say, this is the worst it'll ever be, and then 5 years later something worse happens. So I would hope that this is the worst that you'll ever experience, though. If that's the case, and I hope that you're much more on the upswing and that there are better things and good things coming for you. For certain. Haven't seen you on stream before. Yeah, Knight's been around. It's he gets to pop in on occasion, sadly, not as frequently. But it's always nice to get to hear from him, and I hope you're doing well. And if there's anything we can do to help, please do let us know. I mean, whatever we can do would be try our best, of course. The Pharaoh's Curse. It was a time when the FBI was testing distant white cell composition control by intercepting internal electric signals of living cells. It's funny you say that too, because there are a ton of weird things that happen, specifically Vietnam. There are a ton of weird things that our three-letter agencies decided they were going to give a shot to. If you ever want something fun, go take a look at some of the different chemical weapons they tried to develop in Vietnam that didn't make it to the field. There's some really interesting ones that'll make you go, are you serious? Laid to rest within the YouTubes. I don't tend to be here much, but I'm a longtime friend. Yeah, absolutely. He's been around for a good long while. It's always a pleasure to get to talk with him when we get to. But I obviously, I hope and wish the best for you. I truly do. I used to like Nostalgia Critic, but after all the controversy that came out in 2018, I stopped watching. He's okay. I don't know what the controversy is, but he was okay. I really would only ever go to him for certain reviews that I was interested on. His sense of humor and mine don't seem to just jive, really, but smart people answer me, was Smosh ever funny? I don't know. I know very little about Smosh. I've seen little snippets of things. I've seen a joke or two that I thought was great. I don't remember the Damon, I think the comedian's name was. I saw, I've seen one or two little joke things that he's done that I thought were pretty solid, but I don't know the channel on the whole, and I don't know what it started out like or any of that. And I don't know that I'm a smart person either, so I'm answering you based upon my very limited experience. Let's put it that way. Weird intersection of YouTube streams and actual mutual community. Oh. The last Mario game I ever played was Super Mario Sunshine from 2002. There are some really good Mario games though. Which is a shame because you do kind of want to buy them. Super Mario Wonder was great. Super Mario Wonder was really good. Just as far as latest ones go. Retro, on the topic of Let's Plays group, since you seem to appreciate more high-minded type things, have you ever tried setting through anything from brain scratch comms? I don't know what that is, but I would give it a shot. I don't know that I appreciate more high-minded things, but I appreciate that. But I certainly would give it a shot to see if it's something that I enjoy. As far as fun, kind of, you know, quote-unquote high-minded things, I like to listen generally to lectures about two people steel manning a position on usually ethereal stuff. Sometimes it's scientific, but most of the time it's religious. Not that I have a religious like that I'm dogmatically religious or a-religious, but I like to hear something that I don't think we have the capacity to have the answer for at this point in time. I like to hear both people's perspective on it. I just don't watch YouTube streams often in general. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. I don't think so. I didn't think they were popular. I don't think so. I didn't think that when they were popular at minimum. I don't know much about them, to be absolutely honest, though. That was my answer based on the very small snippets I've seen. I don't think I've ever seen any full episode of anything with them. As someone whose English is not his first language, that really sounded like you meant that in a bad way. LMFAO, but I know what you mean. Linguist activated. What's your native language? Nice. Sorry, I don't like to say that as it gives away where I'm from, and I don't like telling people that. That's fair. We constantly tend to say, I hope that'll be the worst thing that ever happened to you as a gesture of basic support. Yeah, I mean, I think I've gone on spiels before saying that I think negative is a positive. It's a weird thing, but I think that it's basic chaos theory, right? If you don't have a bad, then you can't understand a good. If everything is good, then nothing is good because everything becomes average, right? That good that you think you're experiencing becomes average, therefore you generally will become more jaded, less enthusiastic about it, and you won't really appreciate it. So bad things balance out good things, right? You don't know what peace is unless you know what conflict looks like. You don't know what light is until you've had dark. You don't know what things are usually without an opposite reaction occurring. And so it's an understanding that negative things have to happen. It's a wish that the valleys in which they occur don't have to get deeper than they already are. Nothing against you. I tend to get harassed and bullied a lot because of where I'm from, even from people who seem extremely friendly. No, perfectly fair. Again, you don't have to share anything you don't want to. It's the internet, and there is some good that is afforded through the anonymity that is given on the internet, but at the same time, let's not weaponize that anonymity to be rude to other people either, which of course nobody here is, but just a general statement about the state of anonymity on the internet. Stanford prison experiment, which I've talked about already. This is basically that. Russian 100%. Well, let's not guess. Well, I mean, let's not guess if he's not willing to share, or they're not willing to share, if she's not willing to share. Whomever all you might be referring to in that. Freddie Starr will always be my favorite British comedian, not to mention he was born and bred in Liverpool, like my late mom. Oh, that's good. That's good. Again, I'm a Hugh Laurie and Stephen Fry kind of guy, but I get it. Just tell everyone you're Galatian. Nobody bullies Galatian. I'm not sure if I understand Galatian or no, that's that has to be Galatian, right? I don't know what that reference is, but I think that's probably fine. Hot take on Nostalgic Critic, his reviews were better when they had skits. The skits reinforced the point he was making, and they added actual humor, where his I'm so angry persona never did. Well, and his persona was very, like, again, AVGN inspired, so the skits gave it something to kind of make it more unique. Same thing with Angry Joe. I'm not a huge Angry Joe fan at all. Not because he's bad, just not my style, you know? But it was like the little skits can make things kind of fun, because even if you're copying that somebody else does skits, you're not copying specifically what skits they're doing. Hope you're doing well, at least. Yeah. Negative eeks neg. Sure. This is one of the many reasons I stopped watching The Nostalgia Critic, even putting aside a 2018 controversy, allegations of toxic workplace conditions, bullying, mismanagement, and failing to properly compensate contributors at Channel Awesome. The decline in Doug Walker's content had already become impossible to ignore. At some point, his reviews stopped being entertaining and started feeling like a chore to sit through. The humor is painfully forced, with jokes that either drag on far too long or fall completely flat. What used to feel energetic and creative now come across as tired, formulaic, and desperate to recapture something that clearly isn't there anymore. That's fair. I mean, again, I would stop in on occasion, see some of the stuff and go, oh, there was a funny gag here, but I was never an avid consumer. As much as I'd like to say I just wanted to pop in and say hi, I'll be seeing you later, hopefully, just hanging out with my boyfriend right now. Oh yeah, no problem. It's always a pleasure to get to see you, and I hope things go well for you, and my best wishes to both you and your boyfriend, and it was a pleasure. Thank you so much. Have fun, SNK. SNK, I didn't realize that was the abbreviation, but SNK, I love the company SNK, so that's really cool that happened to line up that way. The real problem, though, is the quality of the reviews themselves. His video on Rango is a perfect example of everything that's gone wrong. Instead of offering genuine critique, he seems to grasp at anything he can label as a flaw, regardless of whether it actually holds up. That's why very little substance behind the points. There's very little substance behind the points he makes, just exaggerated nitpicks and complaints that often feel like they stem from a fundamental misunderstanding of the film. It's not insightful, it's not clever, and it certainly isn't convincing. And a lot of it, it's kind of like AVGN, right? But again, AVGN, the point was never to tell you a genuine review on the game. It was to be hyperbolic in all cases and make it seem as if everything was bad about things that were actually good games, right? Castlevania 2 is a weird game. First video he makes is on Castlevania 2, and yet it's not a bad game. It is the game that inspired one of the greatest Castlevania games, several of the great Castlevania games now, the Symphony of the Night. And he was just going off on all of the nitpicks about it, right? Whereas on this, you're actually kind of hoping to get something genuine out of it. I'm thankful I changed my name from Undead to Skeletal. Otherwise, people would call me UNK by people. Yeah. Fair enough. SNK is awesome, though. So, it's a cool abbreviation. I think I'll just, unless you'd rather be SNK, though, I think I'd probably just rather call you Knight. I think that's what we've done. What makes it worse is that it is an isolated case. It's become the norm. The reviews feel less like thoughtful analysis and more like someone going through the motions, relying on a worn-out formula and hoping the audience won't notice how shallow it's become. Unco. Yeah, thankfully, not applicable. Doug Walker may still have an audience, but he's long past his peak. At this stage, he feels like a relic of an earlier era of internet content, still doing the same act while everything around him has moved on and improved. Meanwhile, much of his former audience has found better, more intelligent, more engaging creators who actually respect the material they're discussing. I will make an argument on that. I mean, I'm not necessarily saying that he's evolved. I don't know. I haven't watched his stuff in a long, long time. But I don't think that most of what, in my understanding, most of that has not gotten better. Moved, yes, but I don't think most of content around gaming, entertainment, reviews, ratings, things I don't think it's improved. I honestly think that that's kind of a deteriorated area of the internet and of YouTube, personally. So, that's one of my major critiques about it, is it always makes you feel like either they're being paid for the review, or it makes you feel like that they are either they're being paid for the review, or they didn't actually play it, or the person who played it didn't actually have interest in playing it because it was just their job. And so all of those things color the review itself, right? If you have to play the game, even though it wasn't something you were particularly interested in, your score is probably not going to be as good as somebody who would be interested in actually playing that type of game. It's like, oh, well, you're our resident first-person shooter guy, but our RPG guy is currently reviewing an RPG. More RPGs have come out this year. FPS guy who doesn't like RPGs, play through this RPG and give it a review. It's automatically going to get a lower review, and it's not really going to appeal well to people that are RPG fanatics, and they don't write it to really consider that audience either. So I think maybe from the beginnings of the changes, I think those things could have happened, but I don't think that much. I don't think that the internet, in my personal opinion, the internet as it pertains to reviewing media and video games and movies, specifically video games, I don't think it's gotten better. I don't think that, I'm not arguing that Channel Awesome is better, but I am arguing that I don't think much else, I don't think much more of most of the surrounding channels either. And my channel's no exception. I'm not revolutionary, but that was never the point. My point wasn't to break out and be something, content creator revolutionary. It was to create an environment where people could kind of go back to basics, where we talk to people with respect and about topics that are interesting to us at the moment. You don't have to be here. I'm glad you are, but I'm not looking at the numbers. I'm just interested in the conversation and playing a game that I'll have fun playing. Everybody comes and says, you need to play this or this or this. That's not what this channel's about. Maybe I will play that, but let me play it when it feels, good. Because that's also the best chance I'm going to have at liking it and doing something fun with it, But I think everybody else is interested in making content, and I don't think that's the goal. I think it's, that's not my goal. Let's put it that way. I'd rather not be called SNK. Thank you very much. Oh, sure. No, I think we'll stick to night. Cultural properties into mediocrity is anything worthwhile. Hold on. Cultural properties into mediocrity is anything worthwhile of resentments and sentimental ramblings. Not sure I understand your meaning. Cultural properties into mediocrity. What specific properties? What specific cultural properties? I'm curious. Like, obviously, I would argue that we have a culture of mediocrity, or we've become comfortable with mediocrity. I think that's because, again, of the burden of convenience. I think the burden of convenience causes a culture of mediocrity, especially if you're hyper-consumeristic, where the intent is just to buy what comes out, regardless of the quality of the thing that comes out, because you're being pushed in that direction. Anything worthwhile of resentments and sentimental ramblings, which, of course, so on that side of it, obviously, I don't know which ramblings, if we're talking about mine or just general internet. Obviously, that's going to be the nature of pretty well any conversation, though, right? Is you're going to talk about the things that interest you, either with a resentful attitude or a sentimental attitude. If it's neutral, you're probably not going to talk much about it, right? If it's not something that interests you, you're probably not going to talk much about it. So that's me trying to understand. You may have had a better meaning than my interpretation of that, but that's my 2 cents. His Lorax review is the best work, in my opinion. He wrung an incredibly sharp critique of modern Hollywood out of mass-produced kids' movie slop. Fair. That's good. Imagine if death is an experience encapsulated within a subjective sense as the process within a mind that exists at the moment, making suffering of dying a repeated process for subjective eternity. I don't think... it could be, but then that would mean death is simply the illusion. So let me, again, I'm not quite understanding exactly what you might mean there, but my thought would be, if death is the experience that is within a subjective sense in the moment, then it can't be death. We'll go back to an ancient Greek philosophy. I think it was Pythagoras who had posited that death is a thing that we cannot experience, because where death is, we can no longer be, and where we are, death is not. It would be interesting if that were the case, though, and that would also feed kind of more into simulation theory. If death was experiential, or were experiential, or it has to pay, if it's not simulation theory, it has to play into the idea of death strictly being of the human body, and not of, there has to be an afterlife, right? In that regard, obviously I'm not saying there has to be an afterlife, but in order to experience death, you would have to experience the jump. Death would basically be a hyphen. in the middle of this sentence. And the idea would be I'm having to use that hyphen to jump from one understanding to the other. And so my understanding of the previous word, my reading of the previous word, has completed. So death is the understanding that I need to jump past the hyphen to the beginning of the next part of that word or sentence. But if we're just talking about it being subjective sense of, then it either has to mean that there is an afterlife, or it has to mean that it isn't death. It can't be death. We have to define it by something else. Because we only ever experience death, as far as I'm aware, we only ever experience death through the proxy of watching someone die. Our own death is not something we experience because we're not there anymore when it happens. Dying, we understand, but death itself, no. Good Bad Flicks is one of the few YouTubers I still follow. At least he sticks to his guns, yeah. And doesn't try to jump the shark with his content like some people do. Yeah, that's good. I think that's fine. I'm fortunate that I'm in the Ling sphere, since one of the best channels like... hold on, wait a minute. I'm fortunate that I'm in the Ling sphere, since one of the best channels like that I've found recently is a Conlag Whiter YouTuber, I guess. Conlang? I'm not sure what those are. I'm not sure what Ling or Conlang are. I'm sorry. I believe... I'm not... I used to be friends with a YouTuber named Terry Cooper, but I fell out with him last year because he took a lighthearted comment of mine out of context, while also revealing his true colors of being a middle-aged, self-centered narcissist. And I can't forget he's an out-of-control ego. No wonder why he has a habit of rubbing people the wrong way. I mean, I can't disagree. I mean, so I can't commentate factually on the falling out that you've had, obviously, and I'm not going to try and defend somebody I don't know. I do think that's a big accusation to levy, though. Middle-aged, that's definitive, right? If you know the age of the person, you know that's in the... But a self-centered is a perception, but a narcissist, generally that's a diagnosis. So I assume that this was a pretty heavy falling out. And I'm sorry that you had to deal with that. I apologize that was the way things had been. It has been hell over here. Our average temp has been 41 degrees Celsius, 105. Today's peak was 43 at 109, and tomorrow's expected to be a high of 45 degrees. So yeah, that's definitely miserable. We live in a desert area. Me and my wife and our daughter, we live in a desert area too. So I can understand. Those are temperatures that we get. We usually, I think our average summer is about 115 to 121 Fahrenheit. So I mean, we get it. It's miserable. I hate it. I live here because opportunity is what it is, and I get paid well. But yeah, if we can move, we've talked about moving to Colorado. We've talked about moving to Washington State or Oregon. We absolutely would love to move to a place that has a cooler climate. But all of those places are very expensive to live in. And you don't get a higher quality of living for spending the extra money. It's the same, it's just the weather, really. But that's ancient history now, not the first Fallout I had. I just closed the book and moved on. That's fair. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. I mean, regardless of what went down, how it went down, the specifics, it's never good. It's never fun when you have to cut someone, a former friend or whomever out. I get that. That's miserable. So I'm sorry that you had to deal with that. Imagine how it feels like in Phoenix, Arizona. They're probably envious of you. No. I mean, luckily, I have teammates in Phoenix, and they're actually doing okay. It's not quite that terrible. I mean, it's bad. It's hot, but it's not. I wouldn't say they envy that. I'd say it's probably at this point it's just. Because I honestly think Phoenix has been oddly, and I could be wrong, I think Phoenix has been oddly cool. If I'm not mistaken, it's been like in the 70s and 80s, and they've actually been getting rain. So it gets hot, don't get me wrong, but it's I think it's actually been decently cool and somewhat precipitous there in terms of rain, not in terms of social climate. Now, global warming's still doing what it's doing, and about a quarter to a half a century, you probably can't live there anymore. It'd probably be too hot, but for now, seems to be okay. Seems to have Shadow deleted a message of mine that explained what I meant. Sorry, Retro. Oh. Yeah, I didn't see it. I mean, you're happy to re-explain. I don't have any filters, as far as I know, on my thing. And I don't see a moderator in chat, so I don't... Yeah, I don't know what happened. I'm sorry. You're more than welcome to retype it if you want to, or send it to me in a different... Whatever is comfortable. I'm not deleting any messages. I haven't, at least. But I apologize. I didn't really watch any of these people, so I got nothing. Saw JonTron a few times, I suppose. That's fair. I think JonTron stuff's pretty funny, honestly. I think he's made some really, really funny stuff. I think he's a great comedian. I really do. I think he's funny. And he's usually takes these big hiatuses. I think for the most part it's to create, but I think now my understanding is this latest one is probably because his wife is pregnant. So, which is such a cool, I don't know. And I like some of his old stuff too. He did one where he just kind of jumped on and like played online Super Nintendo with a guy. Did You Know Gaming, I think? And I thought that it's just kind of fun to watch. I don't know. That's just me. It's cold and rainy here. Oh, that's nice. It's hot here too. It's not. I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's 109 right now. I think it's like 90 something Fahrenheit. 90 Fahrenheit. So not terrible. Not great, but 90 Fahrenheit. I'm jealous of you. Yep, fair. It's been 20 degrees today over here where I live in the UK. Oh, okay. Alright. Well then that's... I mean... it's, that's pretty comfortable. Or at least I would think so. That's not even 70 degrees Fahrenheit, so that's not too bad. If it starts to get hotter, it turns into a death sentence for me. Oh yeah, I bet that's miserable. I bet that's... I mean, it's... Again, I can... Like I said, I live in the desert too. I live in a... Obviously, I'm sure we live in two very different places, desert-wise, but the temperatures are very similar. You're the only person I've seen to give Fahrenheit and Celsius when talking, Skeletal. I greatly appreciate that since I'm a dim goon. That is very kind. Wet bulb event or no joke. Stay safe. Yep. I think many non-Americans forget American uses weird units, and many Americans forget other places exist in the world. That's a good way to put that. I think America is one of only two places in the world to use the imperial system of measurement, right? Inches and such, and so there's one other place, I can't remember where it is, but it's the only place that I can think of. The only place is everybody else is using metric, which is probably the smart way to go about things. That's because I know at least Retro here is American, and I know you guys use Fahrenheit, so I tend to say Celsius, and if they know how to convert, they can. If they don't, I give Fahrenheit. It was very kind of you. You didn't give me the temperature in Kelvin, so I think you're inconsiderate and also rude. I don't know very many places that mention that maybe I'm wrong, but I'm sure there are places that do it, but I don't know many places that commonplace measure their outside temperature in Kelvin. Chemical reactions and such, certainly, absolutely, in fact, but yeah. What event? I'm gonna head off now and have dinner. Later, Hammerhead's 33rd birthday. Here I come. Hey, good luck. Happy birthday. Happy early birthday. Have a great dinner. It was a pleasure to get to talk with you, and I'm glad you had so much fun at this latest con. So I hope more fun for you. So have a wonderful day, a wonderful weekend. You have to say your time. It should be roughly 8:15. So yeah. Basically, I was saying I appreciate jumping the shark. Jumping the shark, and I get that most easily from YouTube. Fewer people seem to have that approach with time, though. I appreciate jumping the shark, and I get yeah. I mean, I agree with that. I can see that. It's I think a lot of times too, when we're doing that, we're making an assumption that trying to do something that's different, or even when you're I think a lot of the people that create they want to take artistic licenses, and I think people like change, but I think people also like routine, and I think that there's a really interesting, probably not so well navigated balance, and so the numbers game comes into effect, where it's the channel that made the right jump at the right time for your particular sensibilities, your particular enjoyment, not even sensibilities. Well, I don't forget other places exist. I just don't have much reason to use Celsius since it doesn't come up here. That's fair. That's fair too. UK. Wet bulb events are when temperature outside is such that a thermometer covered in damp cloth will show temperature above what is tolerable for humans. Yep. Such events are projected to increase with time. Yeah. Global warming. And a lot of other more complicated things. I just have a medical problem related to heat, which can get serious, and that's why heat is not good for me. I get it. Heat's not good for me, but I actually have an allergy to the sunlight. I actually have a skin allergy to sunlight. I cannot be in direct sunlight for long periods of time. It doesn't matter if it's hot or cold. I can't do it. So I am the weird guy that wears a nice collared long sleeve shirt year round. Sorry to hear that. Stay safe. Yeah, absolutely. Be safe, for sure. Heat stroke is dangerous for anybody, not just. I mean, so if you've got things that make that even worse, then absolutely. But yeah, I have a condition. It's not even the heat. I have a condition which prevents me from being out in direct sunlight. Period. I have to be covered up, or otherwise I end up my skin begins to burn pretty intensely, pretty negatively. I tend to avoid goodness sakes. I tend to avoid Western retro games because of all of the evil that was made by that rotten witch, Roberta Williams. I wonder what makes her a rotten witch. I hadn't heard anything terribly negative about her, but I'm not going to lie. I absolutely love Sierra games. I've been a Sierra fan for decades. King's Quest, Space Quest, Police Quest, Black Cauldron. I will say that there's a game that if you're a fan of the game type, but you're not a fan of the if you're not a fan of her, but you're a fan of the game type, there's a game that came out in 24 called The Crimson Diamond, and it's pretty great. I've been playing it. It's very much inspired by Sierra, but it's not made by Sierra in any way. They were bought by Vivendi years ago. I wear collared shirts and pants year round too. No condition. I just have fashion. Sometimes I switch it out for a long skirt instead. Yeah, that's all right. I mean, that's fine. Vampire? Nope, not well. No, because I don't believe vampires exist. I've made this joke before. It is funny. I do have an allergy to. I have a couple of allergies that prevent me. I have an allergy to direct sunlight, which causes issue. Vampires, this is the thing. Vampires, think about Dracula. Dracula could be in sunlight. Everybody always thinks vampires can't be in the light. Dracula could be in the sun. He just didn't have the same amount of power that he had when he was in the dark. But he could be in the sun. He could walk in sunlight. It never hurt him. And then that started to become a part of the myth. But I do have a funny series of allergies. Like I have an allergy to oligosaccharides. Garlic is the biggest offender, right? Onions also offend quite a lot though, right? But garlic is the biggest offender. I have a mental condition, we'll say. I'm not going to go into detail, but that causes me to have a sensory sensitivity. So I hear, I see, I smell, I taste everything more than your average person. And so that's part of the reason that staying away from those types of things, because I can smell garlic from, I can smell if my wife is wearing vanilla lip balm, I can smell it from across the house. So I try to stay away from those. But everybody goes vampires. Like, nah, it's just a weird amalgam of conditions. I'm fine. I live fine. I do fine. Work. I've been a productive member of society for decades. Or productive, I'll put that in quotes. But it is interesting. It is fun when you say that. Everybody's first jump is, a vampire? Nah. Just odd human, I'm sure. Shorts in winter and sweatpants in summer. My wardrobe choices transcend weather and reasoning. That's funny. Maki is clothes mogging. I don't know what that means, but I think that's funny nonetheless. Oh, there we go. Had to look up what mogging is. No, I just make decisions I regret shortly after. Well done. I like that. That was funny. I don't know what that means. I don't know what mogging is. But I don't imagine I would be a particularly happy person in sweatpants in the summer. I usually will trade materials, right? So I will 9 times out of 10 when I'm wearing clothing, I'm wearing a collared shirt, a pair of pants, suspenders to keep the pants from not being pants very well, and then a tie and a vest. That's my go-to. And in winter, I'll trade it from cotton or wool, depending on what I'm wearing, to something more like a breathable poly, right? Something that's a little bit more light. So I have that, but that's about it. Oh, with what you'd said earlier, Retro, I guess a fun fact is that over here, over here, though, we use metric, and in formal cases, we actually use imperial when it comes to measuring height. Oh, okay. So you don't measure in meters and centimeters generally when doing height. You're doing feet and centimeters on that, but metric for almost everything else. Okay, very nice. I don't know if that's the case anywhere else, but over here it is. Oh, fair. I know it's the case in Canada, South Africa, Namibia, and in the UK. I think it's also in some parts of the EU. Gotta say, I'm not sure. I mean, again, it's all. There are all kinds of, because there are instances where, even if we're not talking about just directly metric to imperial, we also have other metrics that I guess are measured that are not necessarily directly. So, for example, in metric, you're measuring in kg, right, kilograms, and in some places you're measuring in stone. In informal cases, though, in formal cases, especially governmental, we use metric. That's fair. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's kind of interesting how things are, and I think it's fine, but it's one of those where you get this, you get this kind of, like we do, obviously we use imperial, we use feet and inches, fine, right? Instead of meters and centimeters, which I think would be fine. But then you also use for like weight, you would use, like, in some places, again, you use stone. I don't think that quite aligns with either of those systems perfectly. So it's like, that's interesting. Usually when at home, especially during the most depressing periods of my time when I go to work, my usual attire consists of very lengthy red shoes with inflated sole, very wide yellow pants with red dot pattern, and large red sphere on top of my nose for additional protection from cold. That does sound very much like what we might stereotypically assume a clown to wear, though. If that is your job, a professional clown as an entertainer, know that you have my full support, because unlike the vast majority of people who seem to have, for whatever reason, found clowns a horror icon, I adore clowns. I grew up when I was younger, and they had circus clowns, and I thought they were hilarious. I am one of the few people that love mimes and clowns as entertainers, and I really, really am sad that everybody seems to be afraid of clowns. I'm really, really sad about that, because I remember loving clowns, and I still love clowns. The Terrifier, they have is a clown with like sharp teeth. I think he's adorable. His little tiny hat cracks me up. Like, I don't think if I saw the guy in real life, I'd be like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna die. I mean, maybe I would, but he's got a tiny hat. I'd be like, oh man, this is gonna be fun. I've never had a fear of clowns, and I don't have a fear. And I've watched It. I've watched all of the It's. I watched, of course, I love Tim Curry, so obviously I've watched it, but I never have had a fear of clowns. Clowns isn't a profession, it's an academic study. Yeah, but an academic study leads to a profession, does it not? I mean, a mathematician is an academic study, but then a mathematician is also a profession. Ask Ramanujan, probably one of the greatest mathematicians that the world has ever seen. I believe Ramanujan was from India, and just the most brilliant mathematical mind we've seen. And he was both an academic, he was pursuant in academia, but he was also, I mean, it became a profession. He was brilliant. So maybe that's the case. Maybe to be a clown isn't a profession. Maybe it's strictly academic study. But then after academic study is done, I would wonder then when the clowns would start to make money, because a profession would be how you get the money, right? I've been a professional clown before, but I didn't get paid. Oh, that's sad. That's fun though. I think that's fun. Actual clown fan, I can't believe it. On a related note, have you ever read Homestruck? Several major characters are clowns. I haven't. I have not. Yeah, I do. I really do. I love clowns. I think they're fun. I really do. Huh? Who? I may have missed some of the convo because I was doing something, but came back to this. Let me look through who all we were talking about. We said Otiana talked about clowns. I said I was a big fan of clowns. He made a joke. He or she made a joke on, or a commentary about wearing things that you might associate with a clown. I said I am a clown fan. I enjoy clowns as entertainers. And then we got on to Otiana said clowns isn't a profession, it's an academic study. And I talked about, and a species, which species I can't argue, right? But I argued that most academic studies do become professions, and I think I used the example of Ramanujan. I used the example of Ramanujan, who I believe Ramanujan was from India, but one of the most absolutely brilliant mathematicians in all of history. And then copyright said an actual clown fan, so that's me. That's them talking about me again. And then you said who. So I don't know if that filled in whichever blank there might have been there, but. Oh, you heard something about... Yeah, I was talking about Ramanujan. The mathematician, Ramanujan. I'm probably saying the name wrong, but I don't... Anybody who knows who that is probably could say the name better than I can. But anyway, I believe he was from India. He died when he was like super young, but he was just one of the most brilliant mathematicians of all time. Just absolutely genius. And I was using him as an example of somebody who turned what would have been an academic pursuit into a profession. So. I was doing something. Okay. We should research why the most influential people in computer science are Dutch. That would be interesting. That would be very interesting. Yep. Yeah. Ramanujan and family. Yeah. Okay. If that was the blank, yeah. Though the person from India would be Ramanujan. Yeah. Sorry about that. I was saying I'm dumb jokingly just clowning around. Oh, okay. Oh, I mean, again, I have respect for you. If you were a professional clown for a time, even if you did it as a gig, I like clowns. I do. I know who you're talking about. He is from India. Okay, I thought he was. If I remembered correctly, he was one of my. I'm nowhere near as talented as him, but he was one of my great. Just kind of reading about him and his life, he was one of my great inspirations for being interested in math. I don't know if I could say his first name very well, just because I don't think my tongue is gifted enough for it. But yes, I'm probably saying the last name wrong too. I'm sure somebody who has a more gifted tongue for languages might be able to correct me in that regard. But for me, I was a big fan of his work in math. So I'm gonna take a quick break though, and then I'll jump into the game. Just because it's been really nice, but we've been getting to talk here for about an hour and a half, a little over, and I think it'd be nice to jump in and have some fun and some informality. So and I also need some green tea. So I'm going to grab some green tea so that I can refresh my throat. So let me turn this over to, I have to remember what button it is. I don't actually have to remember what button it is. I can click this button up here and I know that I'll get the right thing. So 1 second, please. Apparently the pronunciation is Srinivasa Ramanujan. Srinivasa. I'll need to work on that. Srinivasa Ramanujan. Ramanujan, I knew if I said it, people would probably at least understand. I don't know about him, but I can tell that he's from South India, most likely around the area they call Tamil Nadu or Kerala. Okay, I probably butchered those too. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm sure that's probably right. Yeah, but anyway, big fan. I mean, yes, I know. I don't know geographically where that lands, but I know that his contributions to math are just absolutely amazing. I don't really get clowns. I have a younger sibling that used to be terrified of. A lot of people are. I don't understand it. Tamil Nadu, says Wikipedia. Okay. All right. If you want to pronounce Indian names correctly, just do stereotypical Indian accent. I don't know what stereotypical Indian accents sound like. I'm very lucky in the place that I live. We have a lot. It's ironic that I have a lot of great friends, partners, and business owners that I work with from India and from Nepal. And I don't think there's a stereotypical Indian accent, because I can talk to two of my business owners from India and they don't sound the same. And I can talk to two of my Nepali business owners and they don't sound the same. And then my Nepali and my Indian business owners don't sound the same. I don't know that I know what a stereotypical accent should sound like. I've listened to too many and the accents are just, yeah, I mean, there's similarities like there are with any language, but that's the I don't know if I would be able to tell you what a good accent would be. I don't have it. I don't have the skill, but I have a great many friends. I actually have a great many friends that work down here with me that are from India and are from Nepal, and so I will probably get to work with them to learn to speak it more gracefully eventually. That's not the entire correct pronunciation. No, I don't know. I was going to say I'll have to work on it. I'll have to look at it and see. I left out Iyengar or Iyengar, since most people leave it off. Okay. The correct is Srinivasa. Srinivasa. I need to work on that. I don't think I have Ramanujan. Right, so Ramanujan. Okay, that's the one. That Ramanujan. That's the part. That's why I say that. That's as close as I think I can get. I'm gonna practice on his name. But let me step away for just a second, grab some tea, and I will be right back. Let's see. The stereotypical one is the more memed one. India has over 1,000 languages. There are a ton of different accents throughout the... Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, I've not been to India, but a lot of the people that I get to work with are... I mean, again, we have a huge population of people that come from different parts of India and of Nepal, and they all bring different and unique things to it. So it's just very... It's very, it would be very difficult for me to find an actual, like, stereotype. I mean, a stereotype, like you're talking about the mimetic one, that could be the case. But... I don't know if you forget, but I am. No, I didn't forget, but it seemed like earlier in the conversation you didn't want to... It seemed like earlier in the conversation you didn't want to let that out, and so I was politely not... making mention of that, so that I wouldn't share something you didn't want to share. That's why I was walking around it. I know about Indian languages. I am a linguist. I'm trying to be helpful to Retro. I'm monolingual Anglophone. You say a monolingual Anglophone. I'm curious. My native language obviously is English, but monolingual would assume that I only can speak one language, would it not? There are other languages I have acquired. Most of them are dead languages, but they are still languages that I'm well understood in, and as well as written languages that are also unique. I know that I'm saying how it sounds like. I'm sure it sounds like that, Antonio. Yes, I defer to you. I didn't want to, but times call. Times call for yeah. Times call for desperate time, urgent time. Yeah, desperate times call for desperate. Yeah, no worries. But it wasn't my place to do that. It's your place to, not mine. So that's why I left that out. I hadn't wanted to indicate or out where you were from, since you had earlier indicated that you didn't want to do that. So that's why. I was just trying to be considerate. It's yours to share, not mine. But I'll be right back. I'm going to grab some tea. There we go. I have tea now. Apologies, Retro. Apologies, Retro. If you speak any other languages regularly, then you aren't monolingual. I apologize for assuming. You're okay. You're not going to offend me. I wasn't trying to. You couldn't offend me if you shot me. I don't care. It's just, I just had wanted to make sure I understood the meaning there and go, oh well. It may not be necessarily the case, but no, you're fine. You're not going to offend me. While you swap to gaming, I shall lurk. I am beyond tired now, and my God, does my sister want attention from me? So I shall go feed the little demon her attention. That's good, though, to have a little sister who wants attention. That's sweet. Dead languages like Lisp. No, not like Lisp. I particularly love... So... Everybody says Latin's a dead language. That's not true. I don't believe that to be true. Obviously, the Vatican City still speaks it, and there's actually still some great poetry in it. And it was, as a matter of fact, I was talking about this. There's a game called. Really quickly, I'll go back. There's a game that came out called. Oh my goodness, what is it called? The Forgotten City, I think. And they were speaking Latin. But they weren't speaking Latin, right? They were speaking, and I was talking about this too. So I have a whole book of Latin poetry, and I adore the Latin language. I think it's really nice. But they were saying salve to say hello. We'll play that game on here eventually. It's such a good game, but and so me being my little, push my little glasses up going, I don't wear glasses, I have good vision, but push my little glasses off, my wife is just sitting there going, hi. And I'm like, that's not how that word's said. That's not how you do that. The V sound never makes the V sound in Latin. The C sound never makes... We also had the kind of conversation about the word, whoa, what is that new game? They call it Necessa or something like that. And it was, I think it was Necessa, something like that. And we had the conversation about, is it Necessa? What is the Necessa or Necess? The game, anyway. The people were saying that it was Necess or it was Necess, which Necess is fine, right? But then you have people that are saying, well, no, it could be Italian, it could be Necessa, it could be Necessa, it could be, Necessa would be Latin. And Necess doesn't mean anything in English, right? It's Necessa or Necess means, something in Italian, means something in Latin, but it doesn't mean anything in English. Backwards, it's obviously it's essence, right? But it's otherwise it doesn't mean anything, It's like, let's see. I'm gonna try to do something I've never tried to do, which is to read the Pig Latin without saying it. As you can see, I also can speak Latin. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. I mean, it's a type of Pig Latin, I guess. Yeah, different type of it. But anyway, so I have my little, thing standing there. It's like, The official line for a language being dead is a lack of specific... Let's see. The official line for a language being dead is a lack of specific... a lack specifically of a community which includes native speakers. People can still speak it, of course, but it's no longer living. So what was the clear... I'm curious as to what the clear line of demarc... okay, so for example, one of my favorite languages, Old Norse. I love Old Norse. I think it's a beautiful sounding language. I think it's a beautiful language to sing in. I think it's a beautiful language to speak in, right? There aren't very many people who do or can still, but there are a few. And I understand that being an exception, but you have a lot of people in the Vatican City who would be descendants of 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 people who spoke that language natively. Obviously, that would be there was a shift in the language, but the language was still maintained. So if you are the descendant of far descendants who spoke that, still speaking that, would that then, and the community of people therein also doing so, could you consider that to be dead, or could you just consider that to be marginalized? Because if the Vatican City is speaking it, and the vast majority of the people that are in the Vatican City are the descendants of the people who would have spoken so natively, then that would have been, then that would still be keeping the language alive, even by that definition, I would imagine. Maybe not. I mean, maybe not, but that's what I'm thinking. Because that's a community of people who have spoken and been raised in academies to speak that natively, likely of the bloodlines of people who did speak that natively also inside of that community. I don't know. I mean, maybe it is. Maybe that's just dead in general, but I would imagine that that's still just enough to keep it marginalized. I don't know. You being the linguist, you could tell me definitively on that, but I would still think that one would be considered somewhat living, just because it does seem to fall into that criteria. But I maybe I'm wrong. I also could be wrong on the fundamental intent within which they speak, or within which they're taught and speak it. I don't know. So it's a good possibility. It's interesting, if anything else. It's beautiful nonetheless. Let's see. So we're going to try and do this as best as I can. I always seem to have some hiccup, so forgive me if that is the case here also. Two languages are considered to be different languages if there's a lack of mutual intelligibility. An Italian speaker, for example, would not necessarily understand Latin spoken to them, so they're different. Right, of course. But that's what I'm saying. In the Vatican City, the people are raised there to speak Latin, right? Not Italian. So they are the descendants of native Latin speakers, but they are raised themselves to speak Latin in the Vatican City, and they speak Latin exclusively among themselves there also, I believe. Or they can speak English if necessary, and Italian if necessary, but they predominantly speak Latin in that community of people within the Vatican City and are raised to do so. Does that still fall outside of the that's what I'm wondering. What also about practical everyday use of the languages too? Latin is impractical in communication while satisfying in its literary and scientific function. Well, I wouldn't say it's impractical, though, because Latin does a few things that English does. I think Latin does a few things better than English does. I think English is a great language, and it's definitely the kleptomaniac language, to borrow the phrase of someone, a good friend of mine. Right? It borrows a lot from the Germanic languages, a lot from French and Latin-based languages. French, of course, is Latin-based, but a lot of the Latin-based languages, and then Germanic languages also. About 1,000 of our most commonly used words do come from Norse specifically. Egg, seek, ugly, or uglier. All of those all come from Germanic. So 1,000 of our most common words, several of our words come from that. But we also have a lot of Greek and Proto-Greek, octopus and octopode or octopode, and a lot of our binomial nomenclatures either fall into a Latin or Greek category. Obviously, a lot of our mathematical ones are Greek, right? Hex. There are sept, oct. All of those come the same. Greek, Proto-Greek, Roman, and then eventually Latin. So you have a lot of those. Proto-Greek, Greek, Roman, Latin being the predominant, language of the Romans. So it's like, but then you have things like, again, in English, where are you from? Where do you live? And it's one word in Latin. Again, I've used this before, habitasne. Where are you from? One word, habitasne. So, in effect, the line from Latin to the Romance language is sort of a temporal dialect continuum, where people in adjacent centuries can understand one another, but not present compared to 100 AD. Okay. So in your case, what you're saying is what you're kind of, if I can try and make a comparison, because I think I understand where you're coming from, and I get what you're saying. It would be the same as English, current modern day English trying to speak Old English, right? The English that was spoken 500-600 years ago was very, very different from the English we still speak here. And therefore, we could only basically consider this form of English being the not dead, because of the Old English. Even though there are similarities, and there might even be places that are still using it, this form of English is that is the living version, because it's that weird kind of amalgam of things. Because again, even things like what and where, a lot of that we got from Old English. We also got a lot of that from, again, Norse, because what, it's why you hear a lot of people, like the joke with Family Guy, which is whip, right? They put a lot of emphasis on the H. Same thing with what and where, is those words did used to be spelt with the H coming first and the W coming after. And so like HVAT, in the case of Old Norse, what is what. What we say what now, because the W comes first, and there's no V in it, it's just a WH instead of HVAT. A cardinal would almost certainly raise his kids in Rome. This is not to say language can't be revived. Hebrew famously did. That's fair. That's a good point. I see what you're saying. That makes sense. I see what you're getting at there. So you're saying, because you're saying a cardinal would almost certainly raise his kid in Rome, you believe that he wouldn't teach them to speak the Latin of the Vatican City. He would teach them to speak the Italian common with the Rome dialect, or Roman dialect, or potentially Roman accent, but it wouldn't be something that it's effectively a commune of specific people electing to take that on as a second language to serve a specific purpose, versus a group of people who are, because I do know that there are people that are supposedly, they come up through I don't know what the order is specifically, but they come up in the Vatican City, raised within this kind of culture of X, Last message on the subject, because I don't want to delay the game. The Old English versus Modern English is a good parallel. Oh, no, you're fine. You're not delaying it. This is fascinating to me. And again, it's good to get to talk with a linguist on this, because I have questions, but I'm not disagreeing with you. I just don't understand. So to learn from a linguist in this regard, I have an interest, right? But I'm not a linguist by profession. That's what I was thinking. But that's okay. That makes sense. I get it. I still love Latin, but I understand what you're saying, and I think it makes sense. Obviously, you weren't saying I couldn't love Latin, but I get it. I'm gonna open this up too. This might be nice on the voice. That's seltzer water. Okay, let me see if I can open the game. No, I enjoy this kind of conversation, so you're not delaying anything. I very much enjoy the conversation. Okay, let me see. See if I did it right. Hold on, let's see. I might hit it wrong. There we go. Okay. I hit the wrong button for a brief second, but if I hadn't pointed it out, I bet it wouldn't have been known. It probably would have. I'm just teasing. It always takes us through the intro, just so you know. So it's not we're not starting over. Yes, I'd like to restore. And I think we did it under Thriller again, just because why not? We played a short amount of time last time, so yeah. For what it's worth, I think it's impressive to be able to speak Latin with any degree of fluency. Well, thank you. I think it's such a pretty language. And the same thing with Norse, Old Norse, It's not a matter of being impressed by the fluency so much as it is a matter of being just enjoying the sound and again, even thinking, my name is, saying that in the language in English, my name is, it sounds fine, and then you hear other versions of mon nom and so on and so forth, je m'appelle, or je suis, or I am, but then you go into like Norse, and there's a whole different voice muscle, you've got to use that beautiful click on the back of the hard palate. And it's just this, anyway, it's beautiful. It's just this. So I love that type of stuff. You can cheat at any debate by making up logical fallacies. I mean, I guess you could, but I think in debate, I mean, I could be wrong about this, but I think in debate, most fallacies are pretty well, like if I gave you if I told you that how do I want to say this? You could cheat a debate by making up a logical fallacy, but I think most well-established logical fallacies are, again, well-established. So, like, for example, if you came in and you debated with me and I said that you're guilty of Mott and Bailey, that fallacy is established enough that I don't even have to define it for most debaters. I could just say you're guilty of Mott and Bailey, and you would be able to understand what my meaning is. You might disagree with me that you're guilty of that, but you would know what the Mott and Bailey fallacy is, right? Or you would, if I told you you were guilty of ad hominem in that regard, you might be like, no, I'm making a point and it happened to offend you. I'm not actually attacking you, though. I am attacking the argument. So we know that the ad hominem fallacy is, I'm throwing it out there. You could argue as to whether or not my use of it is accurate or appropriate, but I'm not making up the fallacy. I think if you make up a logical fallacy, somebody would have to, you'd have to be able to establish the entire definition of it. And in most of those instances, I don't know that I would be smart enough to be able to come up with a fallacy that hasn't already really been discovered and visited. You know, cyclical reasoning, Mott and Bailey fallacy, poisoning the well, ad hominem. I mean, like there are a ton of logical fallacies that have already pretty well been established, right? Straw man is not even a fallacy technically, but it is still fallacious in reasoning, so people know what most of that means. So I think that's, I mean, I'm not saying that you couldn't do that, but I'm saying I think if you were debating with somebody, reasonably, I think they would pretty well call you out on that, because I think that you would, I think somebody would call you out because they have the list of being familiar with, I guess, commonplace logical fallacies. I don't know. Maybe you can, but I don't know. My personal belief, and I've talked about this before, is debates, the purpose of debate isn't what I think people believe the purpose of debate is. I think that most people believe the purpose of debate is to win. I don't think that the purpose of debate should be to win. I think the purpose of debate should be to get better. So if I come to a debate, like for example, we had a small disagreement or misunderstanding, between Copyright and I didn't come to it to try and win. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in, if she has a point that I don't understand, I'd like to learn that. She's a linguist, so I don't know that, but I may have a disagreement, and my intent is to walk away with this with more information, closer to the truth. I'm not trying to beat anybody in a debate or a conversation. I want to walk away with it with more information. And so I think winning a debate is when both sides can walk. Me personally, I think winning a debate is when both sides can walk away and go, I've got more to think about. Not when one side walks away going, I destroyed you. I think I'm not attacking anybody in particular, but I personally think that to be a fairly infantile way to look at things. I beat people versus, I walked away with more to think about. That's a personal, and nobody here is making the claim that you needed to beat anybody, but I'm voicing for the kind of YouTube and online sphere that seems to believe that winning a debate is the key. I disagree with that. I think that the idea is to walk away knowing more than you knew a minute ago. That's it. Am I guilty of the Beetle Bailey? Beetle Bailey is in the funny paper character? Mott and Bailey, I get that, but Beetle Bailey? I thought Beetle Bailey wasn't he like a funny paper, like military? I think he was like a military guy, wasn't he? He was like a private within the military or something, but... Or am I just completely... I'm probably just imagining all that. Mott and Bailey is when you make a hyper-specific claim about something, usually fairly outlandish, and then when somebody calls you on that, you back off to a much more broad-brush, general, sweeping claim that few people would be able to argue against, or most people would consider to be a part of the, like, the given. So, you know, if I made and I'm going to be really, really bad about this, but if I said something like, every person of this type is this thing, and then you call me out on that, and I have to back up and go, well, what I'm saying is there are tendencies within this particular demographic to have those things, then obviously the mot was, I made a specific claim that said all of this X is Y, and now when I have to back up because you've called me on it, the Bailey is, some of X have tendencies that reflect Y. Sorry, I was making a bad joke. No. Is Beetle Bailey, who I think, it's a funny paper character, isn't it? Am I wrong? Yeah, no, it was, yeah, exactly, Odiana. It's a good joke. But I'm just making sure. Am I right? It wasn't Beetle Bailey a funny paper character? Wasn't he like a military character? From the funny paper? I don't know. You're gonna have to. I'll have to look him up when I get a chance. I think that's who that was. It's been a minute since I think I've seen that, but it was good. Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry at all, though. I have a tendency to go off on tangents. My mind works in random. Sherlock Holmes. Again, I've said this before. Favorite hero of all time. My mind rebels in stagnation, give me problems, give me work. If my mind sees something that it can latch onto and think on deeply, it does, even if the truth is it isn't that deep. Beetle Bay. He is. Okay, cool. So he's a military guy from the cartoon strips. Yeah, that's fun. Okay. That's cool. No, you would not be guilty of making any fallacy as far as I'm saying. Let's try to make an example of Billy Bell. Try to make an example of Billy Bali. I don't know who that is. I don't think. I remember JP's claim that all atheists actually believe in God. They just don't say they do. I don't think that's a true claim, though. I think that, atheist means without God, without a God, or without theist, without God, yeah. I don't believe that atheists do believe in that. I think that you could make the claim that no one knows everything, therefore all people must believe something to either be or not be the case, and I think that's probably a fair statement in almost all cases. But I don't think that to say that a belief in God is necessary. You have to believe. I guess if you want to say a belief in God is defined by a belief in either its existence or its lack therein, you could. But I think it would be a more fair statement strictly to say that all people do not know everything, therefore they must have beliefs in something, and likely have a belief in that regard. But then when pushed back on equalizing all ideologies to religion, yeah, that's a good way to. Yeah, there you go. You can't do that. You can't make a statement. You can make a statement that all people must have a belief in the things that they cannot yet know, but you can't equal. You're right. Okay, yeah. You can't equalize it to strictly a religious principle in that regard. It's different. I'm sorry. On the game IIRC, everyone fled across the Fire Lake, right? Is that the plan now? I think so. I'm sorry. We've been here in this square for a minute, but it's been fun back and forth. I apologize. Okay, I think you're right. We did find out. When we left off, we read the book that Balthazar had left behind, telling us that there was somewhere else to go, that they had fled. I don't know where. I think it gave us didn't it give us a picture on our map? So we can use the steering wheel There's Telestia. There's Clytus's palace. Did we not get a map of where they were, though? Okay, hold on. Let's stay in Telestia for just a second, because I don't remember. Oh, you know what, though? We have a place we could go, and we read that Balthazar said these guys will do tasks that they're given. Let me see. I have an idea. I need the nanny, though. I need that old lady to follow me. So we're going to go up the stairs. Let's see if I can get her to follow me.
Would you accompany me? I know where your book is.
You know where my book is? Please take me to it. I must read to the children. They can't go to sleep without their rhymes. They need me, you see.
Okay, so she's going to follow me. I'm going to turn the music down really quickly. I just have to turn it down just a bit. Right there. I think it just name dropped some palace ruler or another. Yeah, it did. Spoilers within the game. Why does she have a red eye? She's undead, but she's not evil, I don't think. Okay, so I need her to follow me. I need her to... I remember... Okay, so we're here. There was a thing with a snake, remember? So if we go to the map, where was that snake? Right here. Okay, alright, so let me go back to the pictures so I can see where I was. Yep, there is Grandma. Okay, so let me read the children's book, because I think when we flipped through that, we saw the little ones. The smallest people made their home in caves and caverns all their own. They'll only come outside to play when all the arrows point the way. Which way, you ask? Where are they found? Just out of sight under the ground. So they all need to point down. Don't look too close. They'll run away unless the arrows point the way. Yellow night, sky is bright. All the world is filled with light. Just because sun's above, every heart is filled with love. Nope. Yep. Grab the snake and hold him fast. Don't let him go. Grab him quick or you won't last if you're too slow. Okay, let's leave it on this page. Nope. Because I have an idea. If you leave the book open to the rhyme, get that snake. I'm going to give her the book.
Grab the snake and hold him fast.
Okay. Now I'm going to leave, and I'm going to get this guy to follow me.
Would you accompany me?
And we're going to go back. Yeah, check that out, because he's getting instructions. Remember they said if he doesn't get instructions constantly, he'll run off. So now we have instructions being given to him constantly, so he won't run off. The dead worker follows you into the room and hears the nanny reading, "Get that snake." An idea slowly forms when he sees the snake coiled in the middle of the cave. He shuffles over and grabs it. If a snake could look surprised, you'd swear it was stunned by this hulking corpse. It whips around and strikes him, but the worker doesn't seem to notice.
Grab him quickly.
That poor snake. Can I look at him? The snake writhes in the grasp of the dead worker. It spits and bites the corpse, but nothing seems to faze him. He doesn't even loosen his grip. He looks so surprised. Alright, so here are those arrows we were talking about too, because I saw this. Now I can go forward. I should be able to do it without the snake hitting me. You walk towards the far wall of the cave. The snake writhes and spits as it tries to escape the dead worker's grasp, but its efforts are futile. The corpse's grip is too strong, and the dead nanny's constant repetition of the command to hold the snake keeps him from forgetting his task and wandering off. Soon you come upon the wall, a collective of 9 stone circles, each with an ornate arrow carved upon it. Okay, I need to make this all turn one direction. Is it a... Okay, so it's all of the ones that touch vertically and horizontally. Let's see. Yes, it is. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Down, down, down. Oh, I need this one facing down. Ah, man. Oh, well. See if I can figure this out. We're close. Not quite there though, huh? How do I get that one lined up? This one lined up. Use that to turn those all down in the corner. It's tricky for sure. I like it, but it is tricky. Let's see. I need these all to kind of line up a little bit. I may have done more bad than good. Let me see. So if I turn the left bottom one, I need those to be lined up. I need the top right one to be pointed to the right when I turn the middle one. Let's see. So let's turn this one down, because this one I can move independent. I can move these independently, right? So I can do this to line these up. Often with puzzles like this, it's easy to let it get away from you. It's often most expedient to reset to 0 and work from there. Yeah, I think that's probably, you're probably right. All right. I'm trying to think of exactly what moves, because this will move these, but these, so this moves these, this moves these, this moves these, this moves these move these four. So everything is hit. Can I work it out? If I turn this one first, then all of those turn. I think I would want these all here. That goes down immediately. That does. That does. Up, up, down, down, left, right, A, B, select, start. And now we've got 30 lives, but we're still in front of this wall. See, that's so close. How do I get this one to face down? There's always going to be one floating arrow, so I need it to be... I think I got it. Right? And then... Nope, I don't have it. Because it's still that stupid floating arrow right there. Gosh. I need it, so it has to be one of the corners or the center that I have floating around. I'm not trying to backseat game here, but the way to isolate the movement of the center is to use the opposite corners to counterset the center movements. Oh, you're fine. Okay, let's see. Hold on. So... And then... Yeah, you were right. All right. Yep, you were right. That was the way to isolate the movement. All right, all right. Well, thank you very much, Copyright. That was a lot more helpful. I hate this game already. This used to be... Back in my day, this was just what you called gameplay. I like puzzles. These caves are ancient, carved long ago by the dwarves that lived here. Tunnels run off in all directions. Okay. Can I talk to you?
Go away and talk to no one. I wait for my lord. He will be here soon to take me with him. Begone.
The decomposing dwarf squints his good eye at you for a few minutes and then shakes his head so violently that an earlobe falls off. Oh, yep, there it is. He found my granddad. Yep, his ear fell off. Alright, can I... Quite a few narrow, twisting tunnels that run off of this main cavern. Not caravan. Cavern. Okay, so... You won't talk to me, huh?
Go away and talk to no one. I wait for my lord. He will be here soon to take me with him.
Wait for my...
Begone.
Okay, alright. Alright, he's not shaking his ear, the other ear off, I guess. Can I take his ear? No, I can't. Okay, well... I thought that was going to have something more exciting in it, but it didn't. I could have sworn, didn't we, when we read this book, did it not show us a part on the map that we were supposed, that it said that they were supposed to go to? Gosh dang it, I did the wrong. Hold on. Try this one more time. I think I learned, I know I learned some spells, but I thought he gave me a location. I read this whole thing at the very end of the last one. So I have this spell. What was this spell? It's a warding spell, so there's nothing I can do with it right now, at least. And then there's the new spell, which is just a variation, I guess, of it. It doesn't really tell me what that spell does, though. Oh, possession. There it is. I don't need possession. I don't have anything I could possess. I can't possess a... Unravel illusion. Does... And then there's the Exodus. This is what we read about them leaving. Who we are and where we've gone, yeah? Let me go back. Go back to my... I just want to take a look, because it looks like... I guess we're going to go to Clytus's palace, because I don't think there's anything else I can find to do. Lord! Alright, I guess we're going to go to Clytus's palace. Your ship is docked next to a dark stone palace. Lights in the window indicate that it is inhabited. Okay. Can I go into this cave? You take a few steps in, but the cave very quickly branches into many tunnels. You become very confused, so you turn back. Okay, so there's nothing in there.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
You walk purposefully towards the front entrance. The guards there stare at you in wonder, never having expected anyone to willingly walk into the palace. As soon as you approach, one of the guards barks out what he did. You explain that you're trailing the refugees from Telestia. The guard claims he doesn't know what you're talking about, but a knowing look to his companion leaves you to believe otherwise. They inform you that all visitors must see the Dionist. He makes his habit to greet them personally and hold a banquet in their honor. Again, the knowing look that passes between the guards is disquieting. With a grip that is more insistent than friendly, the first guard escorts you into the palace. You wait for about an hour in a bare room with a single door and no windows. Then the same guard takes you to a large room with a long table piled with food and drink. At the head of the table, a man wearing rich robes and a crown of gold sits in a throne-like chair, a broad welcoming smile on his face. He invites you to sit and partake of his meal, set out in your honor. For lack of a better plan, you sit down.
Greetings, my friend. My name is Clytus the 14th. I am the Dynast of Abarak, and I rule here, but you probably know that. I'm always pleased to receive visitors. I get so very little. Please, tell me how things are in the outer reaches.
I don't trust... Well, you're a Sartan, but I don't trust you. I think I don't like him.
I'm not your friend, Clytus.
Such hostility. What have I done to deserve that? I say that I'm your friend. I merely wish to know how I can be of service to you. Are you a refugee? Are there others of you that require assistance?
I think you're trying to get information.
My status is no concern of yours.
Ah, but I'm afraid it is. I have concern for all of my subjects.
I'm not one of your subjects, though. You can tell. I know you know what I am, because you are a Sartan.
But you know, you don't look like any of my other subjects. You're very different. Foreign. You even speak...
Yep, yeah, I was going to say, I know you know exactly what I am.
Where are you from?
There we go.
I'm a patron from the labyrinth.
I'm going to be honest with you.
Ancestors banished my people there.
A patron? That's very good. They're just legends, you know. They never actually existed.
I think he's full of it.
Theoretically have the same hair and markings. Where are my manners? You've probably been traveling for some time and are very hungry. I've been forcing you to converse while all of this food has lain here getting cold. You have my leave to partake. We will talk more later, I'm sure.
Clytus studies you for a moment in silence. A slight smile touches his lips, but leaves his eyes cold and piercing.
Let me out of here, you maniac!
I believe I've been more than polite. How can I convince you that I'm on your side? Perhaps a toast would be appropriate. We must drink to our new...
Okay, I'm guessing he gave me the glass he was holding, or the goblet.
Exceptional friends.
Clytus's eyes turn to slits. A strange smile crosses his face. He considers for a moment and then continues. The Dynast produces a bottle of red wine from the bar behind him and pours a single glass. He orders a dead servant to take the glass from his hand and place it before you. That tells me that whatever you've just poured is probably not okay, because otherwise you'd have an equal glass, or at least one very similar.
Please accept this special wine. I only bring it out for special occasions. I'm sure you'll find it to be unique.
He stares at you like a vulture, waiting for you to drink from the crystal glass. You notice that he is not holding a similar glass.
I think I'll save this for later if it's all the same.
You start to feel a little uncomfortable as you place the glass on the table and say,
It is not the same, my friend. You will drink that wine, and you will do it now. I've lost all patience with you.
He rises from the table and traces a spell in the air while you watch, dumbfounded. The blue rune shoots across the banquet table and explodes in your chest. You expect to feel some pain, but all you notice is an overwhelming hunger. You begin stuffing your mouth and pockets with food and drink. In spite of yourself, you snatch up the crystal goblet and drain the contents. Clytus smiles and sets back down, satisfied. Drink this truly safe Kool-Aid. I mean, noticing that he doesn't have an extra one, it didn't give me a choice, and I wasn't going to be nice to him because we not only do we have evidence right now that he's knows more than he's telling us, but we also read the book from Balthazar saying that the Dynasts have not been particularly kind. Otherwise, they would be in the castle, but they said that they had to go and find a new home in like caves somewhere. And so it leads me to believe that this is not a benevolent ruler, because otherwise the castle would have been opened up. You deserve this for being really rude. He offered you a drink. Yeah, but we had more information than he thought we had. We had information to know that he's killing his own people slightly. And by slightly, I mean entirely. Clytus says, be hungry. Yeah, that's the spell, I guess.
I know you, patron. Our books talk about your race. We believed them to be legends, but here we have proof. And if you are real, how many more of the other legends could be true? The other realms. The Death Gate.
Yeah, but you act as if I tried to hide information from you. I didn't. I told you the truth. I told you I was a patron. I told you I was from the Labyrinth. I told you everything. You have to think about this, right? You talk about being rude, but I wasn't really rude. I was incredibly honest with him, and at the same time, I did something that I would do in real life, which is be very clear that I don't like manipulation. I don't give trust out freely, right? I don't give trust and friendship out for free. Those have to be... Trust has to be earned. You have to show me you're trustworthy, right? He hasn't done that, and I have a book that says other people have been scorned by him. Immediately, you start to feel dizzy. Something in the wine makes the room swirl around you. You drop to the chair hard. In a fog, you hear Clytus say,
Abarak is dying. There's no way to save it, but you represent a way into new worlds, fresh lands to conquer. After you are dead, your corpse will tell me everything I wish to know. You will help me destroy your own people. Think on this as the poison eats through your body. Guards, remove this trash.
Mm-hmm. A guy from Utah sees... What? I've read the legend. Our book talk about your race. I didn't know that was a demographic inconsistency. But then again, I don't pay much attention. Soldiers grab you roughly from the chair and drag you down the long, winding corridors, Clytus's laughter echoing in your ears. You quickly lose track of the route, your aching midsection demanding all of your attention. Soon you are thrown against a cold stone wall and shackles snap around your wrists. You slump to the floor as the guards stroll from the room, laughing at some private joke. You gather enough strength to look around the room. It's a stone cell. One wall has an open doorway, suggesting that manacles are what keep the prisoners from escaping. A peg on the wall is home to a key on a ring, which looks like it might fit the lock on your shackles. It is, of course, out of reach. Sorry. Oh, no, you're fine. I don't understand. I didn't understand. Once they place... Wait. once they place palm of their head on the Book of Mormon, their skin becomes instantly white. Oh, okay. You were making a... I see what you're making. I didn't... I'm not good at... I'm not... Sometimes I am. Sometimes it's just very difficult for me, but I'm not usually great at gleaning, understanding intent and tone in text form, so... I don't... I get what you were... I get what you were getting at now. I didn't understand it. I thought there was I thought there was something in there that I was just missing. Another occupant of the cell is chained to the same wall that holds you prisoner. A thin crown along his brow attracts your attention. This Sartan boy is some kind of royalty. Why he is confined in a dungeon is beyond you. The paleness of his skin, the occasional grunt and spasm, all lead you to believe that he has had his share of Clytus's poison as well. Can I still joke about Mario Kart? The ask was to stop a race joke. Mario Kart wouldn't... Oh, I get... okay. Wait, hold on. You mean like a kart race? Okay. I think I get this one. I think you were saying race as in not the color of person's skin, but a race car? Yes, of course, you can. Again, I'm not good with jokes in text. There are people that I know, and I've spoken with them voice to voice, and so I can read their tone a little bit more in the texts, but I'm not good at that just naturally. Good example of this is Ash. I've spoken with Ash for many years. We're friends beyond and talk after this. Like, I can read his tone in things, but it's very difficult for me to do that with other people. It's my problem, I'm sure, but that's... And so if I'm misunderstanding, please let me know. It's a puppy. Or in a vice. The dog isn't scruffy in the least. His fur is thick and well-groomed. His eyes are bright and alert. He looks strong and well-fed. It's obvious that someone cares after him. He rests by the doorway, watching you with half-lidded eyes. Oh, he's tired. He's tired, puppers. Okay, let's talk to this guy. Oh, let's talk to Edmund. I can't give him the pendant. It's his pendant. Speaking of Ash, where are the mods today? I don't know. I spoke with him yesterday and a little earlier today, but I'm sure he's up to no good.
Hello, my friend.
I'm not sure.
In the same boat. So much for relying on the hospitality of strangers.
He ends his statement with a painful grimace and swift intake of breath. Oh yeah, he's breathing heavy too, so he's probably had it. Not a patron. He's a Sartan also.
Who are you? My name is Edmund, and I'm the Crown Prince.
I'm going to assume that we can probably trust you at least a little bit, because you're also poisoned. Doesn't mean you're a good guy, but you and I being in similar predicaments, I can at least afford that you have a similar motivation to me in needing to get rid of the poison.
My name is Haplo. I'd shake your hand, but I'm kind of tied up right now.
Very nice to meet you, Haplo. Any enemy of Clytus is a friend of mine.
Okay, well, we'll see. The only thing I can trust right now is our motivations align when it comes to getting rid of the poison.
You're a prince? Why were you put in the dungeon?
It's a long story. I come from...
But I don't think we have that long. We're poisoned.
A few years ago, our water supply started to dry up. Balthazar, the royal necromancer, studied the problem and discovered that the Colossus was failing. The magic that sustained us for thousands of years was ebbing. We knew that our time was limited.
I think ours might be a little bit ahead of
we boarded everyone onto
of theirs. Our limited.
The Fire Sea. None of us had been there before, but Balthazar's ancient maps indicated a route. The trip was perilous. What's more, our ships hadn't been used for thousands of years, since we first came to Telestia. By the time we arrived, we had lost many of our people, including the king, my father. Therefore, I became my people's leader. Our intended destination was this palace. We had never.
He seems nicer, at least in tone, than
instead of arriving on his doorstep with a few thousand,
the much more slimy Clytus.
I decided to leave them in a warren of natural caves that we discovered and come here as an envoy. I thought that Clytus and I could speak and decide where my people could live. I arrived at the palace alone. He greeted me with open arms and invited me to a banquet. My people have been living on withered cairn grass for months, so I must admit that a banquet sounded appetizing. During the meal, he began to question me. The questions were innocuous at first, but became more probing and less veiled as Clytus continued. He asked military questions. What was the size of our forces and where were the troops bivouacked? Suddenly, he was sounding less like a benevolent leader and more like a king bent on eliminating any threats to his power or strains on his kingdom's food supply.
Question I have on this, though, is why did he automatically assume that you had a military and then all, because he's asking where you had troops bivouacked. He's not asking where you have colonies sequestered, right? So what did he automatically assume that you had a grand military?
Just as I stood up and announced that I wished to take my leave, a sharp pain doubled me over. Clytus simply looked over and smiled. He explained that the wine in my cup had been poisoned, and that after it killed me, he would drag the answers from my corpse.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Brought me down here and locked me up. Now, I'm just waiting to die.
That's actually brilliant. You poison them so the body stays intact, and then you can resurrect them with minimal damage done to the things that you need serviced. He talks too much, I don't trust him. I don't know, I don't trust him necessarily either, except for that I trust that he is poisoned and that I am poisoned and that we are both locked up. So our motivations are at least aligned in trying to become unpoisoned and unbound.
Where are your people now?
They are safely tucked away in the secret caves along the edge of the Fire Sea. Clytus would give his eye teeth to know where. If somehow we managed to escape, we would still be stranded here with no way to cross the sea.
Yeah. Why his poison's so lame and slow? I assume that both of the poisons are probably decently slow, and I'm going to assume that that's because it's a minimum amount of damage, right? A lot of poisons that you do that kill you quickly, like cyanide, a lot of people don't show you it, but cyanide doesn't just kill you quick. I mean, it burns your insides up pretty bad. Things that kill you quickly usually do a lot of damage, and it sounds like that the motivation for Clytus is to do the minimum amount of damage while still attaining a full death out of it. So I feel like that's probably why it's a slower acting poison. It's something that does minimal damage to the physicality, but maximum damage in terms of in terms of the fatality, or it resulting in fatality. We could argue about modern-day drugs, but this takes place in this kind of fictitious, like, pseudo-medieval space world, so we don't necessarily know that what they have is equal to what we do.
I've got a ship. If you show me where they are, I could transport us there.
The chances of escape are slim, but it's nice to know that we will have a way across the sea if we do.
For the first time since you've met him, you see the Prince brighten. A tiny ray of hope makes Edmund's eyes sparkle. Okay. I need to know about...
Can your people pose a
Gosh dang it.
dynast? They sound like a bunch of farmers.
We are mostly peaceful folk, but we have some reserves of dead fighting troops.
A plot hole? What plot hole?
While Clytus holds the scepter of rulership, he could turn...
I mean, there might be one. I just don't... I haven't seen it yet.
Got into position.
Maybe you've caught on one.
Let's back up a step.
Suit yourself.
Okay.
Let's talk about something else.
Can we talk about more about this? Can we talk more about this poison? Is there an antidote? Is it a dog watching us? Our bones. Yeah, let's ask about the puppy.
Is he just waiting for us to die so he can chew on our bones?
That's Clytus's personal hunting hound. The guards have orders to let him go anywhere he wants, so he has run of the palace. He's probably here because he's curious. They don't get many new visitors. I don't hold it against the hound that he belongs to Clytus. He seems nice enough. Until you came, he was my only company. He's a good listener.
Oh yeah, he's a puppy.
Do you know any way out of here?
I have an idea.
One of Balthazar's old books showed a secret passage out of the palace's foundation. If we were unfettered, I might be able to find that passage.
Okay. I've already asked you why. I already asked you why I felt so sick, right?
That would be the poison. You've experienced Clytus's special welcome. It appears that he likes to invite strangers.
Oh, I don't know if I asked him this.
Extract whatever information.
I know he's a pupper.
Pretending to be friendly.
I think I'm gonna use that.
After they die, he resurrects the corpses to have them answer any remaining questions.
That's brilliant.
Feel special. It happened to me as well.
Yep, that's brilliant. Okay, here we go. What happens if he... yeah, here we go. What happens if he decides he wants to keep... Yeah, okay. Yeah, I need to know about an antidote.
He wants to keep his victim alive, or someone accidentally drinks the poison. Is it too late, or is there an antidote?
There is an antidote, though it's unlikely we'll ever get our hands on it.
Is it not easier to get a slowly acting poison out of your system? Slow poisons are useful only as a victim doesn't... No, that's... no.
The bar contains a variety of liqueurs in a wide array of colors. As you're aware, the poison...
No, slow poison isn't necessarily easier to get out of a system. It just doesn't react as violently as quickly.
Even if we could get
but even still, we're chained up. So how are we going to get that out of our system? The fact that it acts slower doesn't necessarily indicate that it's less fatal. It just indicates that it's kind of like taking omeprazole, right? Omeprazole generally has a slow-acting coating, so you have to take it. The effect doesn't happen immediately, it happens several hours later. But it's not less effective as an acid reducer, it's just it takes longer for the acid reducer to reach maximum effect. That's the best example I could think of with OTC medication. Seems reasonable for the poisoning, though I thought it said something said that corpses didn't do much out of certain behaviors. I would have thought it would be hard to ask them things. They're repetitious and their memories are foggy. But if this guy was a prince in his, if this guy's a prince in his life, it stands to reason that most of what he would do would be remembering and speaking and diplomacy. So they might be able to command some of those memories out. Not necessarily the whole thing, but. It's not like Jethro, whose only responsibility was basically to water plants, right? This is someone whose entire job was to remember and speak on sensitive and secret topics. That could be too. That's a good point. Well, that's a good point because Clytus is also a Sartan, so that could be. I didn't think of that. Okay.
I'd like to rest now.
I understand. I'm feeling sick and tired myself. I'm sure it's the poison, not the conversation.
Oh, that's very polite of you. I have an idea. I have an idea. Here's what I'm thinking. I found a steak. I'm not going to eat it. I want to give it to the puppy, as my stomach hurts. You toss the steak towards the dog. It lands about a foot away from you. The dog eyes it with disinterest. Evidently, it has eaten recently. Oh, that's a big steak. But he's eaten recently. But didn't I learn... Did I not just learn, or did I not learn it? The spell that he used to make me hungry. I did learn it, so I need to cast this on the puppy. So he will eat this food. You trace the rune structure in the air. It floats over the curious dog, who attempts to take a bite out of it. Instead, it sinks into his body. Immediately, the dog begins to salivate. It looks around for something to eat. Anything. I got a steak there, puppy. The rare steak lying on the ground catches the hound's eye. It bounds over next to you and rips into the bloody meat as if its life depended on it. Okay, I need... now... You feel a bit weaker. Your stomach turns in reaction to something you ate. Yeah, probably all of the things that were poison. Let me... I bet if I were going to eat it, it'd be like, you're poison. I need to use magic on the puppers. Because Balthazar... We just saw it in the book. We saw that we have a possession spell. So I can switch... I don't want to switch places with the puppy, but because I don't want him to feel the poison. But I wouldn't mind taking his 4 legs for a walk for a minute. You trace the runes in the air and place your hand on the dog's scruffy fur. The magic swiftly takes hold. You stiffen as you feel your soul passing away. Everything spins, and you begin to panic. It all goes dark. I think it's on a timer, too. I bet you I can die, so gotta be careful. The darkness doesn't last long. You quickly come to your senses, but instantly discover... What the heck was that? But instantly discover that they aren't the same senses you've come to expect. Your vision now only perceives the world in shades of gray, although your hearing and sense of smell have been enhanced. You realize that you inhabit the body of the dog, and that this dog has been trained to track game by spell, so this must be the body of Clytus' royal hunting hound. Pharaoh wasn't here for the last stream, so I didn't see much about the dead people. Oh, that's okay. That's alright. I mean, it's not a bad idea, either which way around, so... Okay, so I can see myself. Let's grab the key and put the key to me, to Haplo. I need... okay, cool. And then I need to go. You're in one of the many passages that run through the palace's foundation. A stairway leads up to a more populated area. Oh, dang it, I need to go talk. hold on. Touch Haplo. Okay, I need to talk. You said something about a...
Hello, my...
You said something about an antidote.
I'd like to rest. I understand.
I think he said the antidote was clear. Okay. Puppy's following me now, though. I think he said that it was clear. So... What the heck? It's my work stuff going on. My work phone going off like crazy. Let's do possession again. I think he said it was in a clear bottle, so let's see if we can't find that quickly. Okay. Alright, so boop. Okay, but I can go up the stairs, right? Up the stairs. You pat up the stairs, passing a number of alert guards. They pat you on the head and smile, but allow you to pass. It seems that this dog has run of the palace. After a bit of exploration, which involves sticking your nose into a lot of empty rooms, you discover the original banquet room that you were escorted to. You've taken a good deal of time to locate it, however, and you're very worried about the condition of your body. Yeah, that makes sense. That, one of these are the antidote. He said it was clear. He said it was clear, and some of these lines are missing, so that stands to reason that some of these lines are colors, and that the bottle is filtering out some of the colors. Because, see how the lines are missing? So let's say that's a red line, then this has to be red, right? So which bottle, let's say that's a green line, that would have to be green. Is it this one? Nope, this line's missing the bottom one. Got to be that one. That's the only one that would be clear. Oh, that's a clever little puzzle. That's clever. Okay, hold on. Give bottle. Drop the bottle on the ground. Touch Haplo. Quick. Clear bottle. Take the clear bottle. Drink. You take a big swig from the clear bottle, grateful that you were able to tell it from the colored bottles when it didn't filter out any of the multicolored lines on the tablecloth. I thought so. I'm kind of proud of myself for that. If all of them are missing lines, then that meant that the only one that could be it is the one that wasn't missing lines, because otherwise, what's the difference? You feel the effects at once. The knots in your stomach loosen and the weight lifts off your limbs. The weight lifts from your limbs, excuse me. You can feel the liquid has cured you. I gotta unlock myself really quickly. Can I use this on my manacles? There we go. You slide the key into the lock, holding your manacles shut. A quick twist pops the shackles open. Okay, can I take this vice? Yep, I don't know what I need it for, but I'm going to take it. And then, can I give some of this to Edmund? He hands the empty bottle back to you with a sigh of relief. 10 points. And then let's unlock... You know what? Let's talk... I'll unlock him. Nope. Okay. Can I talk to him?
Yes, my friend?
I wouldn't have thought of that. Cool puzzle, yeah. I saw that they were all missing. So here's the thing. I saw they were all missing. I saw they were all missing a line except for one of them. And the only way that any bottle will ever miss a line is if you... It's like Magic Eye puzzles, right? Or not Magic Eye puzzles. I don't know if anybody will remember these, but a long time ago, when you used to get like cheat code books, or not cheat code books. Yeah, or not cheat code books. Strategy books. Strategy guides. You used to get... especially with like Sierra ones, right? You used to get them and they would have like a red lens or a special highlighter or marker, and then you would put the red lens over them, and that would be so you couldn't automatically spoil it for yourself. And then when you put the red lens, it would filter out all the red, and you could actually read what was below it. And so when I saw that all the other bottles were filtering that out, I was like, oh, wait a minute. I thought he said it was clear. Clear doesn't filter out any colors. There's no such thing as a clear line that I would be able to perceive from that distance in that color. I thought that was cool. I am consistently impressed with the level of puzzles in this game. I love retro. This is, again, my era. of games is these games from the 80s and 90s. I really, really love, and point and click games. I really, really love. And I appreciate you guys for being here, by the way, as I'm playing a game that's not as interesting probably as Call of Duty, whatever the next installment is. But it's, this kind of stuff is just really fun, I think. Just really fun for me. So. I really appreciate it. Can I just give myself all the bottles and go back? No, because the puppy only has one mouth, so he can only carry one bottle at a time, and I remember that it is on a timer. I remember it was on a timer. And so if you took too long, your Haplo dies. He just dies of the poisoning, and yeah. I mean, you can go back and do it that way if you wanted to. Like reload. I mean, you could do that. I like the puzzles, though. It's why I like the Sherlock Holmes games. If anybody's not played those, there are a ton of them. I own, I think, all of them. I think every Sherlock Holmes game, and it's because of that. I love puzzles and stuff like this. I'm not great at all of them. Like the arrow puzzle took me way too long to figure out, and Copyright had to help me kind of put me in the right mindset so I could do it, and I appreciate that. But like, I love puzzles. I'll sit there and do a puzzle for... I mean, I don't care. I'll sit there and do a puzzle for hours and hours and hours. Not just normal jigsaw puzzles, but like just try to solve puzzles for hours and hours. Silent Hill F, I turned the puzzle difficulty all the way up and then was like, all right, if I'm here on this one puzzle for 5 hours, that's what we do. Oh yeah, probably not enough time. I wonder if you die from the poison if you get stuck as the pupper. Yep, you're right. That's exactly what happens. And it's game over. I wonder too, but I bet it results in game over. Yep, you're right. COD is kind of less interesting. Oh yeah, no, of course. I mean, I'm glad you think that way, but like, again, I didn't grow up with Call of Duty. That didn't exist when I was growing up, right? Xbox, N64, all those things, those didn't exist. You kind of dealt with like point and click adventure games, parser system adventure games. Like I said, I started off on Atari, Pong and Pitfall being my first couple of games, right? And then I grew up with the NES and some old, like the point and click PC games, Oregon Trail, of course, and stuff like that. So, and then I'm seeing all of these games that are coming out, and there are games I'm excited for, legitimately excited for. There's a new Yoshi game that's coming out that looks adorable, very much like Yoshi's Story did back in the day. And there's a, James Bond game, First Light, coming out next month, and I'm excited about that. But then a lot of stuff I don't care about. I guess Pragmata looks cool too, but then a lot of stuff I don't care about, and going back to these kind of basics, I think that's interesting. I think going back to these games that I, played so many decades ago and just really enjoyed, I think is a lot of fun. Let's see, will he get, because that's the world seal. Can I have that?
That's an interesting medallion you're wearing. Could I have it?
I'm afraid not. It belonged to my ancestor and has been passed from father to son for centuries. I treasure it with my life.
Yeah, but I kind of need it to save the worlds. All right, I need you. Well, I don't need you to come with me anyway. You'll know this palace better than I do.
I'm looking to get out of here.
I'd be happy to. Let's leave while we can.
I need his help. I need him to help me figure out where the heck to go. Let me pause for a second. I don't know what my first game actually was. Trying to remember what I played first is challenging because my life was filled with diverse media. You didn't get... Yeah, I was just saying, I'm older, so mine didn't have all that much. You owned like... you owned like mobile Java games, Dreamcast, obscure Japanese demos. Yeah. See, like, you didn't have mobile Java games. Barbie horse games on PC. I mean, that's interesting. I don't know much about that. I know that they made them, but I don't know. Mobile Java games, smartphones weren't a thing, You had a brick phone, or I have a bag phone. I have my first bag phone, which is this leather Velcro case and hooked into the car. But you didn't have, cell phones were these giant bricks, which, didn't have screens, or when they finally got screens, they were very rudimentary screens, So it's like, but for me, yeah, my first ones were definitely Pong and Atari. It was Pitfall, Centipede, I think Asteroids. It was stuff like that. Like, it was good stuff. There was diverse media. But it was diverse, but it was also You got to think about this. Back in the day, you didn't have... It wasn't as diverse. Let me explain. If you had the Intellivision 2, they had a module on the Intellivision 2 that played Atari 2600 games. So you had one console. It'd be kind of like having a PlayStation that has an Xbox attachment on it. It wasn't that diverse because I could have one console and then play all of my games for different ports, you know? So, like, I still have the Intellivision. As a matter of fact, I'm looking right at it. I have my Intellivision 2 and my Atari module hooked up to it. I have two Atari 2600s in my storage closet right here. But I have my Intellivision 2 with my Atari 2600 module in it right now. And I'm looking at my original Pitfall copy from those X amount of years ago. Golly, however long ago that was. And I'm looking at my Atari copy of E.T. and everything too, so it's nice because I have a little game thing set up here. And yeah, I could pop my Pitfall into my Intellivision module and just play. So it wasn't as diverse, right? You had your PlayStation had an Xbox connection to it, basically. Whereas now every console kind of has its own thing. Back then, you could just buy an attachment, hook it on, and it's one console. You're playing all your games. Not all the way around. When the NES came out, obviously, that became something you couldn't necessarily do. But even still, there were workarounds back then. I think my first game was some random Game Boy puzzle thing in black and gray. No idea what it's called. Wouldn't have to been Super Puzzle Boy, would it? Oh, I don't know if that was in... I don't know if Super Puzzle Boy was for the original. Super Puzzle Boy or Puzzle Boy. I don't remember that. You said that. I don't know if... I mean, I don't know. What about the Finnish show Hugo? Have you seen it? People could play the game from... could play this game from TV as it was streamed nationwide. People have to pay to call their service and stream their abysmal gameplay. Now, I didn't know about that. The game was controlled from phone button presses. That's interesting. I hadn't played that. My first game was this game where you had to traverse multiple screens by staying on times of a certain color, and you were looking for gems of some kind. You could only change colors on 2 color tiles. Oh. See, multiple screens. That sounds like Q*bert. That sounds... or Crystal Castles. That either sounds like Q*bert or Crystal Castle. Get the gems, Bentley Bear? That sounds like Crystal Castle. I think it's Crystal Castles. But I don't know if... I don't know if that's it. You had to traverse multiple screens by staying on time of a certain color. Yeah, that either sounds like... gems... Q*bert didn't get gems, though. Q*bert got, like, little... the whole purpose was to change the color of the tiles that he was on. So... or to damage the teeth that he was on, or whatever it would be. So I don't think it was Q*bert. It does sound like Crystal Castles, maybe, but even still, that doesn't quite match. That's cool, though. I like the concept. Hasn't Atari begun reproduction of their retro games again? You can probably acquire the rest of the collection. My actual Atari collection is gigantic. Like, my original... I have 3 4-foot... Excuse me, I have 3... 4-foot bins? Or 3.5 foot... 3.5 to 4-foot bins that have nothing but Atari games in them. I think my Atari collection is... I'll have to go back and look at my catalog. My Atari collection is several hundreds of titles of actual original cartridges. Several of them are still in box, too. I've played them, so they're not unopened, but they're in box. Like He-Man and Popeye, and I've got all kinds of good... My Atari collection is one of my larger... Well, I'm going to say one of my larger collections. I've been collecting games for decades. I think I've sitting on, like... I don't know, 15 or 14-something thousand titles. Something like that. I've been collecting games for a very long time. But I do have a ton of Atari games. Now, it probably would be better for me to get if they have begun to redo the collection, it would probably be a good idea for me to try and maybe get, if they've got them all on like a Blu-ray disc or something, that would probably be not a bad idea, so that I don't have to go through my piles of games to get them, but yeah. Have you seen the E.T. from the infamous... Have you dug up E.T. from the infamous dump? I have 2... Yes, I do actually have one landfill copy. The copy I'm looking at is not that copy. But I do have one landfill copy, courtesy of a good friend who was somehow involved in that whole thing. And then I have one playable copy, and that's the one that I have set up because the other one is not in good shape. You can tell what it is, but it's not in good shape. It would not play on for any reason. The dog section of the screen has a human face. The dog in the selection screen has a human face. Oh yeah, kinda. He's cute though. He's a puppy. I love animals. My first game was probably Echo the Dolphin for the Sega Genesis. I like the dolphin, didn't like the horror. That's fair. It definitely takes a really, really left turn. It definitely takes a really left turn at the end. I agree with you. You make me all jelly with your Atari collection. Jelly? It's my first. It was not my first console. I guess my first console was technically a Telstar Pong console, but Atari was very probably that was my second console. I guess I was gonna say my first. I think I played a Telstar dedicated Pong console first, but if it wasn't a dedicated, because I have a Radio Shack Pong console still from back then in my. I'll have to take pictures and put it in the Discord, just so people can see some of the cool little artifacts of things I have. I have some really cool stuff. I don't know. I miss this era of gaming where gaming was just playing games instead of big companies trying to charge you $100 to say, oh, this is an experience for the next 14 years of your life. Atari produced a modern copy of the Atari 2600. New cartridges and original cartridges are the same. Oh, that's pretty cool. I have two original wood grain 2600s, and then I do have one 2600 mini that they made several years after the original, but it's still way older than a modern one would be. Okay, so now we need to run through the dungeon. The dungeon is more of a holding area than a torture chamber, though it may have served its purpose in the past. Oh, I probably should...
Behind a panel in that wall is a tunnel which leads directly to the docks. We should be able to sneak out to your ship and sail away before they know what's happening. When we're away, I'll direct you to the caves where my people hide.
Okay.
I must tell them about the situation here, and perhaps they can help you as well.
Okay, this guy seems like he could be okay. Behind a panel... What panel? Oh, it doesn't actually want me to find it, huh? It's just like, I go. You heave the door open and wander into the dark tunnels beyond. You're in a dimly lit chamber within an ancient catacombs. Within an ancient catacombs? You're in a dimly lit chamber within an ancient catacombs. Okay, I think the English would either be within ancient catacombs or within an ancient catacomb singular. But I could be wrong. Oh well. You wander down the curving passage and quickly become lost. Eventually you find yourself completely turned around and back at the start of the catacombs. Oh.
Yes, my friend?
How do we go?
That's all. We'll talk later.
Oh,
Sure.
Dang it. I hit the wrong one.
Yes, my friend? You know the way back to your people? You can get us there?
Of course. If I can get hold of a ship, I can pilot it directly to the secret caves.
Oh, okay.
That's all.
Sure.
Okay, let's go back. I've clearly gone the wrong way. Wait, this way. Haha. Okay, and then we can go into my ship, and nobody knows.
This is an incredible vessel. Great workmanship. I've never seen anything like it. I assume that the steering is similar to the ships that I've piloted. If you'll give me leave, I'll take us to the secret caves on the edge of the Fire Sea.
Nice. Edmund looks around the interior of the ship and whistles. 1 second. You nod, and Edmund, smiling, plants himself in front of the steering wheel. Cool. Let's see. On the subject of changing for live services, have you heard anything about the Stop Killing Games movement? They scored a big win in the Europarl recently. Yes, I did hear about that, and I'm happy about it. I don't know if that's going to make us any good move over here, though. That's the problem. It's I'm proud of what they're being able to accomplish in European Parliament. I'm not sure that I'm not sure we're going to adapt and adopt as they have or will have to, but yes. And I think that's, I really, fingers crossed, we start adopting this immediately. I did hear that there was a huge victory in that regard. I really, really hope that we fall. Unless I'm mistaken, and we've already said we would take a stance similar, in which case that would be wonderful. I didn't hear that. I heard that there was a victory made. I didn't hear on how America would participate. But that's awesome nonetheless. My acquaintance has a Soviet Pong microcontroller that had to be soldered and then assembled to a shell by the owner. Good lord. I'm happy that F2P game piracy is taking prominence. Gacha games like Genshin Impact and Limbus Company have reverse engineered servers with rewards modified to make the game fair to the player who doesn't pay. That's good. I'm guessing F2P is free to play. My opinion on piracy is the simple regurgitation of what they've already said, which is if ownership isn't, if purchase isn't ownership, piracy isn't theft. I don't think you should start pirating from random indie developers or developers in general, obviously. But if you have a game that you've put $60+ into, you should have the ability to play that game at your whim. I have cartridges that I'm looking at that I have bought and have had years and decades before, and I can still put them into my console and I can still play them, and I'm not missing segments of the game. It's the same thing with today. I don't think you should go randomly pirating things, but if you either A, don't have the alternative to own it, buy it, or attain it otherwise, or B, if you buy it, you're not purchasing the game, you're purchasing a license, yet you're paying a full price, I think you should have the right to have that backup to play at your leisure. I don't care what laws say, you should be able to buy things and own the things you buy. That having been said, if you can get it, you should absolutely buy it and support it. Just be careful and get yourself a backup if you can or need to. That's why I've been such a big advocate of GOG. You buy a game on GOG, you get an offline installer that has the whole of the game as well as all of the patch installers, and you don't need internet after you've downloaded that. You don't need the internet. You can launch it anytime you want. I have several terabytes of those backups for me to have for my use whenever I want. I have 3 entire SSDs dedicated exclusively to backing up my games. And a lot of memory. Limbus mentioned has awoken the sleeper agent in me. Love PM, and it works. My compass was swallowed by the sea. It's a bit unfortunate that PM moved on the standalone projects to Gacha formula. Favorite game out of the set. At one hand, allows him to make beautiful cantos and extended on the lore of the city. Lobotomy Core is my favorite game of all time. I was replaying a few days as the stream started. Library of Ruina also has great gameplay. I don't know if I'm familiar with either of those. I should try that. Lobotomy Core is definitely their best experience. You should pirate F2P free-to-play games, I assume. I low-key hate Library of Ruina gameplay, TBH, and seriously hate Limbus Company because of Gacha. I'm playing it on YouTube to avoid supporting Gacha. Why is that? I've heard some people didn't like it but never saw anything besides Unlucky Days. This is all outside of my knowledge. I'm going to be completely honest. We started talking about opinions on things like stop killing games, and then we got into something I don't know anything about. So I'm sorry, I don't... Outside of the very, very obvious things that I've been stating to probably most everybody, I apologize that I don't know anything about this. I don't think I can really have I don't know enough to have an opinion. I'm sorry. Slight disagree. You should only pirate free-to-play in-game progression is gated behind purchases. Exempli gratia. Fortnite shouldn't be pirated, since never purchasing a microtransaction doesn't. That's fair. Yeah, I think that's a fair opinion. I can opine on that. Mostly because I kind of get tired of farming books for optimizing my deck, bad tutorial, and uncomfy interface. It's still about content preservation. It's all about content preservation, I'm sorry. Limbus is kind of known for being a bad gacha. That is to say, you don't need to pay a dime to go through it. The story is great. I watched the story on YouTube, to be honest. Limbus Company is just... I don't know what VN is. I've missed everything that's going on here. No worries, Viddy. Not a worry. Welcome in, by the way. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Yeah, I can agree with that. I agree. I can agree with that copyright. I think that, again, for me, on the free-to-play, if a free-to-play game isn't a pay-to-win, I think you can support developers by purchasing skins that you like. But if there's content gated behind something, or if it's a pay-to-win, then yes, I understand the pirate element of that. But if it's something where it's just, you can play the whole game, but you don't get the skin that you want, no, you can support a developer by putting... One of the things, I'll give you an example of how cool this is. This is one of the reasons I love CDPR, is The Witcher 3. When you pirated that originally, you didn't actually get less of the game or a virus or anything. They just made all of the romance intimacy scenes. They skinned it with like an old hag instead of the person that you were intimate with, so Shani or Yennefer or Triss or whomever. And they put a thing in there saying, hey, you're probably not playing an official version of the game. If you're seeing this, please buy the game. And I thought that was really fun and clever and in good humor. Let's see. I hope they go back to make a whole new game, not lives. Yeah. Wonderful day. You started 3 hours ago at 4 a.m. Of course, but that's still... Just because it's early doesn't mean you can't have a wonderful day. I started a little earlier than I normally do just because that's when my wife also was getting started with stuff, and I don't like to lose time with her, but if she's going to go do her own thing, then that's when I want to do these, So I apologize, but we're still going. We're still going for right now, for a little while. I hope you are having a good morning. It's always a pleasure to get to see and speak with you, Betty. Otherwise, at least we have reverse-engineered servers to properly enjoy the content. Epic kind of fired most of their talent because of over-investing into hype and the hype of the game through events and celebrities. Okay. For Retro's benefit, good lord. For Retro's benefit, VN is a visual novel. Examples include Steins Gate and the story-focused parts of Zero Escape. Oh, I like Zero Escape. I've played that. I like the those are Axis, Axis make that those games. I like those. Zero's Escape, The Virtue's Last Reward, and all that. Visual. I'm not unfamiliar with visual novels. I just didn't realize that's what that was in that VN. So I appreciate that copyright. I like visual novels. I think what did they do? Radical Dreamers. I have a cartridge of Radical Dreamers around here somewhere. So that's an early visual novel, but more novel than visual, but still. Also, sorry, Retro, I can gush about Project Moon games for days, even if it's more niche. Would 100% recommend Lobotomy Core, though? I'll stop there. No, go ahead. Gush on. I like getting recommendations, right? I mean, worst I can do is play it and say it's not my cup of tea, but I think it's great. So, let me pull up my paper here, and I'll just make a note. No. Ouch. So, this is why my studio is also my office. I have room to make them two different places, but why would I when I have all my pens and papers here? Let's see. And that pen doesn't work, though. Throw that in the trash bucket. There we go. Lobotomy Core. Okay. I have jotted that. That pen doesn't work well either. Throw that one in the trash bucket. Why do I have a bunch of pens that don't work well? Here's my machined 007 pen that I got from Theory 11. One of my favorite pens of all time. And that has a fresh thing of ink in it. I knew it did. It's got a little, I love the way they did it too. They've made it like a little bolt action, like you would find on a gun to deploy the actual pin part. How cool is that? Let's see. By the way, would you like some toast? Always, Viddy. Always. Hi. At least I seriously recommend to listen to Millie songs for these games. Okay. To Kill a Living Book is one of the best albums I've ever listened to. I think one of the VNs I've played is Werewolf the Apocalypse. I have two of those games. I have the action third-person shooter-orientated one that they did. The action-orientated one they did, and I also have the one of the visual novels. There's another one I think called Purgatory, which I don't yet have, but I probably will get. I'm serious? No, I believe you are. I'll happily give it a look. Let's see if I can jot that down too. To Kill a Living Book. Okay. Retro's going to play it now, and the difficulty will ensure the streams never end. Possibly. I mean, I don't necessarily know if I'll play it on here. I always am on the lookout for good games, but just because I enjoy it doesn't mean I will always play it here. I'll tell you that I think the plan is after I finish this game, I think there was a mention last time of getting to do a joint stream with my wife, and I think what we're planning on doing is Witcher 3. I've played The Witcher 3 multiple times. She's never made it through, and she really likes the game. And so I think what we've decided to do is, I've got her microphone already set up on an arm and everything in here, is she'll sit here and go through Witcher 3, and I'll try and help her on the places that she gets stuck, or if she has questions, that kind of stuff. And I think we're just going to do a joint Witcher 3 playthrough together. Also gives us a chance to do stuff together, because we much prefer doing things together than apart. I just found my newbie agent's machine and filled my energy quota. Nice. This is the stream that never ends. Project Moon not knowing what it is. That's exactly what it is. We should do 428 Shibuya Scramble. Not a porn game accessible on Steam? The fact that you had to disclaim not makes me worried that it might be. My mod duties have now started. The difficulty is the point. God, it's so good. Also, hi, Viddy. All right. I'll give it a look for sure. There's several protagonists in the story, and their stories are interchangeable, and to complete each story, you have to make right decisions for each of the protagonists. I think that's a cool idea. Again, I like the Virtue/Reward 999, the Zero's Escape. I like that anthology. I have all of those on the PlayStation 4 and 5 and Vita. I don't think they made them for GOG, otherwise I would buy them there too. But I do like them. Can I leave?
Thank you, my friend, for helping me escape. I will be forever in your debt, and I intend to help you in your quest. Right now, however, I must speak with some of the elders. I have to tell them about Clytus, and we must make plans. If you go back to the palace, I will meet you there. We have a few ships ourselves that can take me. Until then, farewell.
Okay. The prince draws you aside, and the prince disappears into a mob of Sartan. The cave is much larger than it appears from the outside, but it is crammed full of Sartan refugees. Okay. Oh, there's Balthazar, and we've got a bunch of gamblers. Let's talk to the gamblers. You go through the repertoire of attention. Excuse me. You go through your repertoire of attention-getting devices, finally deciding on a straightforward tap on the shoulder. This causes the recipient to suddenly drop the playing pieces he was shaking in his hand. He starts to protest, but when the other players begin to moan, his head drops to look at the winning throw, and he laughs.
That was my luckiest throw of the night, and I owe it all to you.
Other players reluctantly hand over small white stones to the winner, which he accepts gracefully. Then he turns to you and says,
What are those stones you won?
They're not stones. They're rune bones. We make them from animal bones. Each unique rune bone has an individual rune carved into it, but they all interlock.
Have you gotten into the part where lobotomy where the cognition filter gets... Yeah, freaky stuff. Ethereal experience.
Win.
My day's been made. It's hard to find someone who knows about those games. That's cool. That's really cool.
If no
I definitely don't, so I'm going to look it up, though. That's what I call good world building and great twists, and cute media turns edgy done right. Why the gambler slaps himself. Right. Oh, I see what you're saying. I think he's supposed to be dusting his hand off, because I don't know if that's what he's doing, but I think he's supposed to be shaking his hand and dust his hand off, because it says he's using rune bones. I don't know if you've ever thrown things or shaken things. We have runes made of bone also, here at our house, and if they're not treated, they let off calcium dust that's calcium basically. So I always interpreted it to be him dusting his hand off, but maybe. Oh, that's okay. You say cute media turns edgy. What was the Doki Doki, right? Literature Club. I have that. If that's kind of the vein it's in, I thought that was cool. And Corpse Party, the Corpse Party games. I thought those were cool too. I originally bought Corpse Party just because of the name Corpse Party, which I thought was interesting. And then Doki Doki, I have to admit, I bought after hearing the very beginning of the Game Grumps playthrough, and then I was like, this isn't just some cute little, alright, this is interesting, and I turned it off and said, I want to play this. He pets himself, invites. I don't think I get to play. He might be inviting me to play. I don't think he is. I think it's just him brushing his hands off. Because I don't think I can actually gamble with him. I think he can teach me how to play the game, but I don't think he actually does it. Ooh, can I have some of the... Yeah.
Responsible for your throw. Don't you owe me some of your winnings?
Sure, my friend. I guess you did bring me luck on my heaviest bet. I suppose I could let you have a few, just so you can practice a little at the game. If you get good enough, maybe we'll let you join in.
The gambler glares at you, but then laughs. He dumps 4 rune bones into your hand. Nice. Are they real?
Are these spells real? Can you cast them?
Of course not. The runes are all fictitious. We made up the runes and the spells when we made up the game. Although when I created some of my runes, I snuck a peek at a few of the bookworm's old tomes. I wanted the runes to look authentic.
He jerks a thumb at Balthazar, who is still huddled over a thick book. Nice, okay. Alright, so he's playing Runebone. Let's get out of here.
No problem.
His attention swings back to the game at hand, where he gets into an argument over the legitimacy of a thrown spell. Alright, let's talk to Balthazar.
How can I help you?
You have to clear your throat repeatedly before the thin man lifts his sunken eyes from the book. When he does, you feel the piercing, burning intelligence of his gaze. Although his body is old and frail, you sense that his mind is as sharp as any you've encountered. He quickly looks you over and says, "Alright, yeah." He's got this bald patch here. I was always taught, there was a gentleman that taught me this a long time ago. His name is Berg. I don't think he's alive anymore, because he was old back then, and that was a long time ago. But one of the things I'd asked him about was bald, and he said, when you're bald, he said, all that is that your intelligence has outgrown your hairline. I am not bald. I have long hair, so perhaps I am not very intelligent yet. I'm okay with it, though. Just a walkthrough of Linda 3 again? I don't know what that is, I'm sorry. Gambling references before Mario Party 4 mentioned them on the cover box? Just because I was a really big fan of when it came out, but it was really divisive among the people. Do you have any opinions on 0EZTD? I don't think so. I don't know if I know. I don't know if I know what that is. 0EZTD. So here's the thing. I may know what that is. I don't know what the abbreviation is specifically. So I apologize if that's the case. Matter of fact, let me take just a quick step away. I won't go to the other screen because it won't take me very long. I'm going to step away for just a second so that I can throw this away. 1 second. Sorry about that. It took a little longer than I thought because my wife finished her stream, so I actually saw her there. Okay, let me see. Helping can be cured, so because I have Layton games to go through. I love Professor Layton games. I have played most of those. Chat's somewhat puzzling. Same for the game. Yep, that too. Here's a puzzle to solve. Where has Retro gone? Oh, I was going out for just a second to grab more tea, and then my wife had gotten off, so I was talking with her. I was at Ash in the kitchen with the dumbbell. Blame copyright. Is it copyright? Wait, with the... Anyway, what were we talking about? ZTD currently. What was ZTD? I'm sorry. I missed it, and I can't go back in the chat without clicking out of the game. But you asked... I think copyright asked me if I had an opinion on 0E ZTD, and I don't remember what that is. But I would be happy to try and opine if I know. I do vaguely remember asking Retro if it's possible to play Cluedo online, in which case we could play... Oh, that'd be fun. I think it's possible. I do think so. How is she? Retro got some tea. Now the puzzle's solved. She's doing all right. She's doing well. I mean, I'm going to have a different opinion than everybody else's, but beautiful as always, I think. But she's doing okay, I think. Okay, sorry about that. Zero Time Dilemma. Oh, okay. No, I liked it. I thought it was... I mean... how do I want to say? I personally am... I think that they were good. I think the Zero's... not Zero Time Dilemma. The... No, I can't think of it. But anyway, it was okay. I thought it was okay. I still think, for me personally, I still think 999 is my favorite of that little epic. I do think that they started off with the strongest and they got slightly weaker each time. But I thought it was fun. I thought it was good. Different opinions, you say. Insert fact versus point of view. Seen from My Name is Emily here. Yeah, different opinions in terms of, you know, she's my wife, so, you know, I have a different relationship with her.
Are you Balthazar?
That I am. I'm afraid you have me at a disadvantage. Who did you say you were?
I'm going to be nice, because I do have you at disadvantage. That wouldn't be right.
My name is Haplo.
Haplo. Strange sounding name. Where do you hail from?
I don't really have a home.
We'll say that. That's technically true, but it's not threatening him.
Gee, that must be very difficult. Food is so scarce that we were forced to settle in one area to grow even the pitiful supply of crops we harvest. You must have some other source. Perhaps sometime you can let me know what it is. For right now, how can I help you?
Yeah, he's pretty nice. Okay.
I've been to your home. I followed your directions here.
You followed my directions here? I'm glad that my journal served some purpose. If it helped to save one life, it was worth leaving behind.
Sorry, I was in the bathroom watching 2x speed right now, and it's interesting to hear your thoughts. I mean, I'm sorry that they're not more in depth, just because it's not something, like, I thought it was fine. They did, they also did a game called Deathmark, and I think Deathmark was kind of the same way. I think that people kind of were like, I think for me personally, I think 999 spoiled me in that it is such a good game, such a good story, and then they did Virtue's Last Reward, which is great, but it's more of the same, and so there's a little bit of the novelty has worn off. Not that it's bad, it's really a good game, but it's just a little bit of the novelty had worn off, and I didn't like the 3D style quite as much as I liked the art style. And then Zero Time Dilemma and Deathmark kind of fall into that, where I think a lot of people are like, But I think they were good. I think it was good. It's just, I don't know. I thought Axis Games, Spike Chunsoft and Axis Games, or Axis Game, however they're probably, I think it's Axis, pretty good. I made it despite your directions. Yeah, no, I got it.
You're the same Balthazar who is the king's necromancer?
That's correct. Although as the royal necromancer, I suppose that I serve Edmund now.
Okay, I guess the king died, yep.
The king is dead?
He wasn't a strong man. I think perhaps he had the plague at the end. It was befuddling his senses. The prince refused to assume the leadership from his father, so we followed the king until he died. Those were strange days. The king would lead us in circles as his mind slowly decayed. His death was inevitable. When someone contracts the plague, it is only a matter of time.
The plague sounds like dementia.
What is this plague?
I hope you're in for an unforgettable luncheon.
For as long as I can remember, people have been falling prey to a mysterious sickness. We just call it the plague, for lack of a better term. When someone contracts it, he dies days later. There is no cure.
Bulbasaur.
Doesn't seem to be any cause. It's not contagious in the usual sense. It strikes randomly. All of our efforts to learn more about it have proved futile.
I'm half asleep, so I've forgotten part of the steamed hams scene. Oh, egads, my roast is ruined, but what if I were to purchase fast food and disguise it in my... it is... blah, blah. My roast is ruined, but what if I were to purchase fast food and disguise it as my own cooking? Delightfully devilish, Seymour. That's funny. Bulbasaur, I know that... again, I know that one to be Onion Turtle. I don't know much about Pokemon, and that one, before I knew what it was called, I called Onion Turtle, and I still think that's a good name for it. The gods, my populace is dying, but what if I use necromancy to replace them with undead servants? Delightfully devilish, Clytus. I don't know why I decided I needed to take a, oh, no, I can't think of his name. He was the Fly. Not the original Fly, that was Vincent Price, but the one from the 90s. Why can't I think of his name? I feel like I took his kind of cadence. Jeff Goldblum. I think I took his cadence when I read that. I like Jeff Goldblum as far as what little I know about him, but that kind of every second is a new experience tone that he takes. Nice. Jeff Goldblum. Hey, I'm glad you picked up on that perfectly. Either that or the Fly, but I think I kind of took... He's got this kind of manner about him where every second is a new experience, and he's very experiential in that regard. So I was like, yeah. Not gonna lie, the only Fly I know is from Freedom Force Mod, The Strange. The Fly was a horror film originally with Vincent Price, which was fantastic. It was, scientific issue with this basically he's decaying or becoming this fly, and then they did a version with Jeff Goldblum. That's the only Fly I've seen. I like the original one better. Obviously the effects aren't as gruesome because like the Jeff Goldblum one is very grotesque, especially in the middle transformations. Like there's a lot of like slime and skin lesions and such. I personally very much like the Vincent Price version, but I also very much love Vincent Price. So and his movies, and I grew up on a lot of Vincent Price, like I said, Red Skelton, Lon Chaney Jr., Boris Karloff. I grew up on a lot of that. I grew up watching, as a matter of fact, my favorite comedian, I grew up watching a ton of Red Skelton, and Vincent Price would be a guest here or there, or they would have, Vincent Price as a guest on Red Skelton. They'd have Vincent Price as a guest on Red Skelton. They'd have Red Skelton as a guest on, an Ed Sullivan show where Red Skelton would be, or, stuff like that. So David Cronenberg, who directed The Fly with Goldblum, is an interesting director to say the least. Also, bad typo for Jeff's last name there. No worries. I knew what you meant. But I get what you're saying, Goldbum.
The plague has decimated our population. The dead far outnumber the living. Even if our world wasn't threatened by the imminent collapse of the Colossus, I question how long the plague will let us all live.
Prince Edmund has told me quite a bit about you.
The prince is a good lad. A trifle young to be sure, but holding up remarkably well under the strain of leadership. The loss of his father has been hard.
I said gold bum. That's all right.
The crown for years to come. My thanks for your part in bringing him home.
Jeff Goldblum is my favorite metallic hobo.
I'd like to talk about something.
Well done. I like that. What are you reading?
What are you reading?
This is just one of my own books on magic. I'm trying to master one of the lost arts, illusion. I'm so close to the spell that I can taste it. A breakthrough last night.
A bum made of gold. I mean, weirder things, right? Weirder things. There was an Austin Powers movie about gold in places it shouldn't be.
You might want to get some exercise. Sitting there reading won't put meat on those bones.
I have just enough meat on my bones, thank you. Reading is what I enjoy, and in doing so, I have outlived all of my contemporaries. I wouldn't be surprised if I outlived you.
You know what? Fair. You watched everybody else die, and you're still here reading. Speaking of reading, Anna got me the Last Rites, the Ozzy Osbourne Last Rites book, and I have to say, I've begun reading it. It's really good. If you are a fan of Ozzy Osbourne, I highly recommend giving it a read, because it is a lot of it's written very much in his voice, I think, and it's quite fun, quite a very easy to get through for people who have an ear for the colloquial. Austin Powers totally owned James Bond in epic rap battles of history. I hadn't seen that, but it wouldn't surprise me. So to get a bum of gold, you set reading for a long time. I guess it's Attack of the Coffin Touchers. Hey folks, I'm back. Welcome back. Okay, can you teach me any spells?
Can you teach me any spells?
I'm afraid not. It takes a good deal of time to teach these arts to a novice. What's more, as a rule, I only teach my apprentices.
Am I really a novice, though? Do I have a... Hold on. Do I have something where...
What was this breakthrough?
I have been trying to construct the spell by taking a back route. I reasoned that if I discovered how to break an illusion, I might be able to build one. Last night, I happened upon the correct rune structure to unravel an illusion. Using this as a foundation, I should be able to construct
we've been doing
spell.
It's been fun. There's been a lot of different conversations, and I'm enjoying the game. So, have you tested the Unravel illusion spell?
Have you tested your Unravel illusion spell?
Well, no, I haven't found any illusions anywhere. Not that I would be able to recognize one if I saw it. That's the nature of illusions. The only other way to conjure an illusion is to create one. And since I can't do that yet, I have no way of testing my Unravel illusion spell. Although all the signs indicate that it is complete, I'd love to find an illusion somewhere to try it out on. But who knows where the ancients decided to place their illusions, if anywhere.
One of the things I really like about the story is that they very much focus on trying to explain the magic or give the magic substance. And this is one of those where when we were reading the book last time, it was that an illusion basically appeals to the mind so deeply that it's not a matter of, like when we think of illusion, we think of something that if you see it, but you try to feel it, your hand goes through it. In this case, it's that the mind literally is being affected. Illusion isn't a physical thing created. It's the mind being told that there is a physical thing there, and the mind cannot do anything but treat it as if it actually is there, because the mind does not perceive that it isn't. So, like, if they made a table, even though the table doesn't objectively exist, the minds affected by the illusion are so convinced that it does that they will convince themselves that they are feeling the tabletop and they can't pass through the tabletop, and which I think is such a cool concept. But by that, you could also argue, I mean, this is where we get into the kind of philosophy part, then you would say that may not be an illusion. That would become perception, which would become reality. Shared perception, which would then be reality. So let me...
This is getting too technical for me. Let's talk about something else.
Certainly.
You're just 1 foot out of the grave, aren't you?
I'm more powerful than I might appear, my young friend. With age comes wisdom.
He levels one yellow eye at you.
So this is home, eh? Nice decor.
There are worse places to live. As you know, Abarak is filled with warrens and tunnels. Most of them are larger, considerably more comfortable to live in. We constructed our city in...
I left that blue box a long time ago. Philosophy part, I just woke up.
Those spacious enough to contain everyone from Telestia are cramped, located too close to the lava of the Fire Sea, and have only one small, clean spring, providing scarcely enough water to sustain such a population for very long.
Agreed on this count. In general, I really enjoy stories that give some effort to explaining the intricacies of their magic systems. Famously, there's an HP fanfic that did it, but original is better. Oh, okay. HP, I'm assuming Harry Potter. Yeah, I like it when they do. Deathgate is based on a series of books, again, by Tracy Hickman and Margaret Weiss. I think there are 7 books in the installment. I have most of them. I don't have all of them. I have read... At some point or another, I've read them, but I want to say that the ones that I'm missing I had read from a library. I do now have almost all of them, but I don't. And I need to go back and read them again for sure. But it's a really well-developed world, honestly, and the game does a great job of realizing it. Kind of the same as when I played I Have No Mouth and I'm a Scream on the channel. Based off of the short story by Harlan Ellison. I'm a huge fan of Harlan Ellison's stuff, even though he's passed away. Huge fan of Harlan Ellison's stuff, but I think that they do a good job with that game in expanding upon what he had established because he had so well established it. Very, very nice. It's weird to a certain extent. I treat the world itself as a story of sorts, like seeing the internal history is fascinating to me. Well, that's the thing the world is a story. It is a story, right? It's your story, it's my story, it's whomever's story. And when we're not here anymore, to the people that are, it will be a story that they can't experience because they won't have existed then. But it will be a story which might inform the story that they live, right? The story of what we did well and didn't do well will be the thing that informs them of what they may and may not decide to do well, which we will call his story. And we currently do still. Wait, isn't HPAMR better than Harry Potter? I don't know what I'm assuming HP is Harry Potter. HPAMR, I don't know what that is. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets was always my favorite. I've only seen a few of them. I haven't seen all of them yet, so I don't know. And I've not read the books. I own them all. I have not read any of them. I didn't grow up with Harry Potter, of course, so that makes sense, I guess. Yes, I'd say, but it's better, in my opinion, when somebody does it for their own original world that they make from scratch. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I may have misunderstood. I see what you're saying. Am I a story? Sure. Wait, Retro's been talking to a story this whole time? Huh? Yeah. Has anyone ever played the Blade Runner game from 1997? Yes, I have it. They did a remade version, which I don't think was great, but yeah, I love Blade Runner 2 again. My favorite actor is Harrison Ford. I think my favorite actor is Harrison Ford. So Blade Runner was something I was going to jump into. She story. Could be. I mean, his story isn't his story. There would be 2 S's in that. It's H-I story, right? High story, basically. But you could call it she story or her story. I don't mind. It's not a gendered story. It's a story of all things prior to now.
Its only advantage is that the cabin is hidden. The entrance is nearly impossible to find along the extensive coast of the Fire Sea. It provides a perfect place to hide, which is exactly what we are doing.
Okay, so who are you hiding from?
Who are you hiding
Clytus?
From Clytus's forces, of course.
Oh yeah, okay.
They found out where we were. They'd attack instantly. We'd be boxed in, trapped. We wouldn't last a day.
Yeah, but you're pretty powerful, I thought you said. A good example of what I'm talking about is YouTuber Zway? Ling specific, but the structure of the Langs make the show's internal societal developments that imply deep historical legacies. Okay. Makes sense. It's too bad Shu won't live, but then again, who does? I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. That's fair. I haven't taken a look. I need to take a look at that, but yeah, I that's fair. I just love the huge impact Blade Runner had on pop culture, even anime. Akira and Ghost in the Shell are perfect examples. Again, Ghost in the Shell is my favorite animated, and Cyberpunk takes a lot from it too, so yeah. I've seen things you people would be forced by the spell to believe. That's true.
What are those guys yelling about in the corner?
They're playing Runebone. It's some type of gambling game, I believe, very popular with the working class. Since there's not much to do here, they play it constantly. It's very distracting.
I think what we're going... Well, here, what's that book?
What do you...
Might as well.
This is just one of my own books on magic. I'm trying to master one of the lost arts. Illusion.
I think we have a hint of something.
Taste it. A breakthrough last night has placed it just within reach.
Okay. I'm curious.
I heard you have a whole library.
They are safe, buried in a secluded spot. I keep them guarded at all times. They are invaluable, and I won't risk damaging them.
Nope, that's fair. That's fair. All right, so
Never mind.
you said something that informs
Thank you for your...
As you...
what I'm thinking. You said cave wall. One of the cave walls feels like rock and looks like rock, but has an otherworldly quality to it. Something about it isn't right. The dog growls and backs away from the east wall. The dog knows something I don't. I think I have an idea. I need to possess you again, though, dog. Nope. Dog. Magic. Okay. I need to possess you again, dog. Because remember, he says illusions can only be perceived by higher life forms. Is the dog a low enough, quote-unquote, low enough life form that it wouldn't be able to perceive the illusion? Those will fade like tears in the rain. Is the Blade Runner game any good? Obviously the movie is, but the tie-ins are not guaranteed to match quality. Honestly, it's pretty good. It is the original one is pretty solid, I would say. Blade Runner is the game. Yeah, the game is one of the few licensed games that's actually good. Yeah, I agree. I did play it once years ago and thought it was pretty slick. It is, yeah, it's pretty good. You can get it on GOG. Again, you can get it on Steam, I'm sure, too. I'm not going to promote Steam because I don't like Steam. I don't get paid to promote GOG, but I like GOG. There you go. Has anyone played the Cat Lady? No, I have not. Oh, Viddy has, though. Yeah, I have not played the Cat Lady. You trace the runes in the air and place your hand on the dog's scruffy fur. The magic swiftly takes hold. You stiffen as you feel your soul passing away. Everything goes dark. The darkness doesn't last long. The world fades back to the dusky gray tones that you've come to expect from the dog's eyes. Although you miss colored sights, sounds, and smells... although you miss colored sight, sounds and smells are amplified to compensate. A bitter, sharp odor draws your attention to the east. Through the dog's eyes, you see a small tunnel that you missed before, running into the cave wall. Dry, stale air from the opening carries a disturbing smell. An evil smell. Yep, look at that. Can I go there with the puppy? You feel something very wrong about the tunnel to the east. You cannot force the dog's body into it. Perhaps it has more sense than you. You nuzzle your motionless body. The contact sparks the transference of your soul. The familiar dizziness overwhelms you, and when you recover, you're back in your human body. So this is not real. He did say it only worked on higher life forms. I guess the dog isn't, technically.
Yes, what is it now?
Also, don't forget the book Blade Runner is based on. There are a few more references from it that are in the game. I think Akela published Original Downfall, and it was one of my first PNC experiences. I genuinely resent fantasy. I'm very allergic to the genre, so I'm more for the mundane. Wait, for mundane and okay. I like all things, but I'm also a big book guy, right? So, fantasy, science fiction. There's not much that's off limits to me in terms of wanting to read books, but my favorites are definitely science fictions, fantasies. I really like classic literature too. So. Is the dog in your inventory? No, he's in my... The little spaces over there are my party. It kind of looks like my inventory. It's kind of like my inventory, but it's my party. Let me pause for a moment. Nice. Toby Fox intensified. One step forward and two steps back. Yeah. Chat fills you with determination. I do know that. Have played Undertale.
Have you noticed anything unusual about that cave wall to the east?
Unusual? No, it's just a cave wall, one of many, actually. Why?
Yeah, he said, I genuinely resent fantasy. For me, obviously I love Lord of the Rings. I've never seen the movies, but the WB games that came out, and of course the books are great. And then The Witcher, all 9 of those novels are pretty great, and the Witcher games are pretty great. I think they get better as you go, not worse. So Witcher 1's good, 2's better, 3's absolutely a masterpiece in my opinion. Closest you can get to a 10 out of 10. And then obviously Game of Thrones is good. I've not seen the show, but the books are pretty good. They're pretty good. I don't think they're as good as Witcher or Lord of the Rings, but I think they're pretty good. And stuff like that. So I think there's a lot of good fantasy out there. A lot of good cyberpunk too. Cyberpunk actually has a book, speaking of which. It's called No Coincidence, by a guy named Rafał Kosik, and it's really good. It's a pretty good book, honestly. And then of course D&D stuff. I like D&D stuff, Ravenloft and Menzo Berenzin and all that kind of stuff. So the big problem is not equal to the solution. The solution equals let it be. Could be, depends on what the problem is, but sure, let it be. Oh, yep. Dr. Mad typed to me, speaking words of wisdom. Dang ninja by video. That's fine. Am I a ninja? I've lost my mojo. I'm in a funny mood. No, it's okay. It's all right. That's good. I'm Dr. House, diagnosing why you lost your mojo. I don't know. Must be a... Wait, how do I diagnose over a YouTube live chat?
What would you say if I told you that it was an illusion?
I'd say, how can you possibly know that? Your brain can't distinguish reality from illusion. You are a higher life form, aren't you? That's just an assumption, mind you.
Why did you throw a mild amount of insult at me like that?
I've looked at it through the dog's eyes, and it's not there.
Open the door, this is my neighborhood.
You possessed the dog and he didn't see it? Yes, that would follow. The spell does not communicate with the lower life forms, and by possessing the body of such a form, you would bypass the magic of the illusion. You say it was the east wall. It's an illusion. Imagine. I've been sitting this close to an illusion every day, eager for a chance to test my unravel illusion spell. I'll try it now.
I'm locked in because Bob the Hobo stole the key and he owes me £50. Or was it Harry Dresden? How can you possibly know that? Ooh, philosophical dialogue. I don't know that I'm on the same communicative wavelength here. I think I'm lost. Balthazar wanders over to the cave wall. He touches it, even pushes it with all his might. With a questioning look in your direction, he waves his hands about, tracing blue glowing lines in the air. When he has finished the final rune, the spell floats into the wall. The rock flickers, then dissolves like so much mist. Beyond, you see a small crawlway stretching into darkness.
It worked! This is exactly what my research needed. Now that I know the Unravel Illusion spell is correct, it won't take long to finish the Create Illusion spell.
Balthazar dives back into the book and resumes reading with rekindled enthusiasm. I'll talk with him.
Yes, what is it now?
The old man looks up from his book, a little perturbed to be interrupted from his studies.
Thank you for your help. Perhaps we'll speak later.
As you wish.
Oh, I was hoping I could say something. Anyway, That's all right. I won't bother you again. You've helped me do this. What is this? Can I go in here? Well, this looks awful. The dog stays behind, bristling and growling at the tunnel. The air in this small hidden cavern is heavy and thick. Something happened here. Something very evil. Well, let's take this spell book, because why not? Can I read the spell book? This is just flat out a necromancer's book with a pentagram on it. Pentacle isn't a pentagram, pentacle on it. No, this would be a pentagram, because a pentagram has a circle. Pentacles are independent of the circle, I think. A study of necromancy. Let it be known by any who would read this book, who would learn of the dark practice of necromancy, that it is forbidden. Let the reader do so at the peril of his soul and to those of his brethren. This tome is intended for information's sake only. He who disregards this warning and undertakes to practice this discipline has committed a crime against his race, and at the time a crime punishable by death by order of the Sartan High Council. If this warning strikes you as too harsh, you are obviously not familiar with the after effects of this art. Simply put, every person brought back from death another of his race shall die untimely. This spell is tantamount to murder. Therefore, it is treated as such. Necromancy is literally death magic. It can be used to draw back the spirit of the dead and force it to inhabit the body it has rightfully vacated. This does not bring the dead back to life. Indeed, the body loses its ability to feel and heal its wounds. Eventually, even the best-kept corpses will be useless. Countless accidents and daily wear will eventually exhaust its potential. And the spirit never quite grasps what has happened. It exists in a state of constant confusion. In its own mind, it is reliving its past. It plays events that it has experienced despite different environments and the lack of other players and props. Some lose contact with this world entirely and live only in their created reality of the past, but that is an extreme case. Most spirits can understand and communicate with the living. This is their only benefit. Resurrected corpses obey the living as well as they can, given their mental and physical limitations. In a situation where the living cannot function, at peril to life or health, a corpse can perform admirably. Necromancy was discovered by accident. A failed experiment to uncover the soul's destination after death unexpectedly provided the basis for resurrection. No one understands precisely what the spell does. The spell's results are understood, but where are we drawing the spirit from? What are we consigning it to? Why does another person have to die, and why only from the same race? These questions will have to remain unanswered, as all experiments involving use. Wait, hold on. These questions will have to remain unanswered, as all experiments involving use the spell have been prohibited. I'm going to assume that's supposed to be involving use of the spell have been prohibited. The spell itself is as follows. Okay, so I have now learned necromancy. Okay. This text should serve only to remind that the practice of necromancy has been condemned. But if you want to use it, go back a page. By forgetting the art and its consequences, we risk that future generations will unwittingly follow our footsteps, rediscover the discipline, and repeat our mistakes. Look upon this text as knowledge, pure and simple. Knowledge never kills or destroys, except in the hands of those who misuse it. And that's the last page. It's hard to believe such an enthusiastic magician once worked on the Queen Zeal Mammon machine. Queen Zeal's Mammon machine. Chrono Trigger. Oh yes, Balthazar. At least it's not the Necronomicon. It looks like it might have been intended to be. The Necronomicon, so everybody, that's the fun thing, is like, isn't it like Iladzi Zati Adz, I can't remember the name, but it was a traditionally Middle Eastern sounding name that was supposed to have made the Necronomicon, which was then found and recorded by Lovecraft. I don't know the name exactly, I have to go back. Retro's reading a forbidden book. Everyone come see you. I wonder if it can help me find my wig. I didn't know he was pro book banning. Yeah, he is. He's Viddy's against the books. No, I'm teasing. I'm not at all for that no, I know you're not, Viddy. I'm teasing. I'm not at all for that sort of censorship, at least of all the books. No, of course not. I would imagine. So this is a question. Here's something interesting, right? I wasn't trying to accuse you. It was just a joke. Oh, no. It was just about this. That's the question. Here's the question. If this world... So here, Viddy, this is a good question, I think, for you. Just because of the little conversation that happened there. If you had a world of magic and you had a book that taught you how to do a magic that killed by mistake a group of people untimely. It says of the same race. Now, obviously, races are different here because you actually have human as one race versus races within human, right? So, like, it's not, you don't have the, you don't have Caucasians versus Latino versus, you don't have that. You have human is that race, that whole race, right? And then you have a book that says if you use necromancy, it will kill a member of your race untimely. Do you become pro book banning in the book that teaches you how to do that? Do you believe that type of censorship is warranted, or would you still be anti-censorship there? Well, just 1 hour left before I turn 33. I'm going to watch something before Ruben Farr breaks down the door and tries to kick me. David Letterman wasn't assumed with that. See ya. No worries. Happy birthday again. You've learned a spell. You close the book and replace it in your inventory. Okay, so I learned necromancy. I'm going to take this robe. Your fingers touch the black material of the robe. It feels inexplicably cold. The frost runs up your arm, and soon your whole body begins to shiver. The rocks of the cave seem to take on a life all their own. They whirl and twist and becomes something totally new. You realize that you are seeing a vision of an entirely different place. Oh man, I just woke up. I'll have to ponder on that for a week. No, it's okay. It's all right. The chat can answer, of course, if they want. Yeah, no problem. I know we've talked about this a lot on the channel about censorship and such, and I think that the general consensus for those who have been talking with me for some long time has been pretty well everything should be uncensored, or you should have access to it. Like, nothing should be off limits. How do I want to say this? To a grown and developed mind, nothing should be off limits in form of print and video and so on and so forth. There are things that I don't think contribute, like there are things I think don't really contribute to the well-being and the forwarding of our race, right? So I'm not saying that just because everything is off limits means that everything should be permitted, or not permitted, that I think everything should be indulged in. But I do understand, how do I want to say it? I do also think that in this case it changes the circumstance a little bit, right? On the race thing, it's always noteworthy to me how uniformly basically on the race thing, it is always noteworthy to me how uniformly basically every race, or at least on the good side, tends to be light-skinned. I suppose I just noticed because I'm not, but it's definitely. Oh, shoot. 1 second. I might have to step away to address something really quick. Give me 1 second, please. Sorry about that. I had an upset puppy barking at the door, and had to make sure we had somebody that was supposed to come and cut branches off of a big tree for us, and so I didn't know if he was looking to get started or just wanted to make sure everything was good. So there we go. What do we do? What did you do to get Retro's brain going like that? I wanted Retro to divulge the secrets of the universe, or at least to tell me what 42 means. You know, I want to know what the secrets are. 42 means a number that you can come to by multiplying 6 by 9, and the universe. If the universe was right instead of wrong, but instead the universe went wrong, and it was 6 by 7. And by that I mean that none of this 67 nonsense, which I don't even know what that means, on subject of censorship. No, wait, 6 multiplied by 9 is 54, which means, oh no, 42 divided by 6 is 7. 6, 7, no. Puppy. I don't know what happened. I have no idea what happened. Okay, let's see. A nervous dwarf stands. I think we've missed some stuff as I had to mute, but a nervous dwarf stands nearby, watching this man cast spell after spell at the rune. The wizard curses and yells as the blue fire strikes the stone, but without effect. Finally, a particularly fierce spell actually affects the column. Its usually constant blue glow grows faint. With a triumphant shriek, the wizard commands the dwarf to approach the spire and break the rune. You! The dwarf quakes with fear but remains steadfast. He approaches the rune with a hammer and a wedge held out in front of him. When he cautiously touches them to the rune, a massive explosion throws his body back like a rag doll. I think we've seen something like that, too. The man shrieks again, but in frustration. He curses the dwarf's limp body for its weakness. The strength of madness enters the wizard, and even while maintaining the spell that holds the spire's rune at bay, he simultaneously casts a mighty spell, too quick to memorize, upon the dwarf's corpse. We've already seen that corpse. We've already seen that spell. We know what that is. A misty image of the dwarf appears, floating over the body. Its expression is one of pain and terror. It's as if something has taken hold of it in a manner of a rope wrapped around its foot, and is dragging it back into the corpse. When the spirit image has been totally subsumed by the body, the dwarf's eyes jerk open. The man in black screams at the dwarf to finish his task. Slowly, the dwarf drags himself to his feet, gathers up the hammer and wedge, and approaches the spire. He touches the tools to the rune again. Again, the magic reacts, and now the explosion only rips the explosion only rips flesh from his bones, and somehow the dwarf manages to stay his ground. Institutions or systems tend to be fault for sure, whether it could be due to censorship or something else. Sure. Retro Room audiobook win. When I get good enough to have to not read the same line over and over again because my mind has decided that I don't read aloud as well as I do quietly. It's difficult for my mouth to keep up with my head, and so I read quietly much faster and much better than I do if I'm trying to follow with my mouth. I'll get better at it, though. I'll work on it. True, but I think it's important to keep in mind, Vidi, that all institutions have flaws. It's an unavoidable consequence of Gödel's theorem of systemization. Systematization. There we go. That's better. I was about systemization. That's not right. Systematization. There we go. Here comes the man in black. He won't let you remember. Here comes the man in black. Galaxy Defender. Nice. What's that stand for? Bees? What's that stand for? Bees. Okay. Five blows of his hammer force a chunk from the center of the rune to fall away. Immediately, the rune's glow vanishes and all of the other runes of the spire grow a bit darker. The man in black laughs as he picks up the piece of stone. He admires the rock in his hand as if it were some kind of relic. Then he turns his attention to the obvious hole in the spire's rune. With his free hand, he weaves an intricate spell that is too complicated to follow, and suddenly, the rune appears to be whole again. The strange pair exit the chamber, leaving the spire seemingly whole, but much darker than it started. The scene shifts. Now you see the same man seated on a throne. He holds a scepter which he has as its headpiece, the same chunk of stone from the spire. Others in his court display obvious fear for their ruler and keep quite a distance from him. The man seems to prefer it. You see no sign of the dwarf. Another scene, the wizard is much older. He is handing the scepter to another, younger man, whose face bears a close resemblance to that of the wizard. You can see the avarice and longing in his eyes, and the reluctance in the eyes of the wizard in black. After the younger man has snatched the scepter away, he takes no further notice of the older wizard, who walks off slowly. Now you see the old wizard in this very cave. He stands on the rock floor alone. The madness in his eyes is overwhelming. He murmurs to himself for a while. You catch only the mouthings of a few words. They'll never find me, and must never bring me back. Never. His hands wave aimlessly in the air, but then you begin to see the blue traces of a spell. Soon the rune construct is completed. It flies into his body and explodes in flames. The wizard thrashes a bit, but in short order is no more than a pile of ash. Surprisingly, the robe he wore has been left untouched by the flame. Nothing happens for a while. Then you realize that the visions have ended and that you were looking at the same scene, only thousands of years later. The robe lies in the same place, covering the ashy remains of the old wizard. Tentatively, you pick up the robe, but no further images haunt you. Only a vaguely human outline of ash remaining on the floor. Okay, nothing else in here? Nope. Oof. Democracies at least allow them to compete for authority, which makes them accountable to people. He's making his rune escape. Yeah, it was a flashback, yep. We found Ash, but actually, we did. That's the idea. The idea of a democracy allows the people to do it, but the illusion of a democracy is what we find more prevalent, I think, at least in modern politics and society. I think that the intent of democracy, and if democracy is enacted without caveat, yes, but I think that right now, in most parts of the world, and I would even state in our part of the world, we see the illusions of democracy more than we do actual democracy. I think a good example of that for America specifically would be the impacts of the Electoral College versus of the popular vote, and furthermore, the ability to circumvent votes in cases that occurred, such as when Clinton had some officiated vote thrown out or tossed out. And I think we're seeing threats on that now, but I think they're much more obvious threats, and I think they're both more obvious now, and also things going under the radar. So it's a very tricky time we live in. Aliens would visit us and wonder if politics, least of all the ones we have, are an illusion. I think that the versions of politics that we have now are mostly, yes. I think that back then I think that they've been for some time. Could it be that politics are an illusion? Could it be that? Yeah, absolutely it could be. Not politics are an illusion, but the way that we see politics to be, or the way that they're presumed to be, that is the illusion, right? Democracy is the illusion, but it's not what actually is being enacted in a lot of cases, or it's caveated heavily so that it's not really democracy when you boil it down to brass tacks. The cave is much larger than it appears from the outside, but it's crammed full of sartan. Okay, so we've already had... You run up to Balthazar. Yeah, the dog happily runs up to you. Oh, nice. You run up to Balthazar, eager to discuss the amazing vision you've just experienced. All right. On the subject of the Electoral College, it's actually close to being obsolete. More and more states are joining the National Popular Votes Interstate Compact. I hope it does, but then there's another evil that comes of that, right? And I think it is a lesser evil if you have to choose, but it is still an evil, which is that you do actually have fewer people that are well informed, and so you do actually have a lot of people voting not on what their understanding of a policy is, or policies that a person might be able to enact or want to enact, but also the fact that people have a tendency to vote emotionally. So I don't agree with the Electoral College. I do think it's better to go towards the popular vote, but I also understand that could lead us to a very big series of issues also. I think it's a lesser evil, certainly, though. I'm ignorant on the U.S., I'm sorry. But wasn't the Electoral College kind of a necessity at the time? How would each state account every vote? Well, the Electoral College is basically a series of votes that are... So, I mean, I won't break it down in a hyper-technical way, but It's basically a per capita... It's almost a per capita vote system. So it's not about what the people are voting for so much as it is what the votes per state count for towards X. And in some cases, the Electoral College coming up against the popular vote might mean that the Electoral College was won in default. The problem with that is that what the Electoral College reports may not actually be a direct reflection of the people's interest, which would then be, if the Electoral College isn't run by the people and doesn't show a representation of the people's wants, it's not a democracy, right? Definitionally. Didn't Electoral... this cave is larger than... Oh, it's a TARDIS. Didn't Electoral College allow... didn't Electoral College allow for easier compressed communication back in a time where any distant communication took time by transportation? Sure. Yeah, I mean, that would be good, but we have... I can be on a phone call with... I can be on a phone call that is real time with somebody literally on the opposite side of the world and on the opposite side of the equator. Case in point, we have Viddy here. And we're geographically and time-wise separated by many hours, yet we're able to communicate mostly real time. So the Electoral College would have become completely obsolete, almost entirely obsolete, when that became something that could happen. And that type of communication has been around for quite some time now, ever since the telephone, I suppose. You're right. Yeah, it's also not the Yeah. It's not also not the 1700s anymore. Yep, perfect point. She beat me to it. I mean, it shouldn't be really hard to change the system. Oh wait, hold on. I mean, but shouldn't it be really hard to change the system as it would allow certain Oregon mans to turn a legit democracy into a theater? No, that's the thing about it. I think that the examples that we give of I think when everybody talks about changing the system and how difficult it is, I think we naturally have those changes. I think the argument, I think that argument usually is used. I don't think you're doing it this way, but I think that argument generally is used to excuse people from being able to continue to weaponize the system that works in their favor, right? Oh no, it's really hard to change an entire system. Well, not really. That's kind of how America occurred, was breaking away from a system that had been established for a long period of time because they felt it was unfair and not representative of them, and then they created their own system, and it wasn't perfect, but it was literally a complete upheaval of what they knew in favor of what they believed to be better. I think that's what we can do too. Oh, does this guy... Well, what is this guy doing talking to a live chat about the American Electoral College, whatever? I don't know whether or not you understand, but America has not yet been founded. I'd like to read my book, please. You know, that kind of thing. On one hand, yes. On the other hand, one could argue his rise to power was facilitated by the inflexibility of the system. That's very true. That's a very true point. Oh, wait, was that Balthazar? I guess I've not been paying attention to the character name. Yeah, it's Balthazar. I thought so. Yeah. No, I think that's a great point. I think that's a perfect point, in fact, copyright. But the inflexibility of the system is also, it's also possible to, again, that's oftentimes, it's going to be difficult to change the system, is the excuse of people who abuse the system in the state that it's in, knowing that the change will make that more difficult. It won't make it impossible, but more difficult. So... get this guy to dispel the political illusions. Well done, Maki Sprites. Well done. He now knows Unravel Illusion. Get him to use it on politics. That was good. What if all of this is an illusion? I mean, to some extent it is, I suppose. Our own perceptions of how this conversation is going on are very different, even though we're all experiencing the same thing. So technically, my perception of it is only real to me. The conversation, there are elements that we can ground ourselves in to say that there is an element of reality in it, but my perception of it would be completely illusory if it could even be remotely espoused by any other person in this conversation. Therefore, there is an element of illusion to it. All right, sorry.
I just had an incredible vision when I picked up this black robe. What do you think it means?
A vision? Tell me about it.
I will.
This is amazing. You've just experienced the life of our first dynast, Clitus.
I like Balthazar, by the way.
There's quite a few questions I've had about his rise to power and his reign. It also answers many questions about our current situation. Because
he doesn't fake that he likes me. Like, if he wants to be rude, he just is rude. It's easier to trust a person, in my opinion, it's easier to trust a person who can be honest themselves and might forego polite niceties if that's not the way they feel by being strategically impolite, if that makes any sense. I'm not saying you should be impolite, but I'm saying if you're someone who's not happy with a circumstance, to be more honest and say you're not happy with a circumstance is someone or something that I will trust more than if you try to act as if you're happy with something that you're not happy with. You quickly recount the vision to Balthazar, who listens raptly. It is ultimately down to how do you protect rights while allowing structural change in other ways. And I think the answer is you can't. It requires active participations by rights advocates. Yeah, that's fair. Well, and it's basically all that politics are is going across the monkey bars on a jungle gym. You just have to make sure that one hand is planted on the bar firmly in front of the one you're on before you let go with the hand you have, right? That's the objective. So both hands on the first bar. Now we're going to reach forward, firm grasp on the next bar. Now that we have that firm grasp, we let go with the hand on the previous bar. And we keep doing that until eventually we find ourselves in something that we might consider progress, or around something we might consider progress. That's all it is. We understand that if we let go with both, we're probably going to fall into something akin to chaos, or at least an order. Chaos doesn't really exist, right? It's just an order we don't understand yet, but it's an order we might not understand that might cause great detriment. So, That confirms it. I've chosen what of this retro room is real or not. Oh, wait. What is this high stuff Ash put me on? But if someone really likes a Doctor Who episode, says someone who feels differently to them is lying. Oh, sorry. If someone who really likes a Doctor Who episode says someone who feels differently to them is lying, who is experiencing the illusion? Well, so that's the difference. Is lying would be the reality to that individual, but a difference of opinion is that reality. We societally agree that a difference of opinion isn't necessarily lying, because you have to, in order for someone to be lying to you, your position has to be considered a fact. And if it's a fact only considered to you, then we agree that that would be considered an opinion, right? And a fact has to be something that multiple people or the vast majority could reasonably assume to be the case if it was posited, right? If I throw a ball up, on this planet, it will come down to the nearest surface, the nearest lowest surface that it has access to. That would be a fact, because it's reasonable to assume that if I do it or if somebody across the world does it, the same thing's going to happen. But my like of something, saying that and throwing that out there into the ether, isn't necessarily a fact. It's because you could reasonably ask someone the question and get a completely different answer. Neither they just have different priorities in what they look for in a story. Sure, that's true too. That's a good point too. Monkey bars, huh? I always thought that there were monkeys in this gym. Well, humans are technically classified or considered great apes, right? I mean, in terms of whether or not you believe in the origin of species in that way, it's the classification we currently go under in terms of general animal classification. So to some extent, apes and monkeys aren't quite the same thing, but in some instance you could equate those. Art is wholly subjective, and one must never expect the understanding of others. Yep, that's a very well said. But have you considered that Freddy Fazbear may secretly be the reincarnation of Sans Undertale? But hey, that's just a theory. Nice. I've never watched a film theory. I've watched game theory, but only a few. So I'm familiar with it, but not much. Matt Pat left. Oh, yeah. Okay, sorry.
Can you interpret the bit about Clytus's grab for power?
I would be happy to. What would you like to know?
How did he convince the council to let him disband it and institute a monarchy?
He didn't have the political power to do that. No one did. So he required magical power to back his play. He made himself undefeatable with the scepter. No one dared to oppose him after he created it. It was child's play to institute the monarchy. He merely eliminated every possible opponent.
Why did he do all of this?
I believe that to be a member of Abarak's council, the only requisite was a mastery of magic. This implied intelligence, but not necessarily sanity. Clytus was clearly insane, if not before his play for power, then afterward.
See, I think this is a really cool world building, like the establishment of these principles and such.
What's the deal with the dwarf?
The dwarf was Clytus's personal servant. He worshipped Clytus, very like a well-trained dog. I believe that's how Clytus saw him as well, not much more than an animal.
Okay, we know where he ended up.
What happened to him when he tried it the first time?
Even weakened, the rune's magic was strong. Clytus should have known better than to send a mensch to cut the rune. It killed him instantly. I believe that this is where Clytus finally went mad. He was so close to his goal, and his plans were about to be foiled by a lowly mensch. In desperation, he resurrected...
I'm not going to say what type of doctor it was. Kanye West immediately, before saying what type of doctor it was, that he had a problem with. Okay, I don't know anything about Kanye. I know very little about him. Let me be more clear. I heard game theory is still going. Maybe it's the game nowadays or lack of MatPat, but it's not very good anymore. I don't know. I hadn't...
The cost of a mensch. A bargain.
An appointment with Dr. House.
Is that when Clytus instituted the practice of necromancy among the Sartan?
Come to think of it, you're right. Coincidental timing? Perhaps not. It's possible that he instituted the practice to justify his own actions. That's almost unthinkable. We've been using necromancy for thousands of years to cover for one man's mistake? I certainly hope that's not the case.
This is their politic.
Let's move along to another subject.
Very well.
We also need to not do...
Tell me about the Scepter of Rulership.
After Clytus took the chunk from the Colossus, he fashioned a scepter and used the chunk as a headpiece. He brandished the finished product at the council and demanded a crown. They caved in almost immediately.
Okay, so how do we fix that?
What kind of power did this scepter have?
Mostly destructive. It could turn a man to ash with no more than a flick of the wrist. I believe it also had powers of a more subtle nature, though my texts don't address these. What is written is that the scepter is unmatched in sheer destructive force.
Okay.
Is there any way to counter the scepter?
That's like asking if there is any way to defeat the Colossus. In a sense, it is the same thing. The scepter draws upon the Colossus's power. It cannot be.
I think I lost interest in game theory before MatPat left, and not because of the content necessarily. Maybe just the games or other things diverted my interest. That's fair. I suppose I'd say I was a MatPat fan. I watched since the beginning, and then when he left, I left too. That's perfectly fair. Oh, you reminded me. You were making a commentary, and before I had to leave to the door, you had made a commentary, or an observation rather, on most of the hero types of specific media being lighter skinned, and you were noticing that incongruency because you said you had made that because you didn't have lighter skin. And I do think that that's what I really hate about things, and this is going to sound a little... This is going to sound a little... if it's taken wrong, it's going to sound a little bad, and I may not say it perfectly either, but I wish there are really good games where there are protagonists that have different skin colors, and I think that's great. Heavenly Sword is a good example of that. Deathloop is cool, but What was the other one? Was it South of Midnight? I think I can't remember now. I've got to go back. It's been a minute since we played it, but that was really neat. I do think that there needs to be a lot. One of the problems that I have is I feel like that a lot of people that want to make games where the character is alternatively is alternative, not just the race, but the attitudes, right? Whether that be their sexual preferences or whether that be their the way that they look, a body modification of some sort, and then if it does also happen to be the color of their skin is different also from the generic Caucasian individual. I think a lot of companies make a sin of trying to make that the focal point instead of making a really cool story and then just inserting a character and going, hey, wouldn't it be cool if this character just also happened to be from here, different skin color, different identity, different, that kind of thing. I think a lot of people start focusing about making a statement about the person, and in doing that, they make the person less appealing because they're like a good example of that would be Dustborn. Dustborn is a game that has a whole bunch of people of alternative identities. And all different races, but the point was, the thing that made it fail in a lot of cases is it was really heavy-handed with that, and in the opposite, what they could have done in the opposing is they could have just made a really good game that happened to have people of all of those identities and races and so on and so forth. That's, I think, the big issue that I find myself running into a lot of times with games. That having been said, there are still a ton of games out there with great protagonists that are not Caucasian, male, traditional, but I think that's usually what I end up seeing, or what I see a lot of, is there's this take where the central focus becomes making that a mouthpiece of, look, the character is, this alternative identity or this race or whatever, and then they suffer the story, and then the story, now you're not interested in that. And people will say, well, they didn't like the character, they didn't like the identity. It's like, Dustborn just really is. I mean, I have it, but it's just not that good of a game. It has nothing to do with the alternative identity. It has to do with the fact that you wrote the story all about that, and it made the dimensionality of it much more unidimensional instead of being this dynamic world that I wanted to be involved in. Cold World symbolism, Clytus's Crookshift, yeah. Scepter is nuclear weapon. The game is Fallout 2. That's pretty good. That's pretty close. Who is Clytus's rival in this allegory? That's a good question. John Kennedy? Yeah, could be. Who's Kennedy to the game? Kennedy? He's an elf. All right. Oh, really? That's kind of interesting for this world. Retro, I suppose the thing that always makes me feel weird is that in settings with humans and non-humans, the humans never have dark skin. Yeah, that's fair. Obviously, in these worlds, there's no such thing. In these worlds, there's no such thing as black. But the absence, BRB was sort of second break. That's okay. The absence makes it feel as if it's only a very specific subset of humanity as part of humanity. No, that's fair. That's completely fair. That's a good point. It's, yeah, I think Star Wars and Mass Effect do this well, but fantasy skews incredibly well. It does. You're not wrong. I agree with that. That's a good observation. It's not a good it's a good observation insofar as that you've made an observation well, not that it's something that is good that we've observed. I agree. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Why is that? Like, and to consider that the Necronomicon is supposed to have been written by a Middle Easterner whose skin would almost certainly not be white. But the man who's coined for having read the book or written the book or transcribed it would be Lovecraft, which was, very much a Caucasian man. Huh. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, obviously, it's the obvious answer is it's modern cultural, or not modern now, but modern then, cultural lack of diversity making itself manifest in fantasy, because of course in those times you had people that were predominantly white, making rules and excluding other races for arbitrary and nonsensical reasons. But yeah, why that hasn't increased, like why there hasn't been an increase in that, that's a good question. That's a very good question. No, that's fair. I mean, that's it. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what it's probably reflective of, though. Yeah, I mean, it's reflective of a time. Nowadays, I think it's a continuance, but of that, without realizing that that's what it is. Because, you're thinking about the continuance of a world that was built upon a world that was made by the conflict of people deciding that people with different skin colors were lesser people. But then you've established a lore that when you move forward, other people say, well, that lore has been well established, not realizing that it's, the undertones of real life discriminations that were informing these story decisions. Huh. Brilliant observation, but a sad one. Because I hadn't thought of it. I mean, obviously, when it comes to the exclusion of non-white or non-male or those types of things, I have opinions on those and have thought on those. But as far as thinking about fantasy and that, I hadn't thought of that. That's really something that's got me thinking now. Now I'm going to want to dig up and find places where that challenge that. Obviously not that challenge your viewpoint, because I think your viewpoint's right, but that challenge that overwhelming narrative, and see if I can find how they justify it in their fantasies. I'm going to actively seek out fantasy worlds that have a more diverse portfolio and see if it's just included as a given or not. That's interesting. I vaguely remember, and correct me if I'm wrong, that Witcher games were criticized for something like this. Only it pointed out because of Polish mythology roots, maybe it would not work or something. Well, The Witcher doesn't have the Witcher world doesn't just have light-skinned people though either. I mean, that might be in some of the games do have that, but like The Witcher 3 literally has the entire Ophiri group of people, and the Ophiri people are not. Some of them are lighter skinned, but like the Ophiri wizard that you have to fight on the docks and such are very much an homage to more of a Middle Eastern, even potentially up to some areas of Northern Africa. It definitely makes sense that they would be more like it because of it's Polish people doing Polish people, and the folklore that it's involved in would be mostly Polish or even probably Slavic. But there are other, again, the Ophiri are some of they're who's the other one? Like Zerrikanians are darker skinned, so they do have that, and they are there. But because in The Witcher you're in fictitious Poland, and as far out as you go in most cases, with the exception of when you're drawn to areas that are predominantly Zerrikanian or Ophiri, you're drawn into like Scotland, right? not Kaer I think it's Spikerog, but not Spikerog. I can't think of it. Anyway, Scotland, right? You're in an area that is very much filled with people that have lighter skin, but they do acknowledge in the Witcher games, and you do see them. You do see Zerkanians, you do see Ulfiri, so it's like, Ulfiri. It works in The Witcher if you assume the portal to the elf world is located in Europe. My problem is with from the ground up worlds like Middle-earth. Why does no one have Asian-looking eyes? Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. Because you're talking about the entire thing, whereas like in the Witcher world you're looking at, you are talking about the portals to... Again, in the Witcher world, you're not talking about the whole world. You are talking about a very small subset of the world. And even in the Witcher, again, you do have other races. But I agree, with Middle-earth, you've got that, yeah, that's a good point. Very good point, etc., yeah. As Retro says, interesting observation. Tolkien didn't really think about that, I guess. It could be that he didn't think about it, or it could be that the mentality of that time just wasn't friendly to other races, and that, whether intentionally or unintentionally, seeped into Tolkien's mind. I don't know. I'd be very interested in any diverse fantasy worlds if you find any. I only know a few at present. Sure. Yeah, I would like to look and see if I can find... And I'd like to find older ones. Like, I'd like to find ones that were written around the time where, Tolkien or because Witcher's been around since, like, the 90s, right? It's not that old. Tolkien's been around for a lot longer than that. So I would like to see if I can find something there. Make a character colored by a white person is always a deliberate... Make a character colored by a white person is always a deliberate choice. It may be dictated by authenticity to themes of a narrative or by the personal ideology. The themes could be the ideology itself. Could be. That's true. I don't necessarily know if I agree completely with the statement that to make a character Caucasian is always a conscious choice, because I do think that in a lot of cases we proxy ourselves. And so I think a lot of times when you go into writing a story, the main focus of the character is always going to be a proxy or an approximation of yourself. And I think a lot of authors have a tendency to write. I mean, if you take a lot of the, it's not always the case, right? Obviously, so for example, like Samuel Clemens is trying to make a social commentary, then the first thing he's going to do is or a political commentary, the first thing he's going to do is he's going to make a comment on a people of a certain race being disenfranchised, and then he's going to make, a person that might be proxy of him helping that, right? But if you're not making a political agenda, I think a lot of times we intend proxy ourselves or that which is like us unintentionally. So I mean, I agree with you that I agree with you in most of those cases that's the case. Could be a personal ideology, could be a narrative, but it also in a lot of cases could just be a person's unwitting action to proxy themselves, and you do have a lot of people that are Caucasian that are putting those books out there, and especially in times past where literally there were Caucasian people gatekeeping skill sets, reading and writing and things like that. You would see more authors being people, Caucasian people, because Caucasian people were gatekeeping education in some cases. So it's interesting. I mean, depending on how far back you go, obviously that's not necessarily the case now, or at least not en masse, but still. There definitely would be no issue with putting more Asian-looking characters. Now, though now I am curious on how those eyes developed and if it can be said in a given fantasy world that evolutionarily it didn't occur, and what it says about the world's environment that's different from ours. One of the things I do like, and I think personally was the case, is I do like the fact that elves in The Witcher, so you have to consider that the elves from there are different races of elves, right, in The Witcher. You have the Wild Hunt are of one type, right? And then you have the common elf, right? Quote unquote common elf is the Anseed. And then you have what the Wild Hunt are, which are the Anel, right? Darker ones. Darker in terms of world and view, not in terms of skin. but they did give a lot of them a more almond-drawn eye shape and kind of incorporated some other features. So they are still pale-skinned, but they did kind of incorporate some features that they might consider. One in old Poland, 1270s Poland, might consider exotic. Heavy quotes on that, by the way. But it might consider exotic. And I don't necessarily know if that's the right word for it, but it's an interesting thought. I would be interested to know more about that. It'd be interesting to note at times, or it could happen more, that sci-fi and or fantasy can have characters that don't resemble humanity in any way. Otherwise, you've got even Balthazar here. Sure, but I mean, I've known a guy that looks very similar to Balthazar, so... Not black tips on the bottom of white hair, but beyond that, almost identical. I said Asian to respond to copyright, but just to clarify, I don't think there's an issue with putting an A. No, that's fair too, though. It's a good point. I get what you're saying. Who's just an old white guy? List countless of... Yeah, sure. I would ask in response, why would the full range of normal phenotypical variation not be present in humans of that world? If we're assuming humans exist, why not human features? Yeah, yep. Again, it's a little bit more understandable when you take a subsection of the world, just a small piece of the world, and say, okay, in this geography, the overwhelming majority are X, right? Because we can observe that now. If I go to Scandinavia, the odds of me finding predominantly Caucasian people, white or pale-skinned people, or fairer, lighter-haired people, lighter eye-colored people, are going to be big, right? It's not going to be as likely for me to find dark skin, dark hair, dark eyes all the way across. I'll find those things, but if you zoom out and you say, oh, in that world, obviously there would be all of those, all of the mutations that we have, right? People who have mutated to have, and the mutations, by the way, lighter skinned is more the mutation in that regard, because melanin is a natural reaction or protection of the sun, so being away from it is what caused the lack or the atrophy of melanin. True, I think it could be expanded upon as a bit of world building, but my thought is more off topic compared to people not putting all races into their books for other reasons, even if subconsciously. Yeah, fair enough. Sorry. We got off onto a topic, but I had wanted to make sure I had forgotten, and I had wanted to make sure I didn't let that lie, like I had left, and I didn't want to make sure, I wanted to make sure I didn't not address that. I wanted to be able to address that and kind of understand.
Focuses the power of the Colossus that is,
and it was a great topic.
Containment room. If the room were completed and the
it is a great topic, because I'm going to do some digging, because I would like to
draw upon the magic. It would be useless.
Okay.
All of this speculation is worthless as well. You can't render the scepter useless without completing the containment rune. You can't complete the rune without replacing the headpiece inside the Colossus, and you can't get the headpiece without rendering the scepter useless. A vicious circle.
Not necessarily, though, because...
Let's talk about something else.
Very well.
I think we know... Hold on.
Can you explain why Clytus ran away at the end?
I have a theory. After he passed the scepter on to his son, it was only a matter of time until he passed away, either naturally or at the hands of one of his many enemies. He decided to come here, to a secret cave where he could hide forever. Clytus entered and decided upon a small chamber for his final resting place. He cast an illusion spell upon the entrance in order to keep everyone out. Even if someone found these caverns, they wouldn't penetrate his inner sanctum. He had reasons to want not to be discovered.
Okay.
At the very end, he cast a self-immolation spell. This is surprising, but not totally unexplainable. I believe that Clytus actually feared resurrection more than death itself. By destroying his remains, even before he was dead, he assured himself that he would never be raised. That's why you found a pile of ashes inside his robes, which were fairly intact. The self-immolation spell destroys the body of the caster, but nothing else.
Gotcha.
It appears that Clytus wanted
So
to minimize
we
the
should
chance
be
of
able, because I remember we went to that clock tower and we saw something with a scepter.
action seen
I'll
extreme
bet you that headpiece is probably at least a good fake
Why
that I might be able to switch out.
forsaken caves guarded by an illusion spell? I wonder if he was hiding anything else.
Okay, I think I know everything I need to know. Oh, this is good. Let me let him know about this. So he'll stop using necromancy and killing his people.
Necromancy is forbidden, and that for every person raised, another shall die untimely.
That is the final answer. The one I have been dreading my entire life. Necromancy is forbidden. Of course. You say that for every person brought back, another dies untimely? This is what we have termed the plague. We have unwittingly been killing ourselves for centuries, and we have done so at the command of a long-dead maniac. How could we have been so blind?
Explaining how he found Ash. I should have just paid me enough to lift TikTok Clytus. The first. Clytus became a TikTok. Balthazar stops and sobs.
We have to change. We have to put things right. I shall stop the practice of necromancy with my people, but it's only a start. We have to overthrow Clytus. We have to tell everyone.
Yeah, we can do that. After a few moments, he regains control and looks up at you. Yeah, I can do that.
That's all I need to know.
As you wit.
Okay, just don't do any more necromancing. Because I'm busy. I think I can go back to Telestia. Just far enough. Oh, we're not far from Clytus at all. Or their group isn't. Let me go to Telestia. I believe I can get... Can I get out of here? They're in that clock tower. Was there not a replica of the staff? Hold on. Oh, wait a minute.
Don't let him go.
Hold on. Oh, dang it. Okay. Can I wear it? Yeah, I can wear it. Okay. You slip the black robe over your body. Although the back is rather torn, from the front you cut an imposing figure. Okay, so now let me go up. Up. And let's talk to him. Maybe he'll think I'm...
Lord Clyde,
Yes!
I knew you would return. I have been faithful. As you asked, I spoke to no one about you. I have waited for you to take me back to the Colossus so that we can complete what we started. Take me with you, my lord. Please, take me with you.
The dwarf studies you with his one roomy eye, sees the vague form of the black robe, and then smiles, an unsettling sight. Doesn't look like he's smiling to me.
You look like hell. Are you sure you can walk? I'm not gonna
Is he,
carry you.
can he?
These legs will carry me as far as you wish to go. My devotion to my lord will buoy me.
Well, that's admirable.
You sat here for thousands
Also,
of
the
years
whole
waiting for me.
one,
Waited
the whole one lives another dies reminds me of a show, Carnival.
you would return.
I like this as world building. The plague being caused by hiding things about the necromancy spell. Yeah, it's really neat. Like I said, it's really cool.
Do you know the way through the catacombs?
Why did I change my voice?
Of course I do. A dwarf never forgets his way, especially through underground tunnels. I could find my way to the Colossus blindfolded.
Well, that's good because you've only got one eye.
I should
Oh, yeah, there we go.
so. Your eyes are so weak that you might as well be wearing a blindfold.
My eyes are fine. It's just that the world has grown a bit blurry lately.
You're missing one of your eyes. You can't. Okay. I like that though. I like that response. It's my eyes are great. The world's just gotten blurry.
You make that statue in the clock tower? Is that supposed to look like me?
A statue? A statue? I carve statues of you all the time in your service. You said that it pleased you. I hope I haven't done anything to make you angry. I might have made a statue when I first came here. I can't remember. Forgive me, my lord. It's all so foggy.
Why do you have hair growing out of your skull? I had a bug come out of his eye, too. That's not how hair works, though. It can't grow out of bone.
What about the scepter it holds? Is it an exact replica of the original?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Spoke about a scepter. Every time we entered the catacombs, you said that you would make a scepter that held the fragment of the Colossus. We haven't taken the fragment yet. How could I have duplicated a scepter that doesn't yet exist? Take me to the catacombs, my lord, and we will extract the fragment you need to make the scepter. I ask only to serve you.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Of course. Come with me now. We shall go there immediately.
Yes, my lord. Of course, my lord. Let us go. I'm ready.
Joints unused for centuries creak and pop as he slowly rises. It's rather disgusting to see how much of his body is left on the cave floor. Surprisingly, he succeeds and walks unsteadily towards you. So here's my party. I've got the dead dwarf and the dog. Let's go back to the city. I need to go up here. Up the rope. I need, unlike the rest of the, unlike the rest of the cast iron statue, the wedge-shaped headpiece is made of a different material. It looks as if it were carved from a black rock and set inside the metal tongs of the scepter. On the flat end is a single graven line. Okay. Can I put the vice on the headpiece? You'd have to be holding. Can I put this on the? The vice won't fit in between the tongs of the scepter while it's open. Okay, how do I? Turn the crank. Okay. Can I wait? Turn the time dial. I'm wondering. I'm wondering if he needs to be on the outside, because I don't know how I could reach that from there, but I also don't know if he's on the outside how I would get it. I can't put the clock facing the scepter. Can I put... Hold on, I have an idea. Nope. Nope, I want to use magic on the scepter. I want to use motion. Let's see if that does it. Oh, it has to have a humanoid form. Can I do that with this then? This has a humanoid form. Can I cast... Yeah, the statue clearly represents a Sartan, perhaps royalty, given the crown and the scepter he holds. The entire figure is made of wrought iron, save for the headpiece of the scepter, which is carved from the glossy black stone. What if I use motion on the statue because it has a humanoid form? This far from the ground, the spell has no immediate effect, but if someday a work crew takes a statue down for cleaning, they'll be in for a surprise. So it has to be how it has to be touching the ground? Have I saved the game? Oh no, good point. Let's do that. Acceptor, because I can't figure it out. So I'm gonna hit OK, and then let me go ahead and delete this other one. There we go. Tighten the... Okay. Could I put it... Ooh, could I wedge this part maybe in here and then loosen it and have it use as a pry? Like right here? Yeah! Okay, here we... Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. Shove the vise in between the tongs holding the headpiece. It's a snug fit. Right, okay. Can I loosen the... Can I tighten the vise now? I'm sorry, loosen the vise. Yep. You twist and screw. Slowly the tongs of the scepter begin to wrench apart. After quite a while of intense effort, the stone headpiece falls from the tongs' clutches to the metal platform below. Boom. Take that. Can I take my vise back? The vise is stuck between the scepter's tongue. You'll never be able to pull it through. Well, that's a really nice way to tell me no. Okay, so now I have this. Okay, so I just use the release... Where's the release? No. Use the release lever so that I can do that, and then I can climb back down. Cool. I think... Balthazar said if I... Balthazar said if I replaced this in the Colossus, that we would stop the flow of magic. So... if this is enough of a match, I can shove this in there. It'll stop the flow of magic. The scepter won't work, and then I can... I don't know if I'm just going to fist fight, and maybe I can use this arrow on him? I don't know. Alright. We're going to dare go back to... Good thing I saved, too, because then we're going to go back to Clytus's palace. I think if we can make this, then this will be where we stop. I know for sure in that situation, I'd never have gotten that vice solution. Well, I was thinking of using it as a wedge. Your ship transports you to a destination. Okay. Oh, dang it. Probably gonna have to stop soon. I'm getting hungry. I've not eaten. It does not add vice on that. It's... You have to... I mean, going back to the Sierra mentality, you kind of have to think about trying everything on everything. I know for a fact that I don't need the key for that. I know for a fact that I need this. But, like... I don't know where these are going to work yet, or, you know, I know I can't use that yet, because that's what, what's his name said. But, like, you kind of have to think about every little, like, everything. And the only thing I could think of that I had just gotten that would even be remotely applicable was the vice, because, I mean, I couldn't even think about it. Okay, so I can go back into the cave, and then I go in here.
You might be coming back here, and you might need me. The rest of my people are on their way to storm the palace.
Oh, cool. Okay, good. I was scared I had gotten caught.
I see you're climbing in the social circles.
The Sartan Prince steps out from the shadows of the dungeon. He adds this with a chuckle. Okay? So now we open...
Colossus, break the rune! Break the rune! My lord commands me!
Oh, really? As soon as you open the door, something lights up in the dwarf's mad eye. He screams. Totally beyond reason, he pushes you aside and charges into the catacombs. The door slams shut behind him, catching his rotted shirt in the door jamb and tearing a piece of the cloth off. His footsteps echo as he runs deep into the maze. Well, that's not good. The dwarf's scream appears to have alerted the guards at the top of the stairs. Here's some questioning grunts and loud stomping. Okay, I need this. I need you some...
Someone has entered the catacombs without authorization. The Dynast is coming. Wait for Clytus. He's the only one who knows the way to the catacombs, and he wants this intruder himself.
Yeah, okay. I want my puppy to sniff out the dwarf. That's the only thing I can think he could do with that. You hear stomping and rustling at the top of the stairs. No one comes down, however. It's not until you hear what they just said that you understand why, for some reason, Clytus has a personal interest in you. You hold the cloth in front of the dog. He sniffs at it and then lowers his keen nose to the ground. His ears perk up and he points to the north. Okay, come in here. Open. Okay, you heave the door open and wander to the dark tunnels beyond. You're in a dimly lit chamber with an ancient catacombs. The dog sniffs a bit and then points to the north. North.
We've got the stinking rebel trapped now. Only Clytus knows the way through the catacombs. He'll be here in a second to track that lowlife down and kill him. You hear me, rebel? You're going to die!
You hear guards bunching outside of the entrance to the catacombs. You're in a dim... Okay, so... North. North. You're in a dimly lit chamber with an ancient catacomb. The dog sniffs a bit and then points to the north. You hear a commotion towards the beginning of the catacombs. Clytus is yelling at the guards to stay back and watch the entrance while he enters to take care of a problem. You assume that this means you, okay? North. West. South. Pointing to the west, the footsteps get closer from the sound of it. There's only one pursuer, but he's running. He knows these catacombs well and he's gaining fast. West. North. North. Does it say at the end? Yep, north. I see it. West. North. 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 Oh, man. Okay. Should have paid more attention. Huge stone spire rises from a pool of lava. Its surface is covered with the ancient mystic runes of the Sartan. Okay. You have to be holding the Colossus before... Can I put this in this? You press the headpiece against the room, but nothing happens. It sounds like your pursuer is right behind you. Hold on. Wedge shape, carved from smooth black rock on a single flat graven line. I'm probably in oh, what's this? Take that. You slip it from its honored place. Hold on. I'm going to do this because I know it's on a timer and I'm going to be in trouble if not. Gotta go for now. It was fun talking with you all. Have a good rest of your day. You too, Mikey. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day, wonderful rest of your weekend. Okay. Okay, I remember... Okay, so let's cancel. Oh, you know what? That's not real. Hold on. On this, I think it is. That's not real. Spell... Unravel illusion. Because I can't perceive it as different. But I remember that that's why. As you trace the rune in the air, you start to sense the wrongness of the Colossus. The crux of its magic, the containment rune, was broken and then covered up with this illusion. Your spell carefully unties the deception until the illusion completely ravels and falls away. That's right. What remains is a hole in the center of the containment rune where an important line should be. Without this line to complete the rune, it is powerless and has been ever since the piece of the Colossus was removed. Now I can put this there. There we go. You place the copy of the headpiece on the hole in the containment room. It slips inside smoothly and firmly. The lines carved on top of the headpiece connect with the remainder of the rune and complete the spell. Good. Okay. Immediately the rune begins to glow. It isn't very bright, but you sense that the spell is working. The Colossus's magic is being held inside the spire. None is leaking out as it did before. Good.
I knew you would...
Okay, well, I either did it right or I'm in trouble.
And the young prince as well. It seems that I have been far too generous lately. I'll have to rectify that.
Just as you back away from the Colossus, Clytus himself comes charging into the room. Panting, he stops and looks right into your eyes. The Sartan lifts his scepter and holds it dramatically in front of his body, but nothing happens. Oh, thank goodness. I thought I had just lost and was going to have to do this again. He tries it a few more times, staring in disbelief. The prince laughs, draws his sword, and pounces on the confused dynast. Clytus doesn't have sense enough to scream, but looks bewildered by the sword wound left by the prince's attack. He topples into the moat of lava surrounding the Colossus as the powerless scepter falls from his lifeless fingers.
So, Hablo, you are a patron. I know about your race. Balthazar taught me well. This should make us enemies, but you have helped me. You have helped my people. Perhaps you did this for your own reasons, but I owe you a debt of gratitude, and I still consider you my friend.
The prince steps over and picks up the scepter. He hefts it in one hand while he holds his sword in the other. He looks at you somberly.
I thought that this was my most valued possession. Now I know that I value my subjects, my world more. I want you to have it.
Oh, he's a good prince. That's good.
Do not forget us. If Abarak is to survive, we must be linked to the other worlds, and you are the only one that can do this.
The prince reaches behind his neck, removes the pendant there, and hands it to you.
Take the seal piece. Go back to your ship, through Death's Gate. Save this world, Hablo, my friend. We need you. Now, I must clean this palace of the filth Clytus left here. My people should be in position by now.
He nods, then walks away, back into the catacombs. Okay, and I did take the seal piece from the door here. That's all good. A pool of lava surrounds the Colossus like a moat. A small bridge allows access to its front, including the larger containment rune. Okay. Let's just leave then. You wander back through the catacombs to the entrance. You are in one of many passages that run through the palace's foundation. A stairway leads up to the more populated areas. Where'd the dwarf go? Okay, so here's the pendant. I now have all of those pieces. So now I can go here. And I can use... Okay, so that's the seal piece. This is... Okay. So now I should be able to use rune transfer. I should be able to use rune transfer. Where is it? Oh, there it is. And then I can do it onto my stone. Cool. I've done that. Now we can go back to the Nexus, and we can give this seal piece to Czar. And there are these wonderful graphics. Okay, we'll go give our seal piece to Czar, and I think that's where we'll call it. This has been a longer stream because last time we played, we didn't get much accomplished. So I figured we'd do a little bit more. We got to have a lot of great conversations too, though. There's the Nexus seal piece. All right, I'm going to give you this. You produced the stone seal piece while recounting your macabre experiences to Abarak. Quite unexpectedly, instead of focusing on the large number of surviving Sartan there, Czar asks you to elaborate on the art of necromancy. He even asks to see the spell book that shows the spell.
It appears that these Sartan have done our job for us. By using
I get the feeling he's going to do evil things now. Very probably. I don't know that Czar is evil.
I'm sure it's fair to assume that there are only a few stragglers remaining in the other realms, like your Zifnab, if any are left alive at all. The survivors in Abarak don't sound strong enough to resist us. In fact, they are in the midst of a civil war. Once the world is reformed, the resulting chaos will be perfect for our army to walk in and destroy both sides.
See, what's interesting is I don't know that I feel that Czar is evil. I think Czar is definitely vindictive, and I think that that's going to potentially lead to an evil. But this is also a man who shows that he cares about his people. Like, he goes in, he grabs people from this supposedly terrible labyrinth, including ourselves, and he was actually willing to repair my heart rune with his life force. So either he is incredibly manipulative at high cost, or he's not evil, he's just very vindictive against the people who have enslaved us for a long period of time. And I understand the latter. I mean, imagine if you're living in effectively hell forever because of or for a long period of thousands of years because of a group of people that did this to you, and then you come out of it and you're going to be pretty angry, right? I get that.
You've done your job well. There's only one world left, and I hope what you will discover there will be no surprise. Many coffins filled with dead Sartan. If you haven't already, Take the amulet that your prince was foolish enough to give you and transfer it to your steering stone. Go to Celestra and bring back its seal piece. We're very close, Heplo.
Okay.
Feel it.
That's enough for right now.
Yep.
I'd like
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
if you don't mind.
Very well. Yes?
You said that it was necromancy unchecked that killed the Sartan. Does that mean you'd consider using it with limits?
Do you understand the potential of that
Past
spell?
a certain point, where's the line between retribution and evil when your retribution is against many individuals who had no hand in your suffering? I think the understanding based upon the book that he has there is that the entire race of Sartan had decided to enslave the entire, or not enslave, but to punish the entire race of patrons, and that the people that are specifically dealing with it are just the High Council. So it's basically, it's essentially that everybody had a role in it because they had voted in these people that did this awful stuff to them. Insert sanctimonious Christian appeal to forgiveness and reconciliation that kills the mood and the momentum of the stream. No, it's okay. Like I said, it's a nice thought. I get that. It's a nice thought. But I think that's the idea, is that these people have been enslaved as a result of the powers that the Sartan people have vested in these leaders who did choose to enslave. And it's like, I get that. I mean, if you're voting in people who are willing to enslave an entire race of people or imprison an entire race of people because of them being considered to, needing quote-unquote rehabilitation as a whole people, then where does the evil come in, right? Does the evil come in where we're a part of the race of people that want retribution? Or is the evil conducted when a group of people enslave or imprison an entire group of people, believing that that entire group of people are in need of rehabilitation? So retribution's evil, but so is acting upon blatant racism, I guess. It's a more difficult thing to reconcile, I think, than we usually have to work with.
Prince Edmund placed his faith in me to save his world. That's why he gave me the amulet.
This is from the race that consigned you to an eternity of torment, and he asks you for help. Are you seriously considering his...
I love the Tsar voice, though.
His people squabble among themselves like mensch. Even now, they are in the throes of a civil war. Naturally, he wants you to help him. You represent the greatest threat his kind has ever known. He must not have realized what his amulet would mean to us, but it is our responsibility to take advantage of it. You don't just represent yourself. You are the vanguard for our entire race. Don't let your emotions get in the way of your mission. I'd hate to have to cut it short. Look deep inside yourself. You'll find that you are a patron. You were whelped by the labyrinth and fires of hate. Hate for the accursed Sartan that put you there. I can trust you, Heplo, because you are a reflection of me. You are my son, as all patrons are my children.
Okay.
That's enough for right now. I'd like to talk to you later if you don't mind.
Very well. I'll be here.
All right. He was very passionate about that. I think this is where we're going to call it, though. We'll go ahead and save it as... We'll save over this one. Yeah, I think that's probably pretty good. Let's go ahead and switch it over. And there's probably a better or easier way to do this, but I don't know it. We'll try. Let's see here if I can get some music going. There we go. Oh, those are the mysterious numbers in Lost, which all added to 108 as well. The number of trials that the number of trials a Buddhist must endure. Thanks for the stream as usual. Oh no, thanks for being here and talking with me, having the conversations. I mean, that's where I get the most enjoyment truly out of it, is getting to speak with everybody and have fun, and this has all been really good in that way. So. And we talked about a lot of good stuff. This is a long stream though. This is about a 5.5 hour stream, so I'm well tired, certainly, and I'm hungry. So I thought, well, maybe we can remedy that. That'll be nice. So, cheers for the stream. Yeah, of course. Thank you for being here. Big thank you to everybody who is here too. Maki Sprites, Oriana, Vidi, copyright infringement, Dr. Mad. We had quite a few people drop in and say hi and talk with us, so I really appreciate that. Hungary, not the place. Hungry, the state of being, but yes. 5.5 hours, yeah, a little over actually. I think I'm 5 hours, 39 minutes and 22 seconds at this point, or at that point when I had said that. Have you played Sanatorium? Yes. I don't remember much of it. It's been a minute, but yes. I'm fairly certain I have it in GOG. Let me double check and make sure that I'm not misspeaking, but I'm pretty darn sure that I had played it from there. I'll click and look at my library. Oh, Sanitarium. Yep, here it is. That would be a fun game to play. It would be a fun game to play again, though. Sanitarium is really good. Very much in the vein of what we're doing now. Obviously, a lot more horror orientated, but Ash was here in a way. Yeah, in a way. 10. He was under the rope. Where was Ash? I cannot mod by myself. You could. You did well. But yeah, no, it's just always a pleasure to get to have you and to talk with you. So no worries. Yeah, I have Sanitarium. I was looking at it here. Definitely I have not played it in some time, but definitely would be fun to play through. I'm gonna go ahead and install it. It's not very big, I don't think. Nah. Retro, it was a serious question. Oops, sorry. It was a serious question about group retribution. Do you think all Americans bear responsibility for electing Trump, Bush, etc.? Are Middle Easterners justified in hating Americans, or some? It's an edgy point and click. It is. It's a really good one, too. Yes. Do all Americans bear responsibility for electing Trump, Bush, etc.? Yes, all of them, but not specific, not in the way people think, right? I think a lot of people think... How do I want to say this? I think a lot of people think that... I think a lot of people I don't think everybody is responsible for the individual that's in the White House at any given time. I think I think that we all are responsible for creating the conditions There we go. I think I know what happened, and I think that's my fault. So, okay. Sorry about that. FBI intercepted the stream. We're back to the answer. Yes. Sorry about that. So yes. Do all Americans bear responsibility for electing Trump, Bush, etc.? Yes. The answer is yes. Now, it doesn't matter whether or not you voted for or against. The fact of the matter is that one of the biggest things that I've been saying, and I believe to be a fundamental part of the way that we operate as humans, or should operate as humans, is to hold people who have high titles. Hold on. So I think that we should, so one of the things that I think we should do is I think we should hold people that have big titles to account. I don't think we do that. I don't think we do that very well. I don't think we really do that at all. I think we're kind of a part of a society of people who believe that we listen to what people with higher titles say and we just do it. We just obey it. And what that did is begin, and I've talked about this before, this began the beginnings of our cognitive offload. Before AI, we started saying, you know what, I'll just let my boss deal with it, or I'll just let my parent deal with it, or I'll just, even though I have a disagreement, I have a fundamental issue with this, I'll just let this person with a bigger title or quote unquote more experience, I'll just let them deal with it, right? And then we didn't actually follow through and make any opposition or any abrasion. We let them do what they wanted to. I'm involved, but you know what? I'm Pontius Pilate, so if it goes down the tubes, my hands are clean. I've washed my hands of it. And I think we've done that as a society for so long that we have relinquished power and control of key offices, of key responsibilities, of key titles to people who have absolutely no business being a part of them. And I'm not making a specific proclamation I'm not making a proclamation against a specific individual here. I am saying that there are a great many people who have occupied a great many offices in key leadership positions that are not, in my personal opinion, well suited to do or make those decisions, to fulfill the roles and responsibilities. And so I don't necessarily believe that everybody is, if you think Trump is bad, let me opine, I'm not a fan of Trump. I'm not a fan of Trump at all. There are things that he's done that I agree with, but very, very few and far between, and they don't equal out to the amount of bad that I think he has done and is doing. Ultimately, it comes down to, is there any American that someone would be unjustified in blaming for the administration? If not, could there ever be? What would someone need to do to separate themselves? You can't. Well, okay, I see what you're saying. Ultimately, yeah, it would be very difficult to find something to separate yourself, because on one hand, you would have, I think if I were going to consider to be separate, and I blame myself too, right? I'm not excluding myself from this, because whatever I've done, I don't think is enough, clearly, because we're still in the position of where we have somebody that I don't trust and don't believe in the position of in that office. I think I think the people that would be able to separate themselves from blame most effectively would be the people who could show that they actively worked against that interest, right? So they actively worked in ensuring that there were efforts to try and hold people of those offices to account. I guess it's kind of like saying someone saying, I don't want to be involved in politics. Right, and non-action. Again, not voting is not a non-action. That is an action. But there are versions of non-action where you are basically permissive in the things that you allow to happen, right? Speaking personally, I really dislike some foreign rulers, but I never hold it automatically against their citizens. I don't blame all Russians for Putin, all Indians for Modi. That's fair, and you wouldn't blame all of China for Mao, but there has to be a moment of, and I'm not saying when you say hold it against it, it doesn't mean with animosity, but because oftentimes when you deal with that type of, we have to be understanding that oftentimes when things like that occur, the biggest victims are the people of that particular country, right? I mean, I would argue that Putin is a threat to other parts of the world, but I would argue that Russians are probably hurting the most. I would argue that I mean, I think it's objective. I think 81 million of during Maoist China, 81 million Chinese killed under his watch, So oftentimes it's not an inappropriate thing to have or assign blame to the people that are there that are causing the worldwide issues. But I think it's also important to recognize that the greatest victims in those cases are oftentimes those people also. So I would say that America is to blame, and I think we all share some part of the blame for creating a climate where people such as Trump could flourish. That doesn't mean I think animosity and hatred, because I would, if I were looking at, for example, if I'm looking at Russia, can I say that I blame Russians for Putin being able to be in and stay in office and to create that kind of environment? Sure. But I don't hold animosity towards them for that. And I also understand that some of the greatest victims of it are Russian, right? The greatest victims of Putin are going to be Russians. So I don't hate them for it, but I also think that they might take the largest piece of blame in his consistently staying in offices of power. I blame all of the Russians who were born before 93 for Putin. I blame the universe because it was created and the creation of it was seen as a bad movie. Fair enough. How many times can he reference Hitchhiker? 42! That's alright. Only 42? Those are rookie numbers. I reference more. I can reference more than the denominator in the engine of the Heart of Gold. Nice. Talday is not that far away. But that again, that's what I'm saying is like, I agree that like Americans, do I believe that Americans are the reason that America is the way it is? Yeah, absolutely, because that's what it is. We are what make it what it is, whether that be through action, negative action, positive action, or inaction, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that I believe that everybody should believe it's okay to bomb us. It is one of those things where it's like, look at the, definitely hold us to account, certainly, but death for everybody isn't necessarily an appropriate account either, right? Like, for example, we could also argue that and again, I'm going to oversimplify this, and I'm not getting into the depth of politics, but we could oversimplify and say that that some key members of certain areas of the Middle East are the reason that Hamas is in a position of power also. But that doesn't mean that the entire Middle East is evil or bad, even if we vehemently disagree with a government system that is recognized as of the 1980s, a governing system that we consider to be terrorists. I mean, again, you also have to look at it from the other side. To how many people are Americans terrorists? We're at war with Iran, in a war that I don't think we ought to be in, hurting people I don't think we ought to hurt, for reasons I don't think we ought to consider a good reason. Americans have created a system which allowed for a group of people to occupy high positions, to make bad choices that seem I would say coincidental with the declassification of certain high-profile evil people's potential dealings. I don't know what is and isn't yet, but and America has some blame in allowing that series of events, in voting and in participating in or not participating in the systems that encourage those particular events to be able to occur in the first place, by not holding ourselves accountable. But to other people who would hold us accountable, while I agree that there should be some level of accountability, it also is appropriate to recognize again that the greatest victims of America are Americans in a lot of cases. We have a great place. America's a great place most of the time. But we are progressively becoming worse because we progressively allow people who would make us worse to occupy positions that they can make us worse within. People that would be more profited by an oligarchy than a democracy. People who would make more money in a political office than a business office. People who would be able to sweep under the rug their sins in the current positions that they occupy, if those sins indeed exist within that sphere of law. So, I don't know. It's very complicated in a lot of ways. There are a lot of strings that draw out in different areas that we would have to investigate. A lot of threads we'd have to trace back, and a lot of specific people that we could invest blame in. But I think there is a level of responsibility that everybody has to assume to some extent. Now, again, I don't believe people should be hateful, and I believe hate is a good thing, and I think hateful is fine as a fuel if it motivates you to do good things, if it motivates you to distance yourself from the things that you hate, the actions you hate, right? But we also have to make sure, I've talked about this before, that arbitrary hate isn't what we weaponize. We don't weaponize hate that doesn't make sense. We weaponize hate that we can trace back to a reason, to a purpose. I hate the current state of government affairs and politics that we're in. I hate the fact that we have this back and forth with Iran, and we're doing this thing with the Strait of Hormuz and treating a bunch of people in a way and saying that we want this and that and the other when we truly just want oil. And I think that's a lot of, and it's more complicated than that, of course, but I hate all of that. And so that hate is going to motivate my choices in the opposite direction. But at the same time, whatever choices I've made prior, I share some blame. Whatever votes I've made, whatever statements I've made, I take responsibility for the fact that whatever we've done, whomever has heard those and whomever has acted upon those and whomever has taken those and used those to their own purposes, I put that fuel out there in the first place. And I take responsibility. And the best thing that I can do is not only take the responsibility, but move forward and say, these are the actions based on what I know to be the best in an opposite direction. Those who bear least blame seem also to escape the most unscathed, by and large. So why care about how bad Americans have it? Well, that's true. It's the ones that, it's not the ones, well, you said those who bear the least blame, but I don't know if it's the one who bear the least blame so much as those who accept the least blame, right? Because it could be those who bear the least blame. But then the question is, the reason I'm using this, the reason I don't think this to be just a pure semantic debate here, or not debate, but a correction, is we've gotten into a position where people who are in high positions who should bear blame, right? That should be a given, don't accept it. And that's an option for them to not have to bear it, right? It's a burden, basically, that is supposed to be implicit of a title and of a position and of the responsibilities of that title and position. But they only have to not accept it for it not to impact them. And I think that the American people have allowed people like that to not have to hold it, right? When you have people that are in high offices and high power, the reason that they get paid and the reason that they do what they're supposed to is because the weight on their shoulders is a bigger weight. The time that they give is it's a larger swath of time. And what the American people have decided to do is, in some cases, they try to hand this weight back to those people who are getting paid and have this power and influence. And those people are saying, nah, you know what, I'm not going to deal with that. And the American people have decided to say, okay, I guess we'll shoulder it for a little longer, right? We try to give this responsibility to big companies. Here you go. You guys are responsible for making good, lasting products that help increase the quality of life of individuals. And they say, no, we're going to make things that are planned to be obsolete within a year or two. And you guys can just take that financial burden and buy a new thing every 2 years, every 6 years, every 7 years, every whatever it is, right? And instead of us as citizens going back and saying, no, you need to make this, and we need to work. If we can't give you the weight, we're going to push the weight onto something legislative. We're going to put that weight onto lawmakers. Instead, we've said, you know what? No, it's okay. We'll shoulder it. We'll keep buying this stuff every 2 years instead of expecting it to work for 10. We're okay not owning things. We'll go ahead and keep buying licenses instead of objects that we, or we'll come up with a solution. We'll pirate things. We decide that we want to shoulder this because of people who are supposed to shoulder it saying, no, I don't accept it. And what we need to be willing to do is, it doesn't matter whether you accept it. We don't need a new express consent for you to accept the responsibilities of your title. You having that title is already the consent to accept the responsibility. So all we need to do is be insistent that this burden stay off of our shoulders and onto yours. That's what I believe. It's a very big oversimplification, but that's what I believe. If you never accept the misuse of power, you don't truly believe in democracy. Since some people want that misuse of power and voted for it, our democratic culture rests upon the lack of foot-fire holding. Of course, that's exactly right. I mean, and you're not wrong at all when you're talking about the misuse of power. You do have to accept it as a part of that, but this is where the blame comes, right? You have groups of people whose blame are think about the pools of blame, and it all comes out into blame, right? You either have the people who are misusing or misunderstanding their vote and the power therein. Okay? In which case that's malice or incompetence. You have the people who aren't doing anything about it. And again, I'm not saying voting. You can not vote. That's a good statement, but you can do other things also to prevent that. And you go and you have those people do something that helps, not just do nothing, but also do something else in the opposite direction, or in the right direction, I guess, correct direction. So I'm not going to vote, but I am going to petition my local government for this. I'm going to, and the people that aren't willing to do that are guilty of the crime of apathy, or of doing nothing, in that case of inaction. And then you have the groups of people like ourselves, which are upset about it, but potentially aren't doing enough to hold people to account. And so it's kind of the sin that's baked into democracy. And it's a tragic one, truly. At some point, you need to accept that some things are truly out of your hands, or no hands but your own will ever be acceptable. That's, I think that's not... I don't think that's a bad mentality. I don't know that I look at it quite that way, because I believe that in all things, my hands either do or don't have a play. I can accept that my hands alone are not always going to be adequate, but I have to accept that my hands must be at least as adequate as my hands can be in any position by how I've positioned them. Right? Because I like the idea of saying that, not everything is in my hands. I don't have the power to walk out tomorrow and have the president impeached, right? But it is my hands that are able to push to create motion, and motion create momentum, and momentum create motion and continue, ad infinitum, right? In a direction. And so understanding that my hands have to be at least the first step. It may not be the entirety of the solution, but it must be the first step, because it is the one thing that I have control over. The one thing that I have control over, the one thing that is never out of my hands, is how my hands are put to use. Because even if I'm asked or told to do something, I can refuse or accept, right, in this case. And so in this particular case, my hands they may not be adequate to complete the entire assignment by themselves, but they are the only ones that I can dictate the motion of definitively. That's an interesting way of looking at it, and perhaps my framing was overbroad. You frequently expand my mind, and thanks again for sure. Well, and I apologize if I misunderstood. let's be honest. I mean, I think of things differently. I might just be obtuse. I'm not going to lie and say I'm some visionary, and I see, I'm probably just randomly obtuse, and that leads me onto these different trains of thought. My mind works differently, not well necessarily, but different. It's always a pleasure to get to talk with you, certainly, because you do much the same for me. I start thinking about things I hadn't thought about and go, I don't know if I have enough to. But when it comes to the out of the hands, the way that I looked at it, just to be clear, and then I will let everybody to their weekend. The way that I looked at it is, a lot of people like to look at it and say it's out of my hands, and it can be done in a couple of different ways, right? It can be done in a religious way, where it's out of my hands, it's into the hands of God or gods or the galaxy. It could be that. It could be out of my hands because my hands are too minuscule to make the differences necessary, and it's in the hands of people that have more power, larger hands than I do. Or it's out of my hands because I've done everything that I feel like I can do. And my thing is that my hands are rarely made idle. And so either my hands are actively in the works of attempting to accomplish a better next. Or if I find them idle, they should soon be. That could just be the way, like, for example, me talking here today may spark something that somebody hadn't thought of, and that may cause them to spur to an action. It may not be an action I agree with, but it may be an action that they feel like is the necessary action. And that push is what is appropriate. Having conversations where we disagree but can be cordial instead of being divided all of the time, being at each other's throats, the proxy of the internet, wasting each other's time, disagreeing in hostile fashion versus disagreeing and coming closer to a truth that both of us might realize despite our approaches to it. I don't know. I think that's the case. I think that what we find ourselves in a lot of cases, this is way off the topic, but I really think that what we find ourselves in as Americans right now, I would argue over 99% of it is just bred in circuses, right? It's gladiatorial combat. We watch people fight that don't matter, who can't make a political difference. We're given bread as we walk into the Colosseum. It feeds our hungry belly, and we forget about the suffering that we have to and the toiling that we have to return to when the combat is over, right? We look at somebody else, people that are fighting, and we don't really care, but we think, look how bad they've got it. One of them is probably going to die. We see Kaiser put his thumb up, or put his thumb down, I guess, tell him to sheathe his sword, and we think, Kaiser is a merciful leader. Never mind that we're in famine, never mind that we're not as powerful or as strong as we used to be, never mind that we have to toil twice as hard for half the payout. No, he's merciful because he solved this one problem in a very public sphere under very controlled circumstances. And our stomachs are full. We're not thinking about the hunger we suffer 6 days a week. We're thinking of the fill that we are in the very moment. And I think that's what we've become guilty of doing completely, ad infinitum. So, anyway. It's a little bit like I was alluding to the difference of opinion of a Doctor Who episode. Yep, yeah, sure. But anyway, I digress probably. I really appreciate you all for coming in. Copyright, Vidi, Otiana, Maki, and Dr. Mad, all coming in, talking with me, keeping me company, watching me play games, talking about all kinds of great topics. Deep topics, things I didn't know about. Now I have a new prescription for a game that I need to take a look into, and some other things I'm going to probably have to go back and reread and retranslate through this chat. But I really appreciate you all for coming and talking with me, and Copyright, I think you said it best, helping me to expand my thought process. It's very, very nice. It's really nice to have people such as you to speak with. So, but have a wonderful day, a wonderful rest of your day, a wonderful rest of your weekend, a wonderful beginning to your week, Vidi. And we will talk to you guys and gals all next time. Thanks.